you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now, never. I was putting in the putting in the
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. It is Championship Sunday, day 4, the final day of the 4-day extravaganza of North American Rocket League in the North American Regional number 2 for the winter split. We have a nice little pre-show to break down what we saw yesterday, what we're going to see today before we get into all the matches that, well, we're going to see on day number 4 today. We crown a champion. I'm Leaf, and alongside me we have Gibbs, Subi joining us, and Chief. Subi, welcome back. We had you on here before. I guess you made a good impression. We let you back on the desk.
I don't know who made that mistake, but it is an honor and a treat to be here. This regional has really lived up to the expectations as you look at that bracket, and man, it is absolutely stacked this time.
Chiefs, we're on the Championship Sunday. We're going to have one winner by the end of the day. You excited?
Oh, man. Yes, I said yesterday, I think my closing thoughts were I'm looking forward to that winter final. So today's going to – and it's a lot more than just that winter final. That's just the one I want most.
Yeah. It's going to be a good day. We got the best teams in North America battling out. There is no, underdog story here. We know these teams are great, and they're going to bring it today.
Well, before we get into all that action, what we're going to see today, let's talk about yesterday in case you guys unfortunately missed all that action. We obviously can't break down all the matches that happened. We have 2 streams going to cover it all. So let's just break down a couple of the matches that we did see and just to say, go back and watch those because they were probably good. I'm going to start off with you, Gibbs.
Space Station versus Ghost. I was a hater of Space Station on day 2. Then I loved them on day 3, but they scared me. They scared me throughout the series. They were doing the same mistakes where they would control a lot of the play, but they couldn't get the goals. And it came down to game 5 where there was a bad play by Space Station to allow it to go to overtime, but then Reynolds hits a fantastic shot as well. So Space Station looking a lot better. They started to close it out, and obviously we'll talk about them more later. They played much better towards the end, but Space Station, heroics were needed. 3 seconds left by Reynolds to tie it up, and then this aerial dribble right there by Sipical for Space Station to move on.
And I was with you, Gibbs. That was a series that really shook my confidence in Space Station throughout that day, but they pulled it out. They looked good, but unfortunately for Ghost, they ran into 2 Titans, this SSG and Envy as well. So tough run for them, but they're still a team to be worried about if you have to play them. They're dangerous.
And then the next match, Leaf, NRG against G2. You got to be kidding me with this game. Went all the way into game 7, and it was just back and forth. NRG opened up the series and just looked too hot. And then somehow, some way, G2 was able to contain them and get 2 back. And then it just went back and forth in games 5 and 6. And game 7 was the big difference maker where NRG held G2 to only 2 shots. And one of those you can just discredit. It wasn't a shot. They just contained them in that orange half.
But for G2, their defense held up throughout the series. They were playing a ton of defense, about 20% more than they normally would do, and they still were hanging in there. But a slow roller for game 7 to lose 1-0 really hurts them, but they're looking good for day 4.
And for me, my favorite one, Space Station versus Kansas City Pioneers. It was the resurgence of, that's why I liked Space Station. Now, granted, this was a close series overall, but Space Station was able to put together a lot of nice shots on target, really started nailing the tough placements. You got to see a lot of great ball control, and Kansas City Pioneers, try as they might, I was thinking that it was really going to be Memory's stability on defense, but it was Reynolds making save after save whenever Kansas City Pioneers drove down to the other side to really stop them from making it a longer series.
Well, and it was nice to see them finally wake up in a game 1. We've been so used to seeing them play so slow in games 1 and 2, and then game 3, they wake up and, hey, where are you guys at? But thankfully in this one, they didn't really underestimate KCP and just put them to bed.
All right, those highlights were all fun and dandy, but I really want to narrow it down to the best of the best. That's what people want to see. It's time for our top 3. Subi, take it away.
Well, let's start the day out with number 3. It's NRG going up against the Peeps, and this pool shot from Garrett into Squishy that turned into a pass somehow to Justin, back to Garrett. This is just chaos, but chaos in the best way possible. And I love that Garrett G just said, hey, Squishy, I've got this. And Squishy just came to a standstill, and it just worked out for them. And this play from Sipical, SSG in Ghost, game 5 overtime. And I really want to look at Sipical catching this ball because this is the crucial moment. He gets a slight tap, which pulls the defender out of net. And that's the big moment right there because it turns into a 1v1 and it just goes right over his head with that nice third touch to go right in the back of the net. And number 1, you know what it is. It is the insane pass from Justin. And I have absolutely no idea how he gets this first touch to basically just stall the ball in midair. Like how that ball doesn't go directly down first is incredible. It throws J-Naps for a loop. Chicago's rotating in, doesn't expect it. Nobody was, especially us watching it. And Squishy hammers it home. Justin is just an incredible player, Leaf.
That is a factual statement. That is 100%
That is true.
100% true. And no, it really was incredible. Just the awareness. You saw recovery was always in his mind with the side flip towards the wall. It's brilliant. We'll talk more about it later. I'm sure we're going to see it as well. But let's take a look now at the teams we're going to be seeing in today. These are the teams that have made it to this final day. 6 teams out of our 24 that started here, Subi. It was a long journey to get here, but now these guys can say, hey, we're those top 6 of North America.
Yeah, and you look at the top 5 in my mind, you throw Peeps out of the equation, and the top 5 is like, okay, these are the teams that when you looked at the massive bracket, These are the ones we expected to be here on Championship Sunday. And then a lot of people sleep on the peeps, including me, but they made it here to day 4, and they're going to have a tough time if they want to get to the grand finals, but still, they can say we're one of the top 6 teams in North America right now.
And a reminder that all these matches today are best of 7s, and all of these are being broadcast here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. No side streams today. All the action is right here. So sit your butt down and stay tuned for the rest of the next few hours as we get some good Rocket League going. But let's take a look at what these guys are fighting for. You know, obviously there's some money on the line, but there's also points there as well. Achieves. You know, this is a good chunk of money, 30K for first place, and that increase of 50 points over positions from the fall split is definitely something for these teams to look forward to.
Yes, always a plus for more points. Like we talk about every time we get to see this, you know, there's a lot of opportunities for teams to catch up or secure a spot in that top 6. A lot of teams are making pretty decent runs, and there are some teams that are really starting to slip, and it is getting dicey in those point standings.
It really is. So let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at the winter so far. We have one regional down before this for North America, and this is where the point standings are so far, Gibbs.
Yeah, winter split points matter a lot because it determines where you're seated for Regional 3 with the grid as well. So we see it here, though. There's 2 spots where you don't have to play through those closed qualifiers that are available, and that's Pittsburgh Knights and Ghost Game. And so Kansas City Pioneers, once again, they will have to go through the closed qualifiers for Regional 3.
So these points all lead up to the major for this split, and at the end of the split, the points are banked into your RLCS Season X points, and these are also super important, Gibbs, going into the World Championship.
Yep. We see it right there. Peeps just narrowly on the top 6 line for the World Championship, but Rogue is playing exceptional. Kansas City Pioneers, the only top team not here today, so that is unfortunate for them. Rogue and Peeps will battle it out to get more points as well. And then we look down the line. There's a pretty big gap after Alpine, so a lot of these teams are going to have to need big winter major plus some big regionals in the spring split to catch up for a top 6 spot.
Yeah, Chiefs, I feel like how worried are you if you're a team that's just outside of that now that we're halfway through the season?
Well, if you're just outside of it in North America, like looking at, you know, Alpine, who could have had a chance to be here yesterday, but they fell to the Peeps in Game 5. I mean, that's just crushing. And then if you go a little bit further, you know, Pittsburgh Knights, the Sonics, E United, all sitting there around that upper 500s, low 600s kind of area. And
it's scary.
The regionals are hard, man.
Good.
The regionals are hard to make a deep run. It is not easy. And they know that Regional 3 and the spring splits just got a lot of pressure on it now.
All right, so guys, I'm not going to lie. I just want to go back and take a look at that play before. So I'm going to give it to Gibbs. I think Gibbs has
a little bit
Yeah, I think Gibbs has a little bit of a breakdown of that Justin play for us.
Game 2, 0 seconds, and it's just unfair. Look at Justin and what he can do. Like, honestly, I just want to do this Telestrator segment so I can see this play more and more. We see the pass from Squishy, and Justin's just handing out on the ceiling for no reason. The pass wasn't even that good, and he still makes it work. We'll talk about exactly where everyone was on the field and why he was hanging up there. So we'll look over here. We got Justin up here on the wall, and the reason for that is because there was 2 50-50s back-to-back. He actually lost one pretty bad, so he landed on this wall. But he knew with Squishy all the way back here that he was going to make the play on this ball cleanly. The only player around was Rizzo, and he's the only one who has boost on G2. So Justin knows he's got a chance because JNAP's right here, 0 boost. He's trying to pick up those pennies to get some boost to challenge a ball in the air, but it's not going to be possible. And then little Chicago here, he has to go back to the corner to grab some boost. But Garrett G, he's rotating out. So this is a 0-second play. So you have Garrett G defense and the entire floor. So if this play doesn't work out, they should be okay for anything. So that is why we see Justin just hanging out here. But his pass, he expects this pass to go a little bit lower and out over here. Because what he wants to do is hop off the ceiling and redirect this in. But the pass actually goes incredibly high, which is not what he wants, but he somehow makes it work. And the only way to show it, like, I can't draw it because it's too complex. So we're just going to show it right now. We'll show it from his point of view, from Justin. It was absolutely insane. He starts to turn on the ceiling because he wants the pass to his left. He has to flip back around, catch it off the wall with, 5 boost left, then land on the wall for the pass. Here is Squishy. He knows he wants this pass as well. He has to hit it high because he gets there a little bit late. And now he thinks that the ball is probably going to slam right down, and he has to figure out where this ball will land, but he puts on the brakes and makes this play happen. And let's just look at Justin again. For no other reason that this play is out of this world. No one else makes plays like this. Look at this catch.
That touch.
Then he sits on the wall and gets another touch. It's absolutely insane.
If anyone ever tells me that mechanics aren't important, I'm just going to walk away from the conversation. Right? Like, sure, you can, just with position and rotation enough, you can get far, you can rank up all this, but you need mechanics because the option coverage, you said it yourself. I mean, that pass, had it been lower, you don't need as many tight mechanics to be able to recover that ball. But, the fact that it was a little bit haywire and he could recover it, I think is down to those mechanics.
So not only that, like most people would just pass that back down, but he catches the ball in the middle of the air, lands on the wall, and does another touch. No one else would do that.
Hey, Leaf, Turbo would like a word with you after that.
What are you saying? He's so mechanically sound.
He's mechanically sound, but he's not in the top 10, not even remotely. But the fact that Justin came off the ceiling and then was able to have the car control to land on that back wall
it's insane.
With all four wheels, like that's right there. That's the difference maker.
I just heard a disturbance in the verse as a giant whoa came out of Turbo Pulse. If he was watching this,
here comes the tweet. In 3, 2.
Keeping it on topic though, let's go to talk about the best players in North America, specifically the best player in North America left in this bracket. So I'm gonna limit you guys down to the best player that's one of the teams of these top 6 teams. They're still in this bracket for today for Championship Sunday here. The best player out of all of them right now. So get your thinking together here, and I'm going to go down.
Leaf, I got this.
Okay, Gibbs has this. Gibbs is already ready.
Okay. We're going to play some Pictionary, and you guys have to know who I'm thinking of. All right, so 3, 2, 1. Hopefully, it actually focuses. Who's that? Who's
not
that?
so juicy. Not so juicy. It's
not so juicy, Justin. Come on, that's the only answer.
Hold on. No. Okay. Sorry, I should have clarified. No Justin picks allowed. Obviously, that's everyone's picks. Come on. No Justin picks allowed. Oh, okay.
Fine. All right.
No Justin picks allowed. All right. Now who's the best?
All right. The best left that will play well today, I'm going to go with Atomic. Like, I think he can have a big day. He's been playing exceptional lately. That's why Team Envy looks so good. So I think on today, I think it'll be Atomic.
Okay.
I don't hate that pick, but I'm going to go with the second most clutch player in North America, and it's got to be Reddles. He's still in this tournament. They made it to day 4, and if he can continue to hit those game winners with 0 seconds on the clock or game tying goals, like the dude's incredible. He's so clutch.
Yeah, I kind of bounced back and forth between a couple different people. Obviously, Garrett G was on there. First Killer was on there. Atomic was on there, and Mist was on there. I'd never considered Reddles, but I think out of everyone, I'm going with Mist today. I think he locks in again.
Mist.
And I would put Mist the best on the day if I couldn't pick Justin.
And you can't. That's just it's too easy.
It's just not fair.
Like what? I should have clarified. I didn't set the rules right. You guys are right. I'm kind of with the Chiefs on that Mist pick. I mean, you've seen how he's adapted to the different roles he's been put in, whether he was defensively back with the Peeps to being offense now with this team. It's just, I feel like the man can do whatever he needs around the field. But who cares about my...
Yeah, like most days I would say Mist, like through like a whole month, I would say probably Mist might be number 2 right now. But I think for pop-off potential to win this bracket, I think Atomic will have to be the best player today.
Okay.
That's why I was thinking First Killer, because he's
same
case.
Yeah. It just shows you, TLDR, it shows you how good all these players are in North America.
True.
The fact that we can all have different picks here is really cool and shows the diversity of North America. But I want to move it on here. Let's start looking at these brackets. Let's start talking about how we think it's going to go here. It's time for Build a Bracket. I'm going to go down the line here. You guys have already got your beautiful graphics together here, and you're going to showcase them to me. No grand final picks, though. Just who's going to be in the grand finals. Don't tell me who's going to win. So I'm going to start off with you, Achieves.
Okay. Excellent. So for my bracket, I actually had a real tough time deciding how I wanted it to play out. I think the upper bracket, we get the reverse of what happened in the previous grand final. I think NRG is able to still find a way. It's going to be tough. Rogue versus Peeps. I gave Peeps 2 because obviously they're playing well to make it this far, but I think Rogue is just looking too strong. G2 for Space Station for me had to go 7. I think Space Station still needing a little bit of time to lock in, and G2 is a tough opponent when they're on, but I think G2 is going to be able to pull that out just because I'm still a little dicey on Space Station. Then I think Rogue beats G2. I think they've got the speed, and I think MV gets the rematch against NRG again.
That's a big one for Rogue. 2 third places in a row. That would be really good for them.
Yeah, that I was going to question this actually earlier if we thought Rogue had it in them to get to a top 3 position again, because that's really good consistency for that team across multiple regionals if they're able to do this. So I'm gonna go to Subi next and see if he agrees with this. Do you have Rogue making it top 3 again as well?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think. Do I? I gotta look at my bracket. I don't remember. No, I don't. I don't.
Yeah,
I agreed with the Chiefs that NRG is going to go Game 7 again with Envy. And NRG's just been on fire lately. I've got Rogue sweeping the Peeps because I'm going to sleep on the Peeps, because for them to be successful, they need someone to. So maybe I'm secretly hoping they make it through. But I just think SSG is going to take down G2. I don't think they're going to have another performance like the last regional. Right. And then I think SSG has obviously the speed to outspeed Rogue, if you will, but then the demos are just going to get in Rogue's head. And then, surprise, surprise, I've got SSG taking down Team Envy. I know that one's a little like, wait, what? But I just think it's the Reddles factor, and I think he's playing superb right now.
That's the philosophy between, Subi and I. He picked Reddles, I picked Mist, I had Envy, he's got Space Station. Fair's fair.
Okay, so far we have NRG Envy and NRG SSG. I'm assuming that the NRG upper finals will stay with you, Gibbs, maybe, but do you have someone else in your grand finals?
Man, we talk about sleeping on the Peeps. People sleep on Team Envy. I think Envy is going to be the one to win that upper bracket final. Team Envy looked fantastic, but they were on the B stream yesterday, so not a lot of people saw it. Look out for Team Envy throughout today. Like, Turbo's looking good. The whole team is looking good. I think Team Envy, they take down Energy in that upper bracket. And then we'll go down to the lower bracket. I do think Peeps are probably that odd man out here, so I'll give Rogue the win there at 4-1. And then G2 Space Station, I honestly think that this can go either way. Space Station, it really comes down to what Space Station shows today, but G2, their defense looked great last time around, so I think G2 will get the edge there, but it'll be a very close set. And that's also why I'm going to get G2 over Rogue, because sure, First Killer's great, but he's no Justin, and G2 played pretty well versus a Justin. They almost beat Energy, so I think G2 can get that series win as well, so they will be back. And then I had Energy versus G2. This graphic's a little bit messed up, but that's fine. Energy versus G2. I think Energy does get the win once again. And then Team Envy versus NRG once again for that rematch.
So, Subi, you're the only one that had SSG.
I'm the odd man out.
Are you? Do you think they're crazy, or are you the crazy one?
I think I'm a little crazy for sure.
Take a look at yourself.
Especially if like both guys on my sides are, picking the same. But from what I've seen the past 3 days, yes, SSG did drop down very early to the loser bracket, but after that, they were a team on a mission, and they realized, like, okay, we can't falter anymore. We have to play perfect, and they've gotten this far. I don't see why they can't continue to get to the grand finals. They just
gotta
have
look at
potential.
How they got there. It was so scary in every match.
Well, that was early on. That was day one.
Even the 3-0 against KC Pioneers, it was all 1-goal games. It really came down to you need to nail the defense. And Space Station versus Ghost, that was terrifying. It was all terrifying.
They did clutch it out. They did clutch it out. So who knows?
All right. Keep that energy moving. And we're gonna chat involved now on this next one. It's time for yay or nay. You guys, you can use the hashtag yay or hashtag nay. Surprise in chat to vote on which yay or nay you think these questions will go here, and then we're going to get our yays and nays out. Thumbs up or thumbs down for your yays or nays. We're going to get them all at the same time, and then call out whoever the weirdo is that picks differently than the rest of us. So we're going to start off with our first question here is, will there be a bracket reset? Whoever is in those grand finals, so you can think of your grand finals, is there going to be a bracket reset today? Yay or nay? Get those hashtags in chat. I'm going to count down. 3, 2, 1. Yay or nay? We have one nay. We have a double yay from Gibbs.
Double yay.
I'm kind of surprised. Double yay. He thinks guaranteed no matter what. And Chiefs, you think there is not going to be a bracket reset? Too hard?
Yes, it's too hard because the last time I thought it was going to be a bracket reset. I thought
it hasn't happened yet.
I thought Energy were going to win, and then they lost in Game 7. So clearly, I don't believe the bracket resets today.
There is one reason why that this will happen is because 2020 has been a very long year, and this is our last broadcast of the year, so it has to go bracket reset to make this a long show.
True.
Okay, chat thinks yay. There's going to be a bracket reset, but barely. They're not. They're kind of thinking maybe. Maybe it depends on who's there. I guess that probably is a big part of it. All right, next question: will G2 ever win a regional in this season, or are they forever stuck?
Yeah. Oh man.
Are watching from the outside?
My.
Are they stuck watching from the outside?
In the whole season, or just this split?
The whole season, winter split and spring split.
Winter and spring.
Yeah, a whole season.
There's 5 regionals left, so.
Yeah, so chat, yay or nay? Obviously, the G2 Army is going to be out there with the yays, but what do you guys think? 3, 2, 1, yay or nay? Ooh, Chiefs is again not feeling it.
Yes, weirdo Chiefs.
You know, it's true. No, I think G2 has it in them. The only problem is that the people who have won all the regionals so far, Envy, NRG, and Space Station, is they all look too consistent. Even Space Station here, when they're still dicey, you still got Subi picking them to make the grand finals. And I think that going into the final split or the final regional of winter, Envy and RG and they all look good, and Rogue's a team that looks like they can win a regional even if they have a good final day. And you know, it's just a matter of only 5 left, and there's a lot of competition.
Not a lot left. Yeah,
there's a lot of competition.
There is 2 majors. Does that count? Will they win a major? I don't know.
No. We're I called regionals. I called regionals. That's it.
Yeah.
Chat does it. I'm surprised though. One sec. Sorry, chat. Look at chat. They're at 60% nay. They don't think so, Subi.
This makes
chat.
Well, I mean, okay, that's fine, but can we just remember yesterday that they took NRG to a Game 7, and yeah, they weren't consistent. They didn't get shots in that game, but what if they did? All it takes is one game. That's all they need, and they've got 5 more shots.
We got time to see that. I gotta ask this last question before we move on and talk about some other things here. So, the last one, because he's so good, and I don't think it's fair for everyone else. Should we ban Justin from the RLCS? It's just not fair, guys. It just isn't fair.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
He makes everyone else feel bad about how they play Rocket League.
Yeah,
so
no,
I think,
he's just keeping with the trend right now.
You gotta let the broken strat be in the game, because you get clip after clip after clip after clip, and it is so fun to watch, and everyone else get good.
that is fair enough. Chat is like, yeah, get him out. It's not.
Yeah. This is all the fans of G2 Team Envy. They're like, yes, ban him now, please.
They're like, we have no chance of ever achieving our RLCS dreams if Justin's in our way, right? So I understand it. You're too good, Justin. Just chill out a little bit. No, don't. We love to see these plays. Let's move on now. It's time to get to our actual full predictions. We saw your build-up brackets before. We saw that all of you guys had NRG in that, and then it was just between Envy and SSG that were different. But now I want to know who you guys think actually takes this whole thing. Now, Gibbs had NRG coming from that lower bracket, which is going to make it harder for them to win this whole thing. So I'm going to start with him. I'm curious what his pick is going to be.
So NRG will make that bracket reset happen, but Team Envy, they know how to win. They've been doing it for a while. I think Team Envy narrowly beats NRG once again after that bracket reset and takes home Regional 2.
It's 2 regionals now for Envy is what Gibbs is thinking. Subi, how about you?
Well, I think SSG is going to get the bracket reset on NRG, but you're asked to win, what is that, 8 games against NRG? I think it's a tall order, especially when Justin has his vowels in his name. He turns from not so juicy Justin to his shots go just in. I mean, the dude is nuts right now.
There we go.
He was waiting all show for that.
He literally was.
Since yesterday.
Guys, we actually designed the pre-show around that statement.
I mean,
it was all...
there is 2 dads on the show now, so it's going to happen. Come on.
Okay, Chiefs. You also had NRG and Envy in the finals. Do you think Envy is good? You said no bracket reset, I believe.
I had NRG through the top with no bracket reset because the only way that NRG didn't end up getting a bracket reset last time is because through some absolute miracle, Envy was somehow able to find their way back from 0-3 deficit so many times. And I was like, this is insane. But it can't happen again. It can't keep going.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule, guys. Kickoff is almost here. These are the matches you're going to see. As I mentioned, everything is best of sevens for the rest of this day. Long matches, lots of Rocket League, and everything is going to be broadcast here on this channel, twitch.tv/Rocket League. Rogue Peeps is your first one after G2 SSG, Envy, NRG after that. And of course, we have to wait and see how the bracket goes before we get the rest of our matches. Let's talk about this first one, Rogue versus the Peeps. I feel like, again, the Peeps have been slept on hard in this matchup, but that's kind of understandable, Gibbs, given that Rogue had a really good performance during that regional number 1.
Yeah, regional 1, Peeps go home on day 2, and Rogue makes it into a 3rd place finish. Rogue is looking hot. They even took Team Envy all the way. So when you're taking Team Envy or Team Energy all the way to the final game, then I think you have to say that Rogue is going to win this. Peeps played Energy, and it didn't look that close. They won 1 game, but that's about it. Then it was all Energy the whole way. So I think Rogue, they have that advantage. The last 2 times they've played, Rogue has beat them, but they haven't played that often, so we'll see how it all plays out.
Well, now, guys, it's a chance for you guys to get involved again. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Make sure you guys throw the hashtags showing up on the screen right below in the chat to vote for which team you think is going to make it. Are we sleeping on the Peeps? You're going with them? Or do you think Rogue is going to have another great performance? Use RGE or Peep to vote for those teams. And while you guys do that, let's discuss a little bit of the ins and outs of how this is going to look on the field as we get closer and closer to kick off our first match for Championship Sunday. Achieves Rogue and Peeps. You can give me a prediction too if you want here. I mean, we've seen your build of brackets, but what's it going to look like on the field? And really, what are the Peeps going to have to do to really make sure that they stay in talks for a win here?
So the biggest thing that the Peeps are going to want to do is you need to have Gyro and AJ. They're the 2 big ball control type of players, and you need to have them to be able to find ways to stick the ball close to their car and force Rogue into those challenges, and more importantly, be able to stick with them. You can't get bumped off the ball. You need to be able to get through if you want to be successful, because Rogue's got speed.
All right, Subi, before we head into it, man, we get some quick thoughts on this matchup from you before it kicks off.
Yeah, I think if the Peeps are to be successful, like Achieves was saying, it has to be on the back of Gyro, AJ. Illusion is solid, but we need to see consistency, and we need to see the rotations be picture perfect so they don't get picked apart.
Gibbs, I don't usually like to do this, but I'm going to give you the final word here after we get those results in. People think Rogue.
Yeah, First Kill is really good at Rocket League. That's all I'll say.
It's true.
That is very true. Well, guys, it is about time. Get on Twitter and let us know how excited you are for Championship Sunday at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But we're about to head over to the Verizon Skybox now for Rogue versus the Peeps. It's Championship Sunday.
So not only is it our final day of the regional, but it is also our final RLCS broadcast of the year here, Johnny. So getting ourselves into this one. The majority of people expecting Rogue to take this. What are you expecting here from the Peeps, though?
I think the Peeps are, they're going to be happy with 5th, 6th place. That's really all that I can say for them here. I don't really think they're going to be that much of a threat to Rogue, the new look Rogue, who, I remind you guys, swept G2 in the last regional. They are definitely a team on the rise. Peeps have kind of fallen off just a little bit since last place, so they're going to really struggle in this one.
Well, current points only has these 2 teams separated by 20, so whoever wins this is going to be taking that spot. Both teams in the top 6 right now, both teams above Alpine. It's now going to be up to who can get the results today to start pulling themselves away heading into the latter half of our season. Here's Gyro off the crossbar immediately. First killer, make sure that he can scramble to keep the danger away, but there is the danger right there. The Peeps always have that wild card in the form of Gyro. That's going to be a shot, though, and that is pretty simple, actually, for Rogue. They go up by 1 at the start of the game.
Yeah, just far too easy here. Illusion was just watching what was going on at the near post. It's his job to cover the net on that play. He didn't do so, and Rogue are just a more consistent team once again. They get the goal on their first attack. you know, we can't take away from the Peeps offense, though. They really are a very aggressive team, especially off the ball. But the problem is Rogue's defense is exceptional. And I think the Rogue offense is just as good as the Peeps are. It's that difference in defense for me that really separates these two.
I'm going to see whether or not Rogue can keep that chance going their way, as Peeps almost had another stumble. Going to be coming out yet again. First killer, 2 players gone, means Illusion has to at least get the clear over to AJ. Back to Illusion one more time. That's what you're going to need from the Peeps if they're going to take this series.
Oh, what a pass by AJ. That was unreal. The crazy thing about this is he didn't even have ball cam on for that play. He was ball cam off, driving underneath the ball, pure instinct, knew not only where the ball was, but also knew where Illusion was to his right-hand side. That is phenomenal communication. Once again, the Peeps offense is causing problems. But even that was next level by AJ. We don't often see a blind pass at that kind of short range.
So 1 each now. Peeps currently under a bit of an offense, and that was a play that had to be read very well defensively. Got to figure out whether or not the attacking player actually can make contact, or whether or not they can actually turn it into the net, or if you've actually got time to try and get rid of it. Torrentoro now over to first killer. Know just how dangerous he can be when he's allowed time on the ball, and that's exactly what he's trying to give himself. Didn't quite figure out what he was quite going to do with it. It was a very, very long time in this series for him to start zoning in on those sort of plays. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
first killer pops out to Toroko, and Gyro will keep it out. Okay, we're having one of those sort of series where both teams are just going to go and try and catch each other out of the most insane of touches. First killer's going to find his neck plate removed from him. My goodness, that could have been horrifying for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you read that one. It was a pre-flip pass from first killer where he managed to hit the ball behind him. And it's so difficult to predict that. I'd say just at this stage of Rocket League's development, it's impossible to see that coming. These teams are both really innovating here, coming up with brand new shots and playing brilliantly on the fly, just reading the positions immediately and reacting very, very well. Still, though, first killer and the gang have had the majority of the pressure. That's dangerous for the Peeps. They really need to try and get the ball into the Rogue half. Try and put the pressure on Rogue, because when Rogue are in a tight game position, they just feel so safe. They're not going to overextend. They're a very, very careful team with how they advance.
And with the positions that we currently find the Peeps in, they become very susceptible to demos. If Rogue end up wanting to go for them. And let's get rid of it just yet. It's up to Illusion to buy this team a little bit of space. Done somewhat well at that. Looks still 100 boost. See what effect that will have in the long run. For now, though, it's Torrentoro. Try to read Gyro. Now first killer takes the shot, puts it in.
My.
And that was a brutal shot from first killer.
Yeah, look at Torrentoro as well. He landed on Gyro on the back wall. Then he bumps Illusion off the back wall as well. That was insane. Really coming up with a new position there to be aggressive. Not rotating out. He knew that Toroko and first killer were both still back in the game. And, a little backflip there from first killer. That wasn't intended. Rogue have got the full squad in defense again, though. This is so difficult to get past. You're rarely going to get a free goal against Rogue these days. They, don't double commit, and they don't really overcommit by default. And with how effective their communication looks at the moment, I really just don't expect to see many mistakes from them.
First killer, straight back on it. There has been no chance to control the boost so far for the Peeps. Therefore, you do tend to end up being the slower team if you don't. Toroko off the ceiling. He's going to end up leaving it for first killer. There's the brace of first killer. And you just see how confident this new look Rogue is. What a touch. And if you're AJ, you try your best, but that's all you can try at all.
Yeah, Toroko got a ton of power on that first shot. Even though he didn't land on the ceiling and get a clean reset so that he could dodge into the ball, he kind of just bounced off the ceiling. Because he didn't land on his wheels, I think he might have bounced a bit faster. So he arrived back near the ball a little bit quicker than the Peeps defense were expecting. And really, they have just been outplayed here. Rogue really earning this win, or earning this lead, I should say. It is still possible for the Peeps, but oh dear, they've just given away a glorious opportunity. I don't think they're going to get many better chances than that one.
Certainly not. 30 seconds here. Illusion delays the challenge, but again, you can see the peeps constantly colliding with one another. We've had enough issues with the physical play from Rogue. They don't need to really help out with that. Feel pass to AJ. Oh, and he's gone straight past it. And for the peeps, they will look at these final few moments as opportunities lost. Could have made this game a lot more interesting. Illusion will try and buy his team something. But there he is, confirmation that game one is going to Rogue, and they look really good doing it.
Yeah, both teams, credit to them, did a really good job being creative and unpredictable in offense. However, Rogue were just the more consistent of the two teams. They look almost impervious at the halfway line at times. The peeps just can't find a way out. They can't find a way past them. And that's going to be a really difficult thing to come back from this series. The peeps really needed this, especially those final few chances at the end of the game. Even if it wasn't going to be enough to come back in this game, it would have been nice to pick up that consolation goal, get the momentum swinging back in their favor before the next game. But all they've got to show for themselves after this game one is finished is that beautiful assist by AJ. And it really was a phenomenal assist from his first-person POV. It's a great read. But they're going to need a whole lot more where that comes from, and more importantly, they're going to need to sort out the defense, which was struggling against Rogue's relentless pressure.
Yeah, I feel like, especially for the peeps, they can at least take some solace from the fact that we didn't really see them often in the blue side of the field, but we did see them create 3 clean opportunities for themselves to score from. They'll be quite happy at that ratio, given how little time they actually had to create anything for themselves. But we will get ourselves into game number 2, and this is one that the peeps will want a better look at, especially regarding what side of the field they are on. Here is Gyro. Well read, you can already see 2 players stuck on the backboard for Rogue. Infield pass to AJ. It'll be difficult to score from here, but he will certainly try. Toro keeps it out, and this is the difficulty. Gyro again colliding with his own teammate. The peeps just seem to be magnetic when it comes to hitting one another.
Yeah, the Rogue are also speeding up. I don't know how First Killer won the race to that high ball there. He took off later than the defender, and the ball was actually moving towards the defender. It just shows the insane pace that Rogue can play at, picking the most efficient flight paths on every single aerial. It's a very nice demo in the back corner. That'll be a positive trade for Rogue. They have got follow-up in the play. Not afraid of the peeps. Rogue are getting in their faces. They're putting the pressure on them. Actually, very nice touch in defense there by Turo. That was an awkward one, but he somehow managed to knock it behind him and safely into the corner.
That was one that he certainly had to get. The demo out on the goalkeeper, and now we've got even more demos across the field. Peeps have decided, well, we can't seemingly outplay you from our own side, so instead we're going to wipe out the third man. They get yet another one, and AJ now needs to use that room to get his team out, and that is exactly what they will do. The peeps actually looking really good. Set up for Gyro, and he will get it. Demo the third man. Pull out brilliance from AJ, and make sure you don't mess it up, Gyro, because that was fantastic.
That is just ridiculous from AJ. Even after the flip reset outplay on the first challenge, First Killer still had the shot covered. He had the save. But AJ got ahead of the ball, slowed it down, forcing First Killer to miss. And then there was nobody left for the peeps to get past. Just another crazy assist for AJ. He's already had a couple, one on each game.
And the peeps already with another demo. For the field of players really set itself up here. Gyro now looking for Taroko, and the peeps have found an answer here in game 2. Looking much better across the field, and it's much more difficult to hold on to a midfield that Rogue were certainly dominating in game 1 when you don't have a card there anymore for it. Oh, that's a huge miss from Gyro. Well, oh my God.
Oh my.
AJ.
What?
Well, he got them the first goal. He's kept them that goal as well.
Yeah, what on earth is this carry from AJ right now? He is just serving goals up on a plate to his teammates and then saving them when they blunder on the back wall. That was a ridiculous save. It really did look like First Killer had played it perfectly, waiting to see if the miss is going to happen and then putting the ball nice and low into the open net. But AJ really threw himself across the goal quickly, a lot more quickly than First Killer expected. But the pressure's still on. Gyro's awkwardly positioned on the back wall here. Does not look comfortable. Still gets a nice 50-50 on that one. And AJ's there to guide the ball to safety. Illusion joins in the fray as well. The full team on the peeps is helping out with this counter-attack. A Rogue get bodies behind it. First Killer now will try and return the favor.
Gyro looked to swipe across at Taroko on his way through. Keeps seeing a lot more of the other side of the field here. First killer looks to take the shot. He is shut down by Illusion. The pass back over to AJ. If there's a player you want on this right now, it is going to be this one as he takes it the entire way. AJ is red hot.
Well, you know, sometimes you'll hear players say in interviews that all that matters is how much First Killer wants to win a game. That's what decides how competitive Rogue are going to be. What about AJ? He's just decided that he doesn't want to lose today. He is absolutely playing out of his mind. The Rogue have really got their work cut out for them. You never know. Gyro and Illusion might step up as well. They really haven't had to do a lot in this second game. AJ's just carrying it all by himself. But Gyro and Illusion are capable. This Phil Peeps lineup. They know how to play Rocket League. It looks like it's going to be a closer series than I expected.
There are many ways to lead. AJ has decided to lead by example. 2 goals up. That might not last too much longer. Torrentoro comes on in. And that is going to make the ending period of this Forbidden Temple matchup that much more interesting, Johnny.
Wow, how did First Killer get his car past that challenge? You know, going over the top of the aerial challenge for a double touch, it's quite easy to knock the ball over the challenge, but to also get your car over the top without overcompensating and ending up way over the top where the ball's bouncing, that's insane. Turinturo now trying to join in with First Killer's response to AJ's individual efforts in this game. It's been all about the solo plays in game 2, but for now, AJ's have been more impressive.
They would like at least one more just to make this a little bit more comfortable for them. AJ didn't get a second touch. First Killer, 1-on-1 against Gyro, and Gyro keeps it out. Definitely making up for some earlier mistakes, and AJ will be very happy for that. Taroko ends up leaving it. All 3 players, though, for Rogue, all jumped for it. That gives a lot of time off the clock. Crucial seconds left as the Peeps go hunting for that third. Gyro. Well, if it looked confusing, that's because it was supposed to be. The defense couldn't read that. It's Taroko actually Torrentoro. This is, how on earth are these defenders reading this so well? 10 seconds left here. Another big block. Torrentoro guides it around AJ. Gyro left by himself again. Infield pass. And Gyro managed to get a block over into the opponent's car. Still got to find the ball onto the floor. Illusion and Gyro both went. Torrentoro under pressure by Illusion, steals the 100 boost. Gonna look to try and drop this down in any way they possibly can. Does finally get that. No, First Killer keeps it alive. Torrentoro to First Killer. First Killer back to over to Illusion. And Taroko up against Illusion. First Killer can keep this one alive. That's not the easiest touch for Torrentoro to get to. Wow. And the Peeps have answered back by taking game 2.
What a game. This one had it all. The solo efforts. And at the end there, you know, we were singing AJ's praises for getting the Peeps in front and doubling up that lead after an insane save early in the game. But how about that late game defense from Gyro? I don't think many people would pick Gyro in a 1v1 with First Killer. He just, you know, beat First Killer in a 1v1 where Turinturo was right beside him threatening to demo. I'm actually a little bit surprised that First Killer and Turinturo didn't slow down the dribble and go for that demo play, which has become so common when you're in a 2v1 against a goalkeeper these days. But look at that save from AJ. It just had equalizer written all over it, but he keeps it out the back of the net, scores yet again on the counter. You got to also give credit to Rogue for this response. This was a response that really showed a lot of character from Rogue. They didn't panic. They had a lot of reason to be frustrated there with AJ's save on the goal line shot from First Killer, but they weren't frustrated. They really gave themselves a good chance to come back. It was only the late game heroics of Gyro that kept them out of it. Now Turinturo will add one more goal to Rogue's day. Perfect placement off a phenomenal 50-50 from First Killer. Really though, that's such a great shot from Turinturo. Keeps so much power on it. The goalie has no chance.
I think Turinturo's gone out for a car swap as well. Saw it happen with Justin yesterday, actually, and saw exactly the sort of game he got after the fact. 1-0 here for Rogue. Remember, best of 7s all day long. For those of you unaware of how double elimination bracket works as well, these 2 teams already have lost in this. Teams that you'll see later on still have a loss available to them. And Gyro All right, I was worried about him through the start of the last game and in game 1, but Gyro seems to be waking up here. We were asking whether or not AJ's performance might help the team kick into gear. Gyro's looking better as time goes along.
Yeah, AJ, of course, is the star player for the Peeps. He is. It can become AJ versus First Killer in this matchup at times, but that's not to throw shade at any of the other players in the lobby. This is an incredibly high-rated, incredibly high-skilled lobby. It's just that First Killer and AJ, on their day, can just look like the best player in the world. They're just waiting for Justin to retire, and maybe they can have that pinned to their wall. But this match has been so much more than that. Gyro's defense has been outrageous, and even a couple of flip reset plays in offense, neither of them resulting in goals, but they've been threatening. And yeah, Rogue have definitely had to pay very close attention to Gyro in offense as well.
And one thing they'll also have to keep close attention to in this game is the third man, where they're positioned, and are they under threat from the Peeps? Here's Torrentoro to get himself a second. AJ keeps it out, and a second block will keep a rebound from going in. First Killer against Gyro. Rogue seeing a much more precise game for them when it comes to the way they're trying to set up. There's a Lucian. That is so dangerous. That is read early on by the offense. They are getting over to you. Now a Lucian. Back over to Gyro. Gyro's actually going to get this. And First Killer pre-jumps, and he gets the car in front of it.
That's just crazy. First Killer's now placing pre-jump saves into the corner, making it look easy, really. He just knew exactly where that shot was headed. You've got to favor the attacker in that position. It's a spot where the goal should be coming, but when you've got First Killer in the goal line, I think the advantage actually swings to the defense, because his shot stopping really is something special.
Will that give the Peeps the confidence to start moving back forwards? Get that goal back. Torrentoro has AJ looking the wrong way. This can be such a difficult position to play from, but AJ taking on all comers in that corner. But he had a teammate that came out with him. Lucian has actually opened up a little bit of space for Rogue to work with. And Rogue will be happy just to spend the rest of these 2 minutes over here. Steal these back boosts as First Killer just did. Take out your goalkeeper. They get a goal, they'll be perfectly happy with it. But for the time being, it's all about just holding them back. Gyro won't have enough boost to keep this one out. Well played, though, by the Peeps. They did not get stuck like they did in the first game. Now Torrentoro looks for the top corner. And Gyro very aware at the moment of every single shot, but that's a difficult position for AJ. Expected a touch from Gyro. Almost got caught out for it. Minute and a half here. And the Peeps have spent quite a bit of time stuck over here. First Killer lands on it. 2-0.
Well, if the far post accuracy wasn't enough, how about this for a recovery? First Killer just bounces off the back wall and then lands on the rebound right next to the net. You honestly just cannot stop this man. It is ridiculous what he can do with a Rocket League ball. It's almost the exact same shot that Torrentoro scored earlier on, except this one had a rebound attached to it as well. Every single goal so far for the Peeps has come from AJ. But look at the threat from, oh my days, First Killer and Torrentoro. This 1-2 offense is unstoppable. First Killer just walked this one in. Makes it look effortless.
He just 1v3'd them. He 1v3'd a top 6 team in North America.
Yep.
We can't sell a player any better than that.
The crazy thing is, I'm not surprised. Are you surprised, Jogan? Because I'm not surprised.
As a matter of fact, the main question I want to ask is, you know, First Killer, if he gets his way, he's going to want to try and do this against a top 4 team, a top 3 team, a top 2 team, all the way until he is the #1 team in the region. Sirocco, he's going to try his own version of it. Good challenge. That's got First Killer coming up in support. Is it hat trick? Is it ever? First Killer has taken the gauntlet thrown down in the previous game, and he has put it on and he has ran away with this one.
Yeah, Rogue just looked like a full threatening lineup. Toroko there, just spoon-feeding First Killer his third goal. Not that First Killer needs help, I'm sure, to get that third goal. He might even pull one out himself again. But Torentoro's been a real nuisance for the Peeps in this game. He's been very difficult for them to read. He's been breaking rotation consistently to put pressure on the Peeps high up the field. Outside of AJ's individual skill on the counterattacks, the Peeps have looked pretty limited in terms of what they can do as a team, what kind of threats they can bring to the table that Rogue won't be able to deal with. Rogue, meanwhile, whoever gets their hands on the ball, they're able to do something that makes the Peeps uncomfortable. And that's, for me, the biggest difference between these two teams. Rogue are just handling the majority of what the Peeps are doing. Unless it's AJ, they really just haven't got anything that Rogue don't see coming.
I feel like this is now worth us having a quick look towards Taroko as well, because I feel like a lot of people, especially ones that are relatively new to the esports scene, will be looking at this and just going, well, why isn't Taroko playing at this level? It's because he's doing exactly what he needs to. Yeah. You've got First Killer and Turantoro playing at this level. There's only so much time you can actually spend on the ball. Give it to those players that are playing very well. Taroko doing exactly what he has to at the moment. Sit back in that third man, avoid being demoed, and make sure that the pressure can stay on for your team. That is the performance that Rogue are going to want, and they're going to need a lot of them if they want to take this entire tournament.
Indeed, yeah. The supporting act for Rogue is just playing at a higher level than the Peeps supporting act. You know, it looks like AJ versus First Killer mostly, at least in the limelight for this series. But Turanturo is actually the one leading most of the attacks for Rogue. He is the player who will turn in the most aggressive positions. Like I said before, he'll break rotation, and by that I mean he will be on his way out of a play. And whereas some players would just keep going back to get boost, he'll actually turn whenever he sees an opportunity and challenge as early as possible, because First Killer would rather play off a chaotic situation that Turanturo creates. Once Turanturo's gone in and disrupted everything in the Peeps defense, then First Killer comes in with full speed, full boost, and just dribbles the ball past everybody. He's actually following up most of the attacks. And Taroko, like you mentioned, is just playing that third man role very, very effectively. He's one of the better third man that we see right now. The priority defender, if you will, for Rogue.
Turantoro looks for First Killer. Don't expect that to be the last time I say that this series. Now Taroko, he's actually having his own go at this. He's managed to find the block. First Killer straight back in. And even then, you get to check out what the rest of the rotation is doing. As Turantoro accidentally lands on that one, the danger of bullside rotation. You know, you check out what's happening as Taroko moves in and is that aggressive. First Killer and Turantoro right back. They steal both of the middle boosts, and they can turn themselves back around, ready to go yet again. All because Taroko was capable of buying them that much time.
It's a very interesting matchup. One style is actually the Peep style is more common. In fact, having your star player lead the attack. He just makes his own plays and then the other players follow up. Whereas Rogue, I actually prefer what they're doing. They've got the Turanturo disruption. That's a nice turn. Oh, he's missed the open net though. For all the chances the Peeps have had, you would have expected AJ to put that one away.
Yeah, everyone just sort of saw which player's name it was on it. You thought it was a done deal at that point. Instead, the Peeps find themselves still in a 0-0 game here. Now Taroko over to First Killer. It's a hard angle to hit, and he certainly almost did it. You get the feeling that just if the delivery was a bit better, that one could have very well have been in.
Yeah, Taroko, you know, made it possible for First Killer. Didn't make it easy. Rogue is still piling on the pressure here, and this is ideal for them. Just let Turanturo go in and make a mess, and then have First Killer come in and clean it up for them. Peeps are holding on though, and they haven't been on the ropes completely yet. That's a nice pre-flip out play from Gyro. Buys AJ some space. First Killer's pre-flip will take all of that away. Now, the one main thing I want to see from the Peeps, if they're going to be able to step up and really make this an interesting series, they've clearly got moments here where they can match Rogue. But right now, they just need to all advance with confidence. They have to challenge Rogue in the midfield. If they just sit back like this, Rogue are going to boost starve them and then hit them when they're forced to play more slowly.
Good long clear, but they're going to be able to do with it after the fact. Turanturo looks to trap the ball. AJ moves in a bit late. Actually allows Gyro to move on in. Drops down very awkwardly, and Taroko will at least be able to palm the ball out. Get very close to being taken out by the falling car. Pop up again by Gyro. Peeps looking to try and outpace them right now in midair. It's going to get a lot more difficult when you're a car down. AJ moves on in, and he's respawned right in front of where Illusion wanted to go. Still Illusion able to barrage his way straight through his teammate, and now they go looking for Toroko yet again. Keeps finding a lot of success with that in the last game, or game 2, I should say. But Rogue have adapted. A lot more elusive right now on that back line. Best touch from Torintoro. Does allow AJ to move on in. AJ that I'm sure wants to make amends for the earlier miss. We get a chance to, though. Here's Toroko off the backboard, and nobody following up for Rogue. Rare occasion where that's happened.
It's been a very even game. One of the closer ones that we've seen so far. Rogue have had more chances, but AJ's had the best chance of the game. Probably the clearest, the only clear-cut chance that has happened. The dive-in challenges have really stopped for the Peeps. They've realized that first killer Torintoro are going for a lot of pre-flips and getting into position a bit quicker than you might expect. So there's no point lunging in and trying to take 50-50s. The pre-flip, that burst of speed, will just end up beating you to the ball. That standoff in defense has actually really helped them. But are they going to be able to play with confidence when opportunities do come their way? You know, that miss from AJ is still probably in the back of his mind.
Oh, flick there from Toroko. Torintoro trying to make something of it. One they have to react to very quickly, and here is Toroko yet again. Back over to Gyro. Still 0-0 here over at Utopia Coliseum. We're going to go over to overtime, or is there going to be one more chance here? It goes to first killer, and it's just off target. And that is a sigh of relief for Illusion. Almost handed it right over to the Talisman.
Yeah, that's just a nightmare clear ball for Illusion. He'll be delighted to see the shot go wide. About 1 second, I think, left on the clock had it gone in. Almost impossible to come back from. Now a chance for the Peeps as a clear lands right on Gyro's head. If they can steal this game, we've got a series in our hands. If they can't, then Rogue looks so comfortable. Now here's AJ, and he will get it on target, but it's saved by Torintoro. I think he just pitched that one off his own crossbar. Again, AJ not able to apply the finishing touch.
He is bumped out of mid-air. Torintoro, long clear, and back line was quite far forward. Allows Torintoro to try and get that little bit of space for the rest of the team. Toroko to the corner, unchallenged for the longest time. It's going to be languishing around in the midfield, and Gyro actually expected a challenge. First killer was not willing to oblige for him.
Yeah, first killer with plenty boost in the position would rather fake that challenge, knowing that Gyro doesn't really have any significant outplays that he can be making. Gyro passed one, but the second challenge again is successful for Rogue. First killer, vanilla air dribble. He gets challenged by Illusion. Torintoro's got the first follow-up. He's denied by Gyro. Great defense from the Peeps there. Challenging early and with confidence. Making sure to get goal side of every single play.
Got to make sure that they stay in control of the boost, though. Gyro with 100 boost, now over to 60. Now tries to go underneath the challenge. Doesn't quite happen, but the Peeps going to take their turn now in offense. AJ tries to block against Torintoro. Where's the follow-up? Would have been Illusion, but Illusion and Gyro both over. They now need to recover because first killer... Oh, that was a awkward landing for first killer. Almost 2 minutes played here. And the Peeps need this one, otherwise they're going to see 3 match points up against them. Torintoro back down again. He's almost baiting AJ in for the challenge. He's going to drop down. First killer yet again. By far the quickest one to it, and he wants to try and take on the entire team yet again.
Good defense. Solid play by Gyro. He's needed that, and Peeps have needed him. He's saved them in game 2. A couple of late saves, and he's done it many times here with early challenges. He has really putting in some huge plays to stop this first killer Torintoro 2-man offense. You know, the shot total tells you all you need to know about these two teams. AJ's got 5 of the Peeps 6 shots. First killer and Torintoro have got 5 and 7 between them. Toroko only on 1. That's the real difference. We've got a 2-man offensive powerhouse from Rogue. And then you look at what the Peeps are doing. It's pretty much just AJ who's had the confidence to move forward.
Oh, and Gyro gonna have to take quite some time here to get back. Pass to first killer. Not going for that killer blow just yet. Not looking towards the backboard. Might be a bit of possum to try and use that later on. Gyro. It's an awkward one to try and clear. You can't quite nail that as much as you want. Over to Torintoro. And speaking of awkward, that shot did not have the sort of zest on it that I'm sure he would have liked. Right now, it's up to the Peeps just to try and keep this away and make sure that they don't make a single mistake. Rogue be ready for it the moment it happens. As you can see, Toroko already moving forward. Gyro able to keep it out.
Wow.
And this is a very, very tense game 4 here, Johnny. Both teams have almost given up on that midfield. It is just taking a turn each and seeing who's going to make the mistake. Infield pass. And as you mentioned earlier on, that confidence just isn't there. I don't think an infield pass in that final third is ever going to be met by anyone who isn't AJ.
Yeah, it is just a matter of the peeps trying to get the ball to AJ. I mean, if you give long enough time, I'm sure Gyro or Illusion will create a goal-scoring opportunity. But AJ has been the successful player today. He's been on form at times. This game not so accurate with the finishing touch, but at least if he can make the initial play in the midfield, the peeps are going to get something out of it. A follow-up shot, perhaps. It really does feel like Rogue's goal is coming eventually, though. They have had ridiculously consistent pressure. They have looked pretty unbeatable at this midfield line, not allowing any additional shots to the peeps since I mentioned it earlier. Now here's a chance for Illusion to make something happen. Gyro is there, but he's just too far underneath the ball.
Oh, AJ.
Rushed that one. 2-0 is connected. First killer walks it in. And it's such a shame. The first time that we see Illusion and Gyro really commit there to an attack, and it doesn't even come close. Gyro flies right under it.
That is not how you want to be dropping a game in overtime. Rogue take it. They've got themselves up to 3-1 on the scoreboard. Just need one more to head on through to the next round. But for the peeps, that was a make or break play. You pull that off, you get a good play from Illusion and Gyro, you give them the confidence for the rest of the series at a tied up scoreline. Now, this is a dire situation. You're all up against it, and your two players that you're looking to engage a little bit more to get them more involved in the plays just botched it on the other side of the field and left AJ all by himself. The peeps, a lot of work to do here, and they've got to be perfect from now on.
Yeah, they are just, trying to refine their confidence. The peeps are all very talented players. They're all very, dangerous players when they're on form in attack. And the key there is when they're on form. I wouldn't say that Illusion and Gyro are currently on form. You can see that the confidence to play it aggressively is just not there. They're not even getting themselves into positions to give it a go. Now, we have to give credit to Rogue, though, for that. There are so few opportunities for the peeps to advance. And that's making it almost impossible for Gyro, for Illusion to gain that confidence that we know they can have. We've seen it from them both in the past. These are very experienced players. Oh my goodness, AJ though, it's exactly what we talked about, Shogun. Just give this man the ball and he might just go to do something crazy with it. How about this? You can't read that flick. You just can't read that. I don't care who you are. First killer, it doesn't matter. You don't read those.
Right, well, maybe one win condition right now. It might be a very, very angry AJ on the field. Funnel the boost towards him, give him the ball, and see what will happen after the fact. You might as well. Kuroko, though, it's a first killer. Oh, and that is off target.
I mean, it's a play that it can work. It's definitely harder. It puts a lot of pressure on the one player who is
he seems happy for it.
I mean, we see NRG do this with Justin, and it can work. They look world class. They sometimes look like the best team in the world. Justin, solo dismantling world class teams in offense. You know, AJ's one of the players who can do that. Here he comes again. Reset secured. He's got Gyro follow up, but Gyro's hit the post. Oh no, they're the 3v1.
Oh, Illusion, he's got 3. Oh, Illusion
wins. What a save. Escaping double demo. And, you know, we talked about Gyro doing this in game 2. Illusion steps up and makes a heroic defensive play.
That was a bunch of, hornets just chasing after him. And he somehow, fair play, managed to keep it out on what seemed to be an absolutely certain goal. You put any of these players one-on-one, you'd expect them to try and score. You put them 3-on-1. It should be a done deal. Now off the backboard, that could have gone anywhere. Now drops down yet again. Will the peeps have the confidence to try and get that second, or does it need to fall into their lap? Here is AJ. We definitely know he does have the confidence. Doesn't have a flip reset. Doesn't need it. AJ versus Rogue. And AJ comes out on top.
Hashtag give the ball to AJ. Seriously, if this isn't the peeps hashtag on Twitter right now, I don't know what is. This is ridiculous. he continues to impress game after game after game. He is such a powerful threat, such a tool that the Peeps can use to their advantage. And, you know, just the question is, can he keep this up? If he does, then, like I said earlier, we may have a series in our hands here. But he's got so much heavy lifting to do on offense. I will be so impressed if AJ can pull this off, if the Peeps can pull this off, because Rogue looked great today. They look like they're ready for a deep run.
Well, we already got one game out of this, as you mentioned earlier on, game 2, but it did seem like the hypermeter just needed recharging after that. They're going to need it all out for the rest of this. Here is AJ yet again. A little bit too much time. At first touch, definitely not what he was after.
I mean, I love it though. You saw that they're doing it. The Peeps just give the ball to AJ there. Illusion's like, wait, where's AJ? Okay, he's just to my right. Let me give him the ball and then get out of the way. AJ starts to solo play with the air dribble. It's exactly what they should be doing right now. You know, it doesn't work out there, but it is the correct play. So the Peeps have identified it. They've got their man playing well. Now they're going to try and use it.
Oh, that's going to be very awkward. Gyro will to at least keep it out. But I think as well, it kind of suits the overall play style because we've seen that both Gyro and Illusion less willing to move forward. If you've got someone playing the way AJ is right now, you can settle into that play style and still satisfy those two players that maybe don't want to, you know, poke their head into that blue side of the field quite as much. Sort of put them on the, all right, well, you don't need to score, just make sure we don't concede.
Yeah, and they've both played very well in defense. Gyro carried the defense in game 2. Illusion had a phenomenal 1v3 save in this game, a position that really, he must have been the underdog at least 10-1 from there, but he still came out on top. So they're playing well in defense. They haven't had the confidence in offense yet, and it's going to be difficult to pick it up this late in the series when the rest of the series has been so unsuccessful for both of them in attack. But yeah, they're doing everything they need to do in this game to let AJ, you know, play with the space that he's so effective in. That's what the Peeps have to do right now. I'm sure it's not their game plan every single time. It's not the only way they like to play. But today, it looks like they're winning strategy.
It's the sort of game plan that can come out when you are in that best of 7, when you've got a little bit more time to figure out what is and isn't working. And right now, for Rogue, still trying to find that goal. Even in that game 2, it was still quite dicey towards the end of it. Good boost steal, though, from Illusion.
Yeah.
Makes Taroko's life very, very difficult. Well, it would have been if the ball didn't ricochet straight into AJ. Thankfully, the Peeps keep it under their own control. And Gyro, nice flip reset from him. Buying all that extra time. And the Peeps just need to make sure that this stays clean now. 30 seconds away from putting themselves up to 2 game wins. And Rogue have not had an answer this time around. Torrentoro looks for... It's going to be Taroko, and he's put it underneath. What a shot there from Taroko. You don't always need the power. You just got to put it right where the keeper can't reach it.
Yeah, the pre-jump from AJ was not the answer. Taroko saw that one and stuck it low, or he just predicted that AJ would pre-jump. I mean, pre-jumps are definitely something we see a lot from AJ, so that's great shot selection from Taroko there. Cuts the lead in half and gives Rogue a late comeback option now. If they win this, they are through to the next round, but it is going to be the Peeps who advance into the final 10 seconds of the game. Rogue looking to dribble the ball at a defense, but the Peeps are lined up well. This is hugely advantageous for them. They should be able to convert from here.
Well, last time it took about 30 seconds or so for the ball to hit the ground. Can Gyro make it a little bit easier this time?
Wow.
And they are... Oh, Torrentoro actually keeps it alive. Rogue just never give up. Taroko happy to move back. Over to Gyro. Good block for his team. That will eventually hit the floor, and the Peeps have got their second.
What a struggle it is to get the ball into the ground. I mean, when you're winning on 0 seconds, the entire floor is the goal. You just have to score a goal into the biggest goal you've ever seen. Even that's difficult to get past Rogue. They just keep on popping the ball back into the air and frustrate the Peeps even longer, making them really work for these wins. But they've got it. AJ found some space early on in this game, and he scored 2 out of his 3 shots that he took. Not a single shot for Illusion and Gyro. It's following the same pattern as last game, where I think they had 1 shot between them. They're not even in positions to take shots, and at this point, I don't think they should even try to get into positions to get those shots, because it just isn't working for them. Whenever they have moved forward, they don't look comfortable, and Rogue are very, very good at the counter-attacking playstyle, so you have to just accept that today is not the day for the 3-man offense. Let AJ run wild, like we keep saying, just give AJ the ball. If the peeps can give AJ the ball, then everybody who's sleeping on them is going to have to wake up. I hope they set their alarm clocks, because hey, if we go to game 7 here, who knows what's going to happen? It's another game that First Killer, Turoko, they've got to win here. They'll feel like they should win this with how dominant they have been overall.
Listen here, mate. All right. We've had a long year. We've had a lot of broadcasts, but this is the final RLCS of the year, and I've still got voice left.
True.
Okay? People will not be sleeping if we head into that game 7.
Oh, no.
So the players will make sure of it, and I'm sure Will make sure of it. But that is Gyro actually giving his team a bit of space. AJ couldn't quite beat Taroko to it, who less tried to cover the play and more smothered it. Now Illusion, a good block. Would have been very dangerous there for Rogue. AJ, that's horrid for him. And that's a way out, or is it? There we go, off the post. First Killer looks to transition. AJ cut straight across his card, doesn't allow that to be too free.
Yeah, heard a bit of a sigh there from both of us, because AJ's wave dash just narrowly missed there. He accidentally fumbled the wave dash on the ceiling. If he'd landed that one, it would have given him a bit of a kick of speed to catch up to the ball, and he would still have had a flip intact when he gets there, which is really important. If he wants to outplay multiple players, you've got to have a flip. You've got to have that dodge available. Great mind game by Gyro.
I just watched that bit by Gyro. At no point did he actually get to see the fact that 2 players just try to dart at him from the backboard. Rogue will come at you from very, very irregular parts of the field. I'll be consistently aware of it. AJ up again, First Killer, not taking any chances, pre-jumps it to make sure he can meet that ball mid-air. Perfectly smart idea. AJ very good at darting around attackers, but you'd rather give him some sort of barrier to go around compared to just allowing him to get up to the air, grab his flip reset, and do whatever he wants after the fact. Here he comes yet again. Flip reset in hand. All 3 players back. And that is a blue wall that's going to be very difficult to break down for AJ. Back off the backboard yet again. Illusion plays it all the way back. It's not a very good first touch, though. That one, I think, was meant for AJ. Gyro, though, is actually looking a lot more confident. He's taking to the wall, taking to the ceiling a bit more here. Might see the peeps adapting to the same sort of play style that we've seen Rogue doing, where it's up to one player to disrupt, the other player to score, and then keep Illusion and Taroko in the back line. Gyro ends up leaving it. AJ pops the ball to the air. Can he recover this one? Almost managed to duck that one through. It's the reason why you'll see a lot of offenses as well utilize those challenges, because that ball can go anywhere. And it's all up to who can get to it first after the fact. All of your defensive positioning becomes very, very worthless sometimes when that ball pops out where you don't expect it.
It's a great defensive touch from First Killer. The overhead read is a lot harder for the defense in that position, but First Killer makes it look easy. Now Taroko brings another great save out of Gyro. Has he got the second? No, he doesn't. Turo's shot is just a bit too fast for him. And after being, I think, forced into defense for the longest time we've seen from them this series, Rogue on the break. Catch Gyro in a 2v1, and they put it past him.
It's something that Rogue have been able to rely upon only on a few occasions, but they have made the most of it this time around. 2 minutes left. Is it going to be yet another one off the backboard? Up comes Toro. It's not too much on it, though. AJ, who has seen much more of this ball than I think he's got used to. He's almost managed to take it the entire way.
Oh, my.
And again, Rogue just so quick. They've had to use each and every player every single time, but they're keeping it out.
Yeah, AJ is just a one-man highlight reel here. Just unreal to turn that ball into a shot as quickly as he did. It definitely surprised Rogue, but they still had someone covering the goal anyway. So they're able to get saves even when AJ is pulling out shots that nobody can really predict. Now AJ to the back wall. The First Killer will chip it effortlessly clear down the middle. And it's still just AJ who's had the threat, who's had the look about him that might cause Rogue some problems. And they really need him now. The peeps more than ever looking for AJ in the play. Gyro can't find him, but Illusion might. This is a well played challenge for Turo to deny AJ any more opportunities.
The question mark right now for AJ is it time to start being a bit more direct once you get a hold of the ball? Because he's getting pre-jumps now an awful lot. Maybe just receive it, go straight for the double tap off the backboard. Play it as quick as you possibly can, because this team is running out of time, and they're running out of opportunities. First Killer catches out the third man.
Too good.
2-0.
Yeah, First Killer's just too good. You know, whereas AJ has looked like almost the perfect attacking force for the peeps in this series, First Killer really has been that and so much more. Just completely invulnerable, it seems. He never runs out of boost. He's such an efficient player. And this game, his defense was what kept Rogue in this. Some unbelievable saves. He makes them look so easy as well. Just clearing the ball every single time, every single position that you put him in, where other players, even at this level, might feel uncomfortable, might get a bad touch on it. First Killer just safely knocks it into the corner and now transitions into a counter-attack single-handedly to secure the game for Rogue, to secure the series for Rogue. It's been a really interesting performance for the peeps today. This was an exciting series, and they, I think, have shown us something new here that we weren't really aware of. They can also just play that style that we sometimes see NRG do. We sometimes see BDS do. Let Justin, let Monkey Moon run riot, and just try and fill the gaps with the rest of the squad. Overall, a pretty solid performance from them, but far too good on the Rogue side of the field. Rogue were just something else. They're going to be really, really tough to beat today.
Yeah, and with that, Rogue do now move past the peeps in the standings by 20 points. But if you give them their way, they'll have that up by even more by the end of the broadcast. But I agree, the peeps certainly do look like they've got something that they can work with. It also looks like it's going to take a little bit more time to find out what that's going to be, because this was quite nervy display from them, which is obviously to be expected. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the peeps have got in the future. But speaking of the future, I'm looking forward to our near future here, Johnny, because we've got our other lower bracket quarterfinal, G2 Esports against Space Station Gaming. One of these teams is going home.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. We are on Championship Sunday, 3 days leading up to this. This is the 4th day we crown a champion today, but not yet. We got some Rocket League to talk about. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs. Turtle is joining us on the desk. Talk about the Rogue Peeps. That was our first one. We sent the Peeps home. Turtle, their journey ends.
Oh my goodness, but what a series. This was an all-out brawl between First Killer and AJ. We saw the mechanical battle. First Killer, at the end of the day, won it, and especially in that game 3, he dribbled, I think, everybody on the other side of the field, a 1v3, and it just continued to be a snowball effect for for Rogue after that.
Now, sure, First Killer won it, but I think it was more because of his teammates backing him up. I felt like AJ was the only man on the Peeps on the field at times, and that's what cost them. First Killer looked good, but there was a lot of demo plays that would open the door for some easy goals as well. So, like Rogue, they're looking fantastic. We'll see if they can make a run, but obviously it doesn't get any easier from here.
Well, to talk about that victory and their journey so far, Turo is joining us on the line. Turo, welcome to the show, man. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
I want to talk about your recent victories. You know, obviously you guys had a great placing in the last regional, getting in the top 3. You know, what have you guys have attributed to the success? Like, what's clicking? Have you worked on anything? What's it been like building yourselves to this point?
It's really just been putting in the work with Taroko, you know, in scrims and practice, and getting used to playing in tournaments with him in like the grid and regional. But yeah, I'm really excited because it seems like we're working really well together.
So my question is, with that roster move coming out, like, how many players did you try out, or were you expecting this move to be the one?
We looked at trying out a few other players, but none of them panned out, and we only tried out Taroko.
Makes sense. And I mean, he's such a perfect fit, especially for you guys. And you were talking about putting the hours to mesh with Taroko, but that was very fast. You know, you guys have pretty much not wasted any time on involving him with your playstyle. What has been a major help towards getting him to flow into the rotation?
Just mostly me, like, working on finding my identity in the team again. Because last split, it was pretty awkward with Konovi sometimes, but I find that I'm really able to flow around First Killer and Taroko more.
Now, just looking,
helps him too.
Just looking at looking at your next potential series here. You guys are again in a good spot in the regional. This is a great placement already, but of course you want to go further. G2 and Space Station Gaming, the winner of that will be facing off against you. I'm not going to ask you who you'd rather play. I'm going to ask you who you think you're going to be playing.
I feel like Space Station are on a hot streak again.
Okay.
They might come out with the dub.
All right. Well, we'll see. Starting your hot streak in the lower bracket. What a place to do that. Right?
Yeah.
But Taro, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time, and good luck in your matches going forward.
All right. Thank you.
And there's Taro from Rogue. Sounds like
nothing happened. He's just relaxed.
Yeah.
You know?
So calm.
Just one.
It's how I can hear his control. I'm pretty sure he's just still sitting in free play right now.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Literally, that is 100% what he was doing.
He's like, I don't have a webcam. It's because he's playing Rocket League well.
Yeah. No, that's for sure what it is. Let's take a look at the bracket now just to see where they ended up. That's right. They're in the lower bracket semifinals. Everything here is still best of 7. And don't worry about any extra side streams, guys. All the action is going to be here at twitch.tv/Rocket League. You guys are in the right spot to watch all this action. But up next is G2 Space Station. Is still on the top there, Gibbs, and RG and Envy.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. G2 Space Station, that was supposed to be a number 4 versus number 5 matchup that no one expected coming into this regional, because both those teams we expect to be in the top 4 seeds. But because of what Space Station did for Regional 1, they faltered, and then they faltered again here. So G2 Space Station happened a little bit earlier. Probably wanted to see it on the upper side of the bracket for both of these fans of these teams. This one's going to be a battle because I think both teams are looking good now on their day 3 performances.
Well, let's talk about G2 Esports and Space Station Gaming. That's our next matchup. It's an elimination matchup. It was funny. We're talking before in productions, like, feels like this should be a semis or a grand finals. They're absolutely right. This is just a classic. It's 2 of your top 4 teams. G2 is trying to continue to prove they're one of those top teams, Turtle, and Space Station Gaming showing, okay, no, we are on a hot streak, like Turo said. we shouldn't be in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and this is such a conflicting matchup because you've got G2, who we all expected to continue moving forward. And then they ended up meeting against NRG, which is obviously going to be a tough match, but they brought it to Game 7. That was such a fantastic series to watch, and it was a nail biter. So coming into this one against SSG, we can only expect the same things. Even looking at the stats, these teams very, very close individually.
So we always see this, though. The offensive G2 always looks good on paper, but the thing is, there's no defensive stats on this board. Normally, that's where they get bit. But their defense looked really good versus NRG. They were in their own half, maybe more than they wanted to, but they held up through 7 games. So we'll see. Space Station, they have some players that can do the same thing as NRG players. Lots of mechanical plays. We'll see if G2 can hold them down.
Well, it's time for our Verizon fan vote. Get those votes in check, guys. It's going to be a hard one. I know it's going to be hard for you. SSG or G2 to take this series. Only one team gets the move on in this bracket. This is elimination. This is the lower bracket. G2 or Space Station? I'm going to ask you guys this question. Now, obviously, we've seen Gibbs' bracket before, is build a bracket. So we'll get his out of the way here, and then I'll go to you, Turtle.
Comes down to clutch factor, and so far, like, if that was the only thing I'm thinking of, I would not pick G2 here, but I think it is time to change. I'm gonna go G2. Ooh, I think they get the big win over Space Station, and they start moving towards maybe a regional win in the future.
Gibbs, you have like the most hot and cold relationship with G2. Like yesterday, you were like, G2, who would ever pick them?
Same with Space Station. Yeah, same with Space.
I'm out here. And I'm on the same wave. I think I'm going to end up doing that, but for Space Station, because yesterday they just needed to get some better shots on target. So I'm going to be picking Space Station. I was throwing production for a whirl there, but I'm picking Space Station, okay? And it's because Reddles was able to get that clutch 3-second goal. The accuracy before then was awful, but if they can pick that up and start shooting more on point with typical, it's over.
Space Station for you. I am going to have to agree with Turintaro and put Space Station as my pick as well. I just find it is weird. You called them out too. Gibbs on the G2 train when Space Station is against them. It just feels odd. I mean, it's good to believe, but at the same time, I think Space Station should run through. There's no way that once they start putting in the work, and now that they're starting to put in more time after the move again, that they don't get back to that top spot. And G2,
maybe we get the Rizzo pop off though. That's what I'm worried about.
Possible.
He can come out of nowhere.
It's true.
Rizzo in the backfield will just start hitting every shot.
That is true. That is true. Chat is on the side, barely, of G2. It is going to be a tight match. It is going to be exciting. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, and let us know how exactly excited you guys are for this match now. But it is elimination. Only one team can go to face off Rogue. Will it be G2 or will it be Space Station Gaming? To find out now in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And yes, here we go. Best of 7 to see who gets to remain in the tournament. Is it going to be Space Station Gaming or G2 Esports? The desk majority here for Space Station. Gibbs going for G2. What are you looking at here, Johnny, in terms of win conditions for either team?
Well, if we're talking win conditions, it is a close matchup, so it really just comes down to how well G2 can play their style of Rocket League, because we all know G2, when they're on, are probably the best team in terms of peak ability. The Space Station are far more consistent. That's why I think Space Station are the favorites here. They've been performing on final days of multiple regionals, majors of RLCS Season X. G2 have not. This is somewhere where they have fallen flat in their face over and over again in the RLCS season. So until they show us that they're not going to do that, I think we just have to expect it. But I've got good news for you, Twitch chat. I've been calling every single series that we commentated yesterday and today's show been pretty one-sided. I don't think this one's one-sided. I think this is going to be a close one. So, for the first time, I can say with confidence that I do think we're going to have a very competitive series without either team needing the solo carry, the likes of which we saw from AJ.
Look, mate, I'm only on one team, and that is Team Game 7, okay? I don't care how we get there. I don't care which team is winning or losing up to that point, as long as we get to there. As we are going to start off with Typical, looking to try and put some pressure down on G2. Follow-up shot from Rattles. That's going to hit the crossbar. And that is what Space Station are going to want to try and pull out throughout the rest of the series. Off the backboard, JNaps, who looks so good. Him in Chicago yesterday. On form. We need plenty more of that, though, today. Into the midfield. Rizzo leaves it for JNaps. Good boost steal with Chicago up in support. Oh, Rizzo's not got the best touch there. That might be offense over now for G2. Instead, it's another missed touch there from Space Station, who aren't looking too comfortable over on their own side of the field. And G2 slowly pressing forward. They'll try and steal the 100 boosts and get themselves into a position where they'll either get the free shot or Space Station will get the mistake, or we can just get a long clear straight over to Reynolds, and Space Station have got the first goal.
Oh dear. Well, that's a nightmare for G2 fans. Chicago has just autopiloted from the halfway line to the edge of the box and done absolutely nothing when he's got there. That is the most punishing and the most consistent mistake that G2 make. Their third man positioning is just not on the same level as the other top teams in North America. They've done it again. They've been their own worst enemy in these positions time and time again. Reynolds had no boost there. Chicago had positioned even a tiny bit more safely. He would have been fine. But there we go. G2, it's already the most G2 game one that I've ever seen. They've got no idea how to play third man, but oh boy, do they know how to infield pass.
Well, if you're watching us for the very first time ever and you're thinking, oh, what's this G2 team? You know, what are they all about? Well, there you go. Your first 2 minutes.
That's the attack. That's it, in a nutshell. That is what G2 do. I mean, it's why they're so entertaining. It's why they're so popular. You know that every series they play is going to have a bunch of goals. It's going to have a ton of entertainment. And you never know what's going to happen next.
It's one of those teams I wish we were exaggerating about, but we're not. It's just how they are. Here they go. And there's Arsenal taking advantage of a bit of a calamity here on the back line. Rizzo just put straight into Chicago.
It's a bit unlucky, that one. Rizzo just wanted to make sure that he didn't get dunked on by the Space Station defender. Little did he know Chicago was also in the same line, coming the other direction. And he sent it into the middle. Chicago didn't have the boost to catch up to it as well. That's more of an unfortunate error there for G2. Not so much themselves to blame as just a bit of a chaotic situation that's gone against them.
Arsenal now tries to make it 2. Over to Sipical, and Arsenal had to make sure he got a little jump to make sure he got out of the way. But that is now a 2-goal lead. And Space Station Gaming up and rolling here.
Yeah, JNAPS with a bit of a risky pre-jump there. He wasn't inside his own goal. He was a bit off the goal line. And he kind of just pre-jumped hoping the ball would come towards him. It did, but it was so straight at him that it was a very difficult one to clear. If he just waited on the ground, he would have easily saved that. Now, obviously, much easier to say that after it's happened. But when I was watching that through JNAP's POV in the replay, the pre-jump, it didn't look like it made a lot of sense. I think he's maybe expecting a bit too much out of the shot there.
Good clear again from Sipical.
Oh,
You're
no.
a G2 fan. This is a horrid thing to say. I was going to start it off with saying, well, if Space Station Gaming are hitting the long clears, this is going to be bad for G2. If you're letting them in, that's even worse.
Yeah, again, they just don't have a third man in position. They're all out of the play, and this game's really gotten away from them. We're not late enough into the game yet that kind of play is acceptable. If there's 20 seconds left and they've got a 2-goal disadvantage, fair enough. You have to advance. You have to be aggressive. But with this much time left, there's no need to be that aggressive with your third man. Look, they've already scored one. Would have been nice if they didn't concede the long shot as well. Because G2, they always create chances. They know how to score goals. They really don't need to take this many risks with their defensive positioning.
6 goals, 3 minutes played. Yep, that sounds about right for what I'm expecting from both these teams.
It's fact. It's actually just fact. G2, they know how to make entertaining Rocket League happen consistently. Perhaps more consistently than any other team. But they definitely don't know how to give their fans what they want all the time. They haven't had any regional wins yet. And actually, the majority of the viewers don't expect them to get one. It's performances like this game that have us doubting G2 as much as we do. We don't doubt the entertainment value. We just doubt the defense. It looks so shaky, and they've conceded again. This one's a bit more of Space Station's good plays than G2's bad ones. But still, G2 need to step it up here, Shogun.
Absolutely do. Lovely smothering play there from Space Station Gaming. Got all 3 players on the other side of the field to make sure that there was no good passing option for G2. And yeah, this is all of the worries rolled into one if you're a G2 fan. You mentioned very entertaining, but we'd like to see that a little bit more often, a little bit longer. Maybe make a grand finals or so we get to see more of that sort of gameplay. Apps just trying to find something for his team. Still not out of this just yet, but they've got to get something scored very, very soon. Rizzo looks to try and provide a chance to do that. Rattles far too quick. If you thought well, I was going to say that the third man is going to move up even further for G2. That would be incorrect. It's not possible, but maybe a comeback in this game is.
Yeah, now is exactly what we talked about earlier. Now is the time to forget about defense because you're already so far behind and the time really has gotten away from them. So G2 are going to press up for every single shot, every single half chance they get. Somebody will be there to try and take it. They're within 2 goals here. This is absolutely winnable for G2. But they'll have to be as clinical as possible if they're going to get any chance of a comeback.
Apps goes straight for net. Typical has to keep it out. Needs Rattles to help him. And he will receive that help. There's crucial time off the clock here, which G2 really did need. They're going to try and make something of this game 1. Rattles back to the corner. He's hunting for a demo after the fact. To Apps. Jams wants to double tap. Typical has it well read. And that should be the end of this. And G2, well, they'll know what they want to fix here. They've had to fix it all season long. Heading into game 2, Space Station Gaming, though, look rock solid. Maybe a very, very difficult task to take them down.
I mean, even saying that, though, look at G2 scoring 3 goals on Space Station Gaming. That's a lot more than most teams can say that they've scored on Space Station, the majority of games that they play them. But that's just how good G2's offense is. They're so good at faking shots and going for a pass, faking passes and going for shots. They're very, very difficult to read. And the confidence is just there in offense for all 3 players. It's, everything that the Peeps weren't in their series against Rogue, where we had one man who looked confident in offense. G2 are all confident when they get into attack. It's choosing when to go into attack that's their problem. At a 0-0 score early on into the game, you really can't be making that kind of mistake. It just set them up for disaster throughout the rest of the game, where Space Station were capitalizing again and again on G2's bad clearing of the ball. But maybe that's all the G2 mistakes out in one game. I'm sure that's what all the fans are hoping for. I'm not quite as optimistic, but there's always a chance when G2 are on the field.
Yeah, full credit as well over to Space Station Gaming because their long clears have been outstanding in that game 1. We already saw Typical score from 1, which I'm sure he was not expecting, but he will certainly take. And if those clears maintain that level of power, it makes being aggressive for G2 very, very difficult. That third man has to start respecting it. They have to sit back a little bit more. And that disrupts the flow of play that G2 have got used to over their time together. Off the backboard, up goes Apps, realizes he can't score it, so nice tap back straight over to Rizzo, who is bullying Arsenal over on the goal line. That's what G2 want, though. They've got all their players forward. They've got themselves a chance, and they have got themselves the first goal of game 2.
Yeah, like you said, Rizzo just being such a nuisance here, drives all the way across the box, bumps the whole team out of the way for Space Station Gaming, and then sticks the ball back into the middle after getting to the far corner. Just being as annoying as possible. G2, once again, look like they know exactly what to do in offense. And so far, they haven't been tested in defense. So it's just all good news for G2 fans.
Yeah, they've kept that ball in very difficult positions for those long clears to actually come through. Towards the backboard, Rattles takes it under his own control. Demo as well, so Rattles has to go all by himself here. Would have preferred the passing play, but that car is not on the field anymore. G2 have had all of the possession here in game 2. First minute down. 4 minutes to go. Rizzo's flick doesn't go anywhere really, but Arsenal's shot straight over to Apps, and that car is gone yet again. G2 having a lot of fun taking players out from the blind spot as Rattles gives them a receipt. And that might be the end of G2's offense here. Very difficult to maintain the rotation with just 2 of you. And finally, Space Station Gaming get to see what the blue side of the field looks like.
Space Station are staying calm here. They already knew that this would be part of the series today. Oh my goodness, look at that little pull shot play from G2. I wonder if they were taking notes from the NRG series yesterday. That one looked almost intentional, the way that Chicago hit the brakes and let his teammate run into him. I'd love that if we start seeing more. Yeah, I mean, I want to see more of it. It's so unpredictable. It's so hard to read. And if unpredictability is where the Rocket League 3v3 meta is headed, I'm all for it. That's just going to make every game so unique.
That is the way we're going. I'm saying Team Queso winning the RLCS.
Oh yeah, yeah. But, I mean,
championship.
They pioneered that.
You went
really.
NRG. I'm going Team Queso here.
I mean, I went NRG yesterday, mainly to annoy some salty Rocket League viewers. Just got to take every opportunity I can get. But I think NRG do still have a great chance in that. They're probably my pick of the favorites to win today, especially after seeing the competition. Impressive as it has been, it's going to be tough coming out of lower bracket against NRG and Envy who have that extra series advantage. Speaking of G2 though, yeah, they haven't really been tested. They haven't fallen for any of the hard clears, like you mentioned though. They're keeping their third man safe when he has to be safe. They're committing when he doesn't have to be.
Well, bar the demos, which Typical wanted to get another one on top of Rizzo, who's done well here actually. Gives his team a bit of time to get themselves back into rotation. Arsenal looks for the angle, and he's managed to find it. The threat was always there, but nobody would have expected him to actually make this.
Oh my, if it's one of those days for Arsenal, then G2 might be in trouble. We've heard him say in interviews in the past that some days he just doesn't feel like losing, or more like he just knows he's not losing. With a shot like that, you got to think that today might be one of those days. JNAPS on the recovery, denied by Rettles. Yeah, we had a lot of negative things to say about G2's defense in the last game. Can't really say too much in the last play. Arsenal was just too good. The shot was absolute perfection.
Now up to one each. Typical. Challenge very early on by Rizzo. Arsenal again doing a very good job just trying to dance around the first challenge. Now JNAPS over for the double tap. He's managed to get on target and then lands on the ball. Puts it in, and not for the first time today, Johnny. We have seen this play.
What a recovery by JNAPS. And that wasn't just an accidental play where he's looking to get back in the game. He had his eye on the ball that whole time, and he played straight for it without any time wasted. Insane solo effort from JNAPS. G2 respond to Arsenal's huge play with one of their own.
And somewhere out there, First Killer is looking at that play and thinking, well, mine was better.
I'm sure First Killer says that about every play. So yeah,
yeah. We've got a lot of personalities like that these days, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Makes the scene a lot more entertaining. Have that confidence in yourself. You're against an awful lot of competition this season in RLCSX. Chicago looks for the infield. Nobody around available to actually put it on target. They don't need that at the moment. 35 seconds away. G2 have maintained calm in defense. Zen almost. It's been an out-character, very disciplined display from them. And Chicago, again, just trying to take it all by his lonesome. Force the challenges. Get the boost out and tick that time off the clock. Rettles being harassed by JNAPS. Ball can come over to Arsenal. Did score the one earlier on, but very difficult to take it past Rizzo and Chicago, who was waiting for the challenge. Is there going to be one more twist to this? Or a G2 just going to see this one through? It looks like they are going to. And for G2 Esports, that is a performance that you want to see.
Just no mistakes in defense. It's as simple as that. That's the difference between G2 in this game and G2 in game one. They started off game one with their patented bad positioning third man. It's the G2 classic. But now they've shown us in game two that they've identified that weakness. They've had a chat between the game, and it's pretty clear, given how much more careful G2 were moving forward in game two. It's pretty clear that they had a chat, or somebody said between games 1 and 2, let's just be a bit more careful, because there's no point giving free goals to Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming don't need a lot of help scoring. All three of their players have got individual playmaking ability. We saw a stunning goal there from Arsenal. Typical needs no introduction. And Rettles, one of the most difficult players to play against in the North American Rocket League scene. G2 will need to do exactly what they've done there again and again and again if this series was going to remain competitive. But that's what we're all hoping for, Shogun. That's what everybody wants to see, because when G2 produce a pretty standard defensive display, their offense is allowed to really shine.
Yeah, they will really need a lot of that. I think, you know, a lot of G2 fans out there especially are just hoping for the most boring day of Rocket League of their entire lives.
For once, for a change.
Just for once. They'll consider that a nice, unique day for them where the heart rate doesn't go too high. But this is going to make it a little bit more difficult to do that. Rettles tries to put Chicago under some pressure. The second touch does not help out Space Station. Chicago finds his way through. 4 boost means he's just going to try and lay it off. Although couldn't quite collect. Instead, typical back over to Rettles. Back over to Arsenal yet again. Oh, and
well played.
Wiped out. He tried to look for a little gap to try and go for the solo play. Can't do that when your car's been taken off the field, though. And G2, again, defensively so sound.
Yeah, Chicago in particular has really impressed me in the end of game 1 with his follow-up challenges. And now the start of game 2. Oh, look at that from Typical. A very narrow miss on a double touch off the corner wall. Typical's been pretty quiet up until now, offensively. But we all know that he's going to show up at some point or other. Never a whole series goes quiet for Typical. Oh, Rizzo snuck one through. G2 on the counter. String the passes together to perfection, as always. And Rizzo just hung around up there. He just lingered at the halfway line, waited to see if JNaps would find him. And JNaps did.
And for once, it's Space Station that couldn't get the third man back in time. G2 wait for their opportunity. They have taken it. And they've got themselves yet another lead, but will it last for too much longer? Rizzo's save denies Arsenal his opportunity. Chicago, good strong clear from him. He'll try and pick up whatever he can, but doesn't look there's much boost, and there's not really a player around to hit. Played there from Rettles. A lot of important territory to gain. Chicago with a ceiling pinch. A very, very difficult ball bounce to read. So JNaps to Chicago. No one available for the double tap. Oh, an accidental bump actually does leave over to Rettles. What a shot that is! Off the post! And it's gone off Chicago for an own goal!
Oh, that is a heartbreaker for G2. Well, heartbreaker for Chicago. He's been defending so well. But he may have just panic flipped on that one and landed exactly where the ball was. It's all gone wrong, and Space Station Gaming really were the ones to cause it. That was a very awkward position for G2 to be in, and unfortunately, they have failed to deal with it.
JNaps immediately in. Chicago on the ball. Is going to want to try and make up for that. Very different style of game, though, than I think many people were anticipating from these two teams. Rettles can't get to it, though.
My.
And Rizzo has a brace, one more away from his hat trick.
Well, so, you know, we've been critical of G2's third man positioning. Rettles has done the exact same thing there. He was accelerating out of the goal area, all eyes on the counter-attacking opportunity, no thought for Rizzo sending the ball back into the box. And that is exactly what caught G2 out in the first game. Space Station Gaming falling for the same trap here, namely Rettles, just driving forward in a very, very weird line.
If there's anything that you should not be surprised by when it comes to G2, is that they're going for passing plays in your side of the field. Very unusual there from Rettles. Typical will not beat Rizzo to that one. Instead, it drops down. JNaps wants to take a long shot yet again, and it is held out by Rettles. Now the long shot's becoming a threat from G2, and why wouldn't it be? You know, not the team that needs to go looking for a goal. Instead, that third man will slowly be pressing further and further up for Space Station as they try and hunt down this goal that can type the game. Not a good clear this time, though, from Typical. Had the power, but ended up hitting the crossbar or hitting the ceiling, I should say.
Still a great recovery by Typical to stay with that ball. He landed very awkwardly on the back wall and got a very nice save on JNaps, threatening double touch. Now it's Rettles alone in defense. He's going to kill some time here. In fact, he's done very well. That wasn't a shootable angle for G2. Rettles covers follow-up. If Space Station can hang on a bit longer, they might be able to start thinking about counter-attacking. But we all know G2 can keep the ball in this position for a long, long time.
We also know that this can go very, very wrong at any time.
True,
Such is the fun of all of this. Rettles over to the corner. JNaps at least kept it away from an immediate shot from Typical. Drop down to Arsenal. What a shot!
Oh my!
Off the crossbar. Typical's pass right onto the charging attacker, and now he just continues to attack after the fact. G2 scrambling, and they have survived this flurry, but for how much longer? Arsenal back into the corner. Doesn't get the 100 boost. Instead, it's over to JNaps. Doesn't have much to work with, but he's got just enough. And G2 get rid of the danger.
Yeah, G2 looked a bit awkward in the last defensive play, but it was all Space Station Gaming really putting them in this really awkward position. Arsenal bumping multiple players as he came off the back wall. You can't really fault G2 too much for almost conceding, I'll say, but they didn't, and they've actually kept the ball in the defensive corner. Just another 20 seconds for G2 to hang on, and this will make 2 games in a row where they've been the better team defensively, or at least even. It's definitely been close.
Made some great opportunities for themselves. JNaps called into action. He has got Chicago up in support. Arsenal over to Rettles. Rettles back into the midfield. That is a great interception. Make sure that the shot could not come on through. Chicago tasked with finding the ball on the way home to the floor, but he couldn't quite manage it. And instead, JNaps has a go. And G2 Esports have answered back massively from that game 1, Johnny. This is a very different looking team.
Yeah, game 1 and 2 were expected. Those are the kind of games that we're very used to seeing from G2. You know, a few defensive mistakes in game 1, just putting them way behind, leaving them with far too much work to do. And then game 2, they decide to dial it back a little bit, and they still have plenty of offensive firepower to score and to create several chances, even when they're playing a bit more carefully. But game 3 is a bit of a surprise. This is where something unexpected has happened for the first time. And it's involving G2 capitalizing on a very, very strange defensive decision from Rettles. That's rare. Space Station Gaming don't often make these kind of mistakes on a finals day like this. But yeah, it looked like Rettles just didn't see Rizzo maybe. He didn't realize the shot was coming in, because there was absolutely no reason to drive off the goal line there, especially at high speed. Far too high risk, almost no reward situation. But G2 have capitalized. Their shooting is working.
Yeah, certainly so. And they're going to want to try and keep this up. Half the job done now for them, as they've got 2 games of the 4 that they require to head on through and face Rogue in the next round. For Space Station Gaming, though, offensively, they're not seeing quite as much as they previously would have liked to have done. And it's not the typical complaints that we would have about this. We heard earlier on the desk saying, you know, maybe they're trying to over-rely on the individual plays, but that's not been the case this series. They've attempted a couple of passing plays. G2 have just done a very good job of intercepting them.
Yeah, Space Station have been very cheeky and very unpredictable with their offense. It actually caused G2 to look very awkward in defense a couple of times in the last game, at no fault of their own. Space Station were just playing very, very sneakily, making life for G2 as difficult as possible. But what Space Station have really failed to do is ramp up the offensive volume and just pepper the G2 net with shots. We saw it work out well in game 1, but games 2 and 3 were a lot more quiet for Space Station. Nowhere near the same volume of offensive opportunities. And that allows G2 a little bit of a breather between every single shot and every single defensive play, so they can recoup the boost, get back into position, and we're not as likely to see those mistakes.
Oh, wow!
Oh, speaking of, Reynolds is typical in an absolute howler of a position here, but they've avoided conceding. I have no idea how, though. That looked like it was just going to go in off the Space Station defender, never mind with G2's help.
Yeah, that had 2 opportunities to go on in, and Space Station Gaming got away with both of them. And G2, that will give them so much confidence now, seeing that Space Station Gaming are struggling quite a bit. They're making uncharacteristic mistakes. Arsenal getting hounded by Rizzo. Doing that quite a bit so far. Over off the backboard, JNaps won't get challenged, doesn't take the shot anyway, and Rizzo, he second-guessed himself. Ends up allowing Arsenal his way through, and will Arsenal be able to create an opportunity? No, Rizzo able to at least make some sort of contact. Space Station Gaming have got their chance now in the opponent's side of the field. Nobody following up all too quickly. Rizzo unable to outplay Arsenal, though, in the midfield. I'm loving this. Like, G2 Esports have kind of given up on winning the ball whenever they go through for one of these challenges. They are targeting the player after they hit the ball. It's made Space Station have a very difficult time following up, but they almost got a chance here. Here comes the shot off the post. Goodness. Rizzo now up against Arsenal. Arsenal, good block. And it drops down for JNaps, who will guide the ball out of his side of the field. Both teams having a very worrying moment, and both teams haven't conceded.
Well, G2's shooting is definitely at a higher level than Space Station's at the moment. Typical missing the target to the far post made absolutely no sense. If you're going to hit the post there, it's got to be on the near post so that someone else can follow up. That ball just naturally cleared itself. That's not a problem G2 have had. Their shots have been impressive, and they've had a lot more of them. Now here's another one. JNaps really piling on the pressure to Space Station. The edge is very much in G2's favor at the moment. Retals can change that in a 1v1 with JNaps. Not even close. JNaps makes it look easy.
Yeah, JNaps, great dart over to the right-hand side. Made it impossible for Retals to find him with a demo. Space Station Gaming probing for that first goal of this game. Up goes Typical. It's going to be a difficult catch. Very difficult for him to perform his same sort of trickery in the mid-air. Not a great touch there from Chicago. Invites Typical in, and Typical, he's seen JNaps getting bumped. All he has to do is find the target, but Rizzo is now finally back. They could have taken that a little bit quicker and gone for the first time double tap. That could have been a goal.
Oh, that was masterful in defense by Rizzo, though. Chicago called him off the ball, and Rizzo managed to get out of the way in a really precarious position. That's some phenomenal communication by G2, something that Space Station are clearly struggling with at the other end of the field, given the collision we had between two defenders earlier on. But now it's Typical, unmarked, in the middle, and he opens a scoring for Space Station. Rizzo was alone at the back for a lot longer than he expected, and he got dunked on by Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal is well up his way to make sure he got that dunk. Hard read from him. And Arsenal again. Great playmaker for the team. Right back in this. He's back on the ball again. Chicago, he's not going to reach it.
My.
And Arsenal involved in both goals. That puts Space Station up by a comfortable lead now.
Well, Arsenal's been playing a good bit of 1v1 recently, and it definitely shows on that play. Chicago expected a shot after the bounce. He didn't expect a full volley. Arsenal smacks it over him, reads the fake challenge, and that doubles up the lead. It's a very clean offensive performance for Arsenal at the moment, creating one goal, scoring the second all by himself. And, you know, it's usually Typical who's the main offensive force for SSG. Right now it's Arsenal. Retals gets in the way of G2's follow-up shot. It's not the absolute last minute of the game for G2, but it will be soon. Chicago cuts the lead in half. Rizzo just lofted it up for him, and that is some first-class delivery.
And looks like we've got ourselves a game on our hands. Space Station Gaming have to try and hold on to this. Tie this series up just by keeping a hold of that lead for 47 more seconds. JNaps doesn't really clear it to much of anybody. Not that he needs to. Over to himself. It's off the backboard. Who's going to be the first one to it? It's Rizzo. Fakes out the first shot and hits the crossbar afterwards. That could have been the way for G2 to get back into this game. Instead, they have to keep searching for it.
Yeah, Rizzo's shot wasn't on the right side of the bar. And just like Typical shot earlier in the game, if it was a pass, it wouldn't have been at the back post. It wouldn't be bouncing clear. So definitely only his shooting in Rizzo's mind at that point. Needed to be more accurate. Space Station Gaming have a strong midfield position. They've got full boost in all three players. How on earth are G2 going to score from here?
Oh, that's a good bounce for them, but Typical will catch it on its way back over to him. 2 each now in the series. And it is going to be Space Station Gaming and G2 who look inseparable with the way these games are going. Neither team has really, outside of that game one for Space Station, ever since then had a period of time where we feel, all right, this team is the team that's in control. This team is the team that looks like they're going to be able to, you know, carry this through for another 5 or 10 minutes. It is just back and forth the entire time.
Yeah, I would agree. This is just as close as we hoped it would be. Just
wow,
as close.
That could have been very, very different of a game.
Yeah, you know, really well played to Retals, to be fair, after, you know, just such a huge defensive misplay driving into Typical there. You know, it was kind of just both of them miscommunicating whose ball it was, who was supposed to be the one making that play. But Retals did really well. That was one of the strongest 50-50s we're going to see all day from a standstill. It is very, very hard to hold your ground with no momentum against a player who's barreling into a challenge and get the ball to bounce out to a safe location. But Retals did so in that play. You know, does it make up for the misplay? I think, well, technically, because no goal got scored, but at the same time, the misplay is just so ridiculous. That, you know, we need to see a lot more from Space Station Gaming in defense if I'm going to say that they're the favorites again. I still think G2 have got the edge because although they've lost game 4, they didn't, you know, look really bad in defense at any point here. And if they can keep up that consistency, then I favor the G2 offense to be the deal breaker here.
I feel like the one player to really watch out for at the moment, obviously all players on the field are playing reasonably well, but it's this one, Arsenal, who has had some fantastic game-breaking moments for himself. Been able to split the defense.
Yeah.
And there is Arsenal looking for the double tap. Chicago. Awkward angle for him to actually try and pop that one away, but he does get it. And G2 using all 3 players to clear their lines.
Yeah, it was Arsenal who got a pretty insane goal in Forbidden Temple for Space Station Gaming. And he had full involvement in all of Space Station's good chances in the last game as well. He's been, their one successful player overall today, at least compared to what we're used to seeing. Space Station Gaming are very, very consistent. They're one of the teams who don't often have a carry player, unlike all the others top teams in NA.
Way out to JNaps. It's going to be a slow shot. I want to try and use Rizzo, but that is a good clear. Stipical looks for the follow. Chicago can't get there.
Oh.
And Stipical turns it in for goal number 1.
And it's just simply not quite good enough for Chicago. His boost pathing let him down here. He missed about 3-4 small boost pads. And that means that when he goes up for this backwall rebound, it is so much more difficult to land it properly. Stipical gets a slow shot on target, which is also key because it's less likely to hit the diving pre-jumping goalkeeper if he hits it slowly. So fantastic play there by Stipical. Chicago's boost pathing lets him down.
JNaps. Rebels take it. They can't quite get there before him though. Rizzo also dives on in, so G2 using a lot of players for very little actual rewards. And it does seem like Space Station have become very wise to these bumping plays. This could be a little bit difficult if your name is not typical. JNaps, ceiling reset. Not the cleanest, goes for the pinch of his own teammate. Good call there from G2, who looks like they've got the communication very much in order for this series, but now Arsenal dives around one player. That's an awkward bounce, though. Would have liked that to just bounce straight off the wall over to a teammate, instead rolled on up.
Yeah, Arsenal more concerned, of course, getting the ball past the first defender, the challenge there from the goalkeeper, I should say, than scoring. Just wanted to deny the counter-attack from G2 more than anything else. Didn't want a 50-50 at all in that position. And that's really what Space Station are going to try and do, is just avoid any kind of fast-paced counter-attack that G2 are so well known for. Typical.
Called off it by Arsenal. Arsenal's quite far behind him, so definitely understand that decision. Bounce into the midfield. Rizzo, he's had a good time with the shots so far this series. That one won't quite go for him. Space Station Gaming not getting locked down here. That is a good touch from Chicago. JNaps.
Wow.
Let's see if anything could happen, but couldn't quite get the players for it. Chicago again. Gets it past one. He is bumped, and Rettles just plop that straight over to Stipical, who will play his way out. Only as far as Chicago. One more time. Off the backboard. Double tap attempt. That's going to drop down so awkwardly. And it's off the upright. JNaps. Be very disappointed to not see that one go in, but Space Station Gaming are holding so strong.
Well, yeah, we had a little bit of a hiccup in the last couple of games from Rettles. End of game 3, start game 4. None of that here. He's been defending brilliantly for the past 3 minutes, and now he's got a goal at the other end of the field as well. G2 starting to struggle, Shogun, to get any kind of offense going. This Space Station have upped the success rate of their challenges, and they've transitioned very well. Again, Arsenal getting involved in offense.
Yeah, you've seen G2, a lot of the goals they've been conceding have been as they're trying to still get players back. That one almost snuck right underneath the defense. Infield pass. Doesn't gonna have anyone around, so JNaps has to take it by himself. Speaking about the success that they're having with the challenges, look at the success that they're having with just the transition gameplay. Oh, wow. Arsenal. What a series he's had for himself. A well-deserved goal here. And that should do it for Space Station.
Yeah, Arsenal just faster than Rizzo on that one. And he has been the standout player here. Full goal participation with a couple of assists and now a goal for himself. Arsenal, easily the most impactful player in the lobby at the moment. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see this go to Game 7. It just feels like one of those matchups, Shogun. G2 are destined for a Game 7, and then, you know, I hate to say it, but probably another tough loss given how their season's been going so far. And they're not done with Game 5 just yet. Oh, they might be after that one. Typical. Denies them any goals. JNAPS will pick one up on the next attempt. And they really had to work for that. Chicago must have thought that it was only accuracy that mattered in that play, and then he realizes to his dismay, Typical's still there.
So 1 minute and 5 seconds left. 2 goals separating the two teams. And G2 Esports found themselves in a very similar position in game number 1. Weren't able to do too much about it. With Rails winning challenges like that, that can get very, very difficult for you. Rizzo tries to find the challenge. He does get it. JNAP's now called in, but he's not going to get there before Rettles. Can they find that one killer pass that can just split this defense open, or is Space Station Gaming just too strong at the moment? That was his touch for Arsenal. 30 seconds now. G2 still haven't managed to create that chance ever since we got the kickoff back up and rolling again. And Rettles, he's just trying to dance around, forces the challenge in the last one. All 3 players from G2 were used. They didn't get anything for it. Time is running out. JNAPS has to give them something here. Pass it to Chicago. Off the backboard. In comes Rizzo.
Oh,
it's a slow shot. Typical gets in the way. It's off the backboard one more time. And G2 Esports just ran out of players by the end. No one left to take a shot. And it is going to be match point, Space Station.
Well, the tide has certainly turned in Space Station's favor now. It looked fine for G2. Game 4 was not a disaster by any means. But Game 5, now they've got a couple of problems. Arsenal is stepping up consistently. Rettles has ceased with the defensive randomness that he was bringing to games number 3 and 4. And even more so, their offense is not working anymore. What is going on with G2 shooting? Earlier on in the series, every single shot looked like it might be a goal. They were all consistently threatening the Space Station defense. Now we've seen how many crossbars, how many posts at the end of the game. Even Chicago's open net there, just far too slow, allowed Typical to recover and keep it out for another few seconds. It's really, really tough for G2 now to dig themselves out of this hole, because although Space Station have been in these kind of positions and succeeded many, many times this year, G2 haven't. This is just another one of those days where it's not all coming together for them, and Space Station have been more consistent once we get to the latter end of these series.
Well, is it going to be just another one of those days for G2, or can they find some sort of resurgent energy to put them through into that Game 7, onto Champions Field? We have to find out here as JNAPS looks to try and provide straight from the off. And they've caused a bit of chaos here, actually, for Space Station Gaming, who Laurent's typical to get them out of a little bit of sticky position. G2 have played this very well this series. It's not been a series that we're looking towards them where they've made mistakes. Oh, that's an infield pass, and that's lethal!
Oh,
Rettles with a rocket into the top corner.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning pass from Typical. He did not hold back with the power as he fired that one into the middle. Rettles had the whole goal to aim at, picks out the top corner. The Space Station look like they might be ready to end G2's run inside 6 games.
And that's almost a taunting goal as well for Space Station, because that's what G2 have wanted to score this entire time. Those infield passing plays that just haven't had the accuracy after the fact. Space Station to get it. That's a shot that wouldn't have been on target anyway. But still, good position for G2 to work with. Space Station got all 3 players back. They've got Typical on the ball. That's usually a good get out of jail free card for them. This time, not quite the case. Instead, Rettles fakes that one, and he's actually through over on net.
No.
Who's going to get it? Typical provided earlier, and he thinks he's owed one here, and he certainly will get it.
I think the panic has definitely set in for G2. It's the good old faithful JNAPS, the only defender left in the position. He doesn't make contact with the challenge, doesn't defend the net, doesn't cover the passing option. Really, just nothing being dealt with there for G2. Space Station had the pick of the litter. They could have scored any number of ways on that play. And G2, although they've got time, have just not had the clutch factor this season, Shogun. They haven't played out of these positions on any of the final days against top teams. This is very, very difficult to see them coming back from here. Gonna need something special from all three players. Gonna need a more consistent performance from all three players, likes of which we haven't seen yet in RLCS Season X. Now JNaps, oh, he's hit the bar as well. G2 continuing to have shooting woes. Rizzo holds it down in defense, but how long is it gonna take for G2 to hit the target?
Just finding all the right ways to set this up. None of the finish, though, is going for them. You've got to try and get something soon. You don't want to be heading into the latter half of this game against a 2-goal lead for your opponents. Chicago finds his way around. I think his teammate was demoed on the far side, and yes, you can see it. Arsenal taking out the passing option. That is going to be further frustration for G2, especially with JNaps colliding with Chicago over in their back corner. Now taking a while to get this going after the bump. Let's settle this down. Typical. Almost got it past JNaps. Crucial touch from him. Tries to find the angle. And again, all the supporting cast is there. It's just they're demoed half the time. It's been very difficult for G2 to get these players forward.
Yeah, it's another unfortunate situation for G2. It's hard enough to come back from 1-0 down against SSG, but they just made it a little bit harder by throwing away another goal, and time is running out. They haven't had the most successful conversions of their chances in the past couple of games, maybe even the past 3 games, you could say. It's been a bit more of a struggle than the first 2 to get the shots on target. And oh, no, now another one's got in. G2 are having a nightmare, but Space Station Gaming have just got everything going their way. What a favorable ball bounce that is. 3-0. Space Station trying to take 3 games in a row.
And Rattles will definitely be turning around to Arsenal and saying, well, my read was definitely better than yours. What a way for Space Station to stamp their authority on this one. 3 goals now for G2. Here's JNaps. Over off the backboard. There's nobody available to meet it first time. Instead, Typical catches it after. It's not going to trouble them too much. Typical away again in a booming clear. You can see JNaps is so far forward if that's on target. And that is 4-0 for Space Station. But it's a risk that G2 have to take at this point.
Yeah, caution has been thrown into the wind for G2. Rightfully so at this point. I mean, at 1-0, there's no excuse for the kind of defensive positioning that G2 have had at times. 4-0, yeah, you just got to go for it. I don't see it, though. G2 shooting in Game 1 gave them a glimmer of hope of coming back from the defensive blunders they made at the start of the game. Game 6, it's a different story. G2's shooting has gone out the window instead of into the goal, and it's looking more like G2 for Space Station Gaming.
Rogue are waiting. We're impressed with Rogue earlier on. Space Station Gaming be a very tantalizing prospect for them to really cement themselves as a new top team in the region. Space Station Gaming, this is looking like job done for them here. Rettles with the hat trick. Typical got himself a goal, which I believe he also stole from Rettles, so should really be 4 goals Rettles at this point. Typical gonna get, there we go, Rettles. He gets one back, and
there you go.
Yeah, fair's fair.
Yeah, you heard you, Shogun. Rettles agrees. Yeah, it should be 4 goals, Rettles. Although, in fairness to him, that's not really a goal steal. That is also, a shot on target. Arsenal here has just said demos matter in chat because he's sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard with 50 points, no goals, no assists, no saves, no shots. A whole pile of demos. But, I mean, he's right. Arsenal's already done his fair share today. Oh, he's not going to get a goal, is he? He's not even going to get a shot there because he's missed by too much. So he's going to have to settle for just the 50 points, up to 64 now for Arsenal. Yeah, he was really the one who turned this around for Space Station Gaming, to give him all the credit he deserves. Rettles was looking very, very shaky in the middle of the series here. Typical didn't really show up like he sometimes can, very often can. But Arsenal was the solid rock. He was the man creating goals for SSG and just making sure that G2 weren't having their way with them in offense. It's been a sad end for G2 to another regional run. We're still waiting for them to show up in the final day of one of these. For Space Station Gaming, they've turned it around, and they're ready to go on and face Rogue in the next round.
And we always get one of these teams that seems to go for a very, very long run through that lower bracket. Space Station Gaming have now taken down Seoul Version 1, Ghost Gaming, Kansas City Pioneers, and G2 Esports, with Rogue next on the hit list. Right now, that was the most convincing performance we've actually seen from Space Station in their lower bracket run. So that's going to be something very nice to see as well.
Yeah, it finished strong, which is, I guess, the important thing. Space Station have turned it around. And, you know, most importantly, Retals has turned it around, because at the end of Game 3, start of Game 4, he had a couple of really, really poor defensive plays. One just dashing out of the net as third man, letting a shot go over the top of him, and then driving into typical, although it's a bit more of a team mistake, I guess, than all on Retals. But he managed to step up. He didn't panic, and credit to him. Retals always knows how to respond to those misplays and to bounce back from them. He's such a valuable asset, because even if he's on a bad day, he can turn it around and turn it into a good day in the blink of an eye. And Space Station have done that here. They've eliminated G2, and they've looked good in the final part of the series, giving them the right path into their matchup against Rogue, which is going to be a whole lot harder.
Absolutely. And that is now the story set for the lower bracket. But when we come back from a break, we're going to find out who the final boss of this tournament is going to be. It's Team Envy against NRG.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs and Shogun. We're watching day number 4. Hello. Day number 4 of the North American Regional, number 2 for the winter split. And you seem chipper right now, Shogun. Was it because of that series?
I'm always happy when I get to see two teams come forward and show us, some solid Rocket League. Obviously, weren't too many in the form of just absolutely incredible, mind-blowing goals here. It's instead the two teams showing what they're capable of and sort of adapting to what each other were trying to show on the field. That's the reason why I really enjoyed it. You got to see the slow pivot across this series as Space Station went from narrowly winning a couple of games to dominating the very last ones. So they looked great here, and we're going to see more of them later on against Rogue.
That seems like a common trend with Space Station. Early games, they're doing okay, not amazing, and then they just turn it on by the end of the series, and that's good for them now because all these series, 2 extra games in them. So when it comes to a Game 6 or Game 7, you expect Space Station to show up, and they look good here as well. But the offenses on both teams look great.
He's been quiet as of late, but he's going to start making noise as we bring him on the line. Reddles from Space Station joining us. Congrats on the win, man.
Thank you, Leaf.
I gotta ask you. It seemed that after all the TL stuff went on, you guys had a couple hiccups here. Do you think that's karma from that? Are you going to restrain from Twitter for a while?
I think I went a little bit too hard, maybe. I still stand by most of the stuff I said, but it did kind of come back to bite me.
It's just a wee bit.
Yeah.
So the only power rankings that anyone ever wants to know is your power rankings, Riddle. So I want to know your North America power rankings right now, your top 5.
I'll always, as long as we're a team, I'll have us at the top.
Sure.
No one wants it more than me and Citadel and Arsenal and Chrome even. But other than us at number 1, and I do think we'll take this tournament, I would have Envy at 2, NRG 3. I would probably honestly put Peeps at 4 and then G2 at 5. I have Peeps as kind of a sleeper pick. That team can be really good when they turn it on. They haven't been showing it as of late, but I mean, as you guys saw AJ today, he's getting really good. And I think they're going to impress a lot of people.
Okay, so usually I would ask you at this point, who's going to win, NRG or Team Envy up next? But knowing that you're already going to be beating them later on, I'm going to ask you, who are you beating after you beat Rogue in the next round? Who are you meeting in that lower finals?
I do think Envy takes NRG. I think Envy is in the grand finals. I want NRG to take them because I much rather play NRG in a bracket reset than Envy. Envy's a good team. Don't really want to play them. 2 best 7s in a row to win. But that's going to be a close series. They're the other 2 best teams in NA, and they're very talented.
Okay, so unless I misheard your top 5 there, I don't think I heard Rogue in that list. But Turo was saying that he was speaking highly of you guys right now, saying that he thinks you guys are on a hot streak right now. Do you guys feel like you're back to the good old swinging, or maybe a couple of missteps here and there still to come?
I don't think we're back to our 3-week prime of winning like 25 series in a row or whatever it was, but I do think we're at a point where we can easily win this tournament. I think even when we're not at our peak, we are the best team in North America. The thing with Rogue is I'm not sure if Taroko's ready. I don't think he's transitioned into the RLCS mindset yet. He's a good player, don't get me wrong. I speak very highly of Taroko, but he's not used to the RLCS level of play yet, in my opinion, of course. But First Killer and Turn both are 2 scary players to play against. It's going to be a good series.
Whether he's quiet on Twitter or not, the confidence still oozes. Even at their slip-ups, they're still the best, he says. Reddles, thank you so much for joining us, man. Good luck in your match going up against Rogue.
Thank you, Leaf.
There is Reddles from Space Station.
Very confident. Love it.
He's still even given the fact that they're in the lower bracket, he's still like, nah, it doesn't even matter. Even when we're not good, we're still the best.
Look, I'm always good. We already know behind the scenes that this is like my favorite personality type of all of them. Just someone that's gonna have that bit of confidence. We've got this. If it comes back to bite me, hey, that's still great entertainment nonetheless. So Rattle's fantastic personality to have in the scene.
Oh, it's perfect. He also knows how to take one on the chin as well too. He rolls with the punches, but now he's starting to punch back. Rogue, Space Station in the lower bracket, but we're jumping back up to the upper bracket now to our winners finals. Best of 7 NRG versus Envy is up there with only 4 teams remaining. Gibbs, it's getting down to the wire, and just to add to a point, Gibbs, Reynolds doesn't think Rogue has any kind of chance in this.
Yeah, he doesn't think there's a chance. And honestly, what Space Station did to G2 looked good. But G2, this is another day 4 collapse for them. They played 8 matches throughout all the regionals and majors, and they've won 2 on day 4, and that's it. That is not a good enough record to be considered a top team in NA, so they're going to be picking up those pieces. But Rogue, on the other hand, they are that new hotness. Everyone likes to pick that underdog, so who knows what happens in that match. But now we get the best 2 teams in NA. Outside of Space Station for Reynolds, Energy and Team Envy. These guys have been dominant all winter long, and we get to see this match yet again. Probably the best series we've seen through all of our RLCS was this regional final last time between these 2.
Well, that's the question I have now. We have NRG, a team that, found themselves in a lower bracket earlier than they wanted to. Shogun last time with Envy running through the upper bracket. They did meet in the grand finals. Now they get to meet both with a second life in their hands. You think that affects the way that NRG approaches this match, knowing that they don't have that bracket reset given this scenario?
I don't necessarily think so. I think NRG are always going to focus on these sort of series the same way. They've got a lot of experience as a team, as does Team Envy. Well, it's starting to get there. But for NRG, they should be approaching this like they are the experienced, they are the veterans here, and they should obviously have less pressure on them because of the fact of, well, we don't have to try and beat them again yet.
I just want to point out that almost 10 average shots per game from NRG. That is relentless. That is spooky. You never want to be on the receiving end of that. But it's time now for our Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in the chat. NRG or Team Envy, with Envy or NRG as the hashtags, to vote for which team you think is going on to the grand finals from the upper bracket, which team will drop down to face off against the winner of Rogue versus Space Station. While you guys do that, I'm going to get these guys' predictions out here. We did get Gibbs early on, who we thought was going through on this one. I believe you had Envy, did you not?
Yes, I was the only one to have Envy, yes.
And Reynolds actually agreed with him. So Gibbs on Envy here. I'm curious, Shogun, for you, if you agree with the rest of the devs during the pre-show who all had NRG going through that upper bracket.
When I saw that I was going to be here earlier on, I was expecting myself to have to come in and be very angry about being the only person that's going for Team Envy. So Gibbs, me and you are going together on this one. I think double elimination as a format is just perfect for this team. They are far too consistent, and I think that they are going to be very, very difficult to take down here. So Team Envy for me.
2 Envies on the desk here. I'm going to have to be the odd one out and go with what everyone else said to their build brackets before. I'm going with NRG on this one. I think NRG is just, they're looking good. They're looking solid. I think Envy still, to me, has a bit of that last 10% consistency issue where, they fluctuate just enough that I think NRG should be able to take them down. So NRG looking strong for me.
Wow.
This is not even close in chat.
Gibbs, you like 4% of this? What has happened here?
I think they just don't like that a European is the best player in a North American region. I think that's what they're more concerned about right now. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh my God, chat. Just destroying Envy in the predictions. Well, we're going to find out in this best of 7 if you guys are right or not. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. This is going to be a great match now. Heading over to the Verizon Skybox, we have NRG versus Team Envy.
While chat might be fully backing NRG in this match against Team Envy Subi, the match history is a little closer than that, and these 2 bring the heat every single time. Last time it was the grand finals, this time the upper finals. Subi, what do you make of it?
Well, it's like chat forgets that when Envy plays over on the B stream, they're still good. They're still here. They're still one of the best in the world. And it's so hard to pick a winner. I had NRG coming out on top in Game 7, and I truly, truly believe that we are going to get that Game 7 in this matchup because both of these teams are not only so good mechanically, but they're just so good consistently.
They truly are. NRG, well, on the pre-show yesterday, they got a little flack for being consistently uncomfortable as a team against other squads. When it comes to playing against Envy, well, I believe they've played 15 times now in Season X. These 2 squads, so they're extremely familiar with each other, and they don't play against each other like they play against any other team in North America. That's why this has turned into such a fun match to watch, as NRG get the first few rebounds off the backboard. Garrett can't really get by Atomic, and he'll play it out to the corner.
I mean, Atomic is going to be huge for Envy. He's so mechanically sound, and he's so stiff up on that back wall, as we just saw him cut in between that shot going in the net as NRG forced back in their own half for the first time in this game. They did a great job with the first 45 seconds keeping pressure, and they continue that pressure here as Garrett G pushes into the box, gets a bump on Turbo, a demo as well, and Justin's going to poke this one up, but can't do much with that as the ball sent right back towards midfield.
That was an excellent touch from Mist to get that, feed that ball to Turbo towards midfield. Having that one challenge that Turbo sneaks by off the post, and it bounces right into Mist. Envy take the first strike.
That's the hard thing about these shots. You're expecting it to go wide, and it bounces the opposite direction right towards the center of the box. You saw Justin trying to backflip to get that save, but a little too late as Mist puts the first one in for Team Envy.
And Mist is the next guy you got to watch out for on Envy. Atomic, he might be the flashy player, but Mist, he has his bright spots, really more than just spots as well, especially when it comes to defense and just third man in general on offense. It's really hard to get the ball away from. He's so good at striking and just Mr. Reliable for Envy, but this one sneaks through the Envy defense and Justin picks it.
Just great positioning here from Justin, reading this 50-50 and sneaks in, fires it between Turbo and Atomic, and just 4 rotations there on Envy's side as they had 2 up towards midfield line and no one back on defense as NRG quickly tied this game up. And I like to see this in game 1. Both teams seemingly firing on all cylinders as Justin has to get up and put that one away, but Turbo gonna have an easy one there, and he lets the strobe lights go.
Oh, what happened to NRG on this play? Garrett was expecting that ball to push a little farther forward. Justin was playing the loss on the challenge, and he had to get a clean touch out. Otherwise, that ball was heading right back into the net, which is exactly what happened. Justin couldn't quite hang on to that ball. He was working in a low boost situation, and like you said, Subi, Envy punished.
You know, and I really think a lot of NRG's success is going to rest on, oh my goodness, this coming off of the backboard. What a read by this kid.
Little tip tap from Mist off the back wall, and just off the wheel is all you need for a redirect. It doesn't have to be complex. Elegance is what we asked for on the pitch over anything else, and that was excellent from Mist. NRG getting pushed back a little bit in game 1, and they didn't look, yesterday, Subi, how they got here playing against G2, they hadn't looked the cleanest in the set against G2. They had some of their issues. Justin, he popped off and did Justin things as usual, but Garrett makes a nice move, and that's really the other thing that was missing from NRG and where the struggles came yesterday, but Garrett picks a clean one here.
And it's just the speed to get up to get that last touch there. Right after his wheels touch the ground, he immediately jumps again to get that pressure behind the ball. And you can feel the sense of urgency here from NRG. They don't want to go down in game 1. They know how hard it is to take Team Envy down, and you can't just give them freebies as Atomic launches that one towards net, and great defense from Swishy. And speaking of Swishy, Jorby, wanted to bring him up because I feel like a lot of this match rests on his shoulders. If NRG is going to be successful in not only beating Envy, but going all the way to the grand finals and seeing that come to fruition, he's got to be successful, and he's got to be the one coming up with good passes to Justin, good passes to Garrett, but more importantly, we need to see some offensive production from him today.
Yeah, Squishy yesterday, I felt like did a pretty good job in the challenge game, specifically in opening up lanes for Justin and Garrett. I'll have to pick up a save here, and he does so well. Garrett will follow it back up, so it looks pretty good. NRG have stabilized after the quick 2 mistakes that let the ball kind of just trail right into the net for Envy.
This is going to be dangerous for Turbo as Justin got a great demo and Garrett almost got the dunk. And Squishy going to maintain pressure here in the blue half. Justin a little slow bait out, but Mist reads that accordingly. And NRG starting to ramp up their pressure, but Turbo surveys the field well and gets a long clear downfield. I don't think anyone was expecting it to roll all the way down to that corner.
Now Garrett pulled off on the play, was happy to let it roll into him and get the ball back downfield. So while they did have to give up some ground, they gained it right back. Envy having more difficulty finding consistent presence in the orange half. They're not getting nearly as many rebounds. They might get one here from Turbo, but Garrett covered the angle pretty well. Can't get the ball away from Mist, though. Justin plays it back around to the side, and NRG, they lost a little bit of time. They started that push with 1:30 left, but tons of time has gotten chewed off the clock, and now it starts to crunch as we head to the 30-second mark.
Yeah, and that's all because of Atomic. He realized, hey, that third man back got demoed, so that means he's going to spawn all the way back on our defensive line. So I can push forward almost free here as Garrett gets a good challenge there, and Squishy going to follow it up. Great pass to Justin, but just a little too far forward. Justin couldn't find the angle to put that one on net, and NRG going to have about one more push downfield here to work with to try and tie game one up.
Next push from Garrett to Justin had to follow closely, and he's got nothing left. So Squishy has to buy a little bit of time and try to get everyone set up for one more push. Justin gets a solid challenge in midfield to start, but Turbo slips under Justin, can't get right over Garrett. Might be a chance if Mist can't handle the ball. Justin keeps it up, but Garrett can't get back around to it, and Envy take the first game.
And Atomic bumps Squishy on the back end to make sure he couldn't catch that ball. Great heads-up play. Atomic, he just had his head on a swivel the entire time, and his presence of mind there to realize what's going on the field off ball. So crucial here to Team Envy's success, and a very close game one. I wouldn't have expected it any other way. But NRG gonna have to do better here in game two, and I think it's gonna start with their offensive pressure. We saw in game one here, the first 45 seconds really started out well in their favor, but then the pressure just seemingly crumbled.
Yeah, and I felt like Turbo was at the center of all of that. I know you mentioned Atomic and absolutely had that value, but especially at the end, Turbo had a couple of nice carries. He had some of the long clears that killed a lot of time in that final 2 minutes for NRG. And then that last little dip he had where he kind of moved under Justin under his own corner, forced another 50 out of NRG, basically forcing to work for every inch that they won. And full team effort, though, from Team Envy overall, Subi. NRG, they had some good ideas moving down the pitch, but like you said, the consistent offensive presence just isn't there right now.
And I didn't really see many team plays trying to come out from NRG in game number one. It just seemed like, just throwing shots at net to keep Team Envy honest. But hey, they're being honest. They're getting the stops. And now you've got to be creative here and change things up. You can't be linear and just show your hand so often like, hey, we're just going to throw a shot on net. Like a great pass there, but Justin was too far forward. And Squishy just bites on that challenge and keeps the pressure in the blue half. Great demo by Atomic.
And the earlier play for Justin, he was expecting Garrett to kind of run that around the corner and maybe that ball gets challenged and he's ready for a quick follow-up. But Garrett ended up going completely down on it. The ball ends up going completely down into NRG's net off the challenge from Mist.
Definitely one of those ones where, hey, don't expect that to happen. But when you're cheating up like that, Garrett G, you expect the unexpected. You got to sit in net when that ball is still in your half. NRG thought they could try and sneak out, and they got caught sleeping.
Envy happy to take the first goal again. NRG almost tied it up quickly there. Don't really have a way in. Now Garrett gets the bump and another demo, and Justin will collect. So they convert off of a physical play, all tied up.
Yeah, that's just a poor clear there from Turbo. Hands it right over to Justin, and the heads-up play to get that demo opens up everything, and that's one thing you do not want to allow NRG is Justin to get those easy shots and see that ball go into the back of the net. Because once he visualizes it, those double taps just get easier and easier.
Justin tried to hop that mistouch. He was ready for it. Garrett ready for the boomer that came his way. He's going to take his own pass and score. NRG take the lead.
My goodness, Garrett G coming out of nowhere for this shot, and there's no pressure on that ball in midair. You're going to allow him to take that shot from the top of the box. He's going to rattle that one home, and NRG turned this game on a swivel.
Catching Envy on the ground. And NRG going to push again on the kickoff. Justin has the read off the corner, but Squishy was playing the same side, so couldn't get around the ball and just had to stay flat. But he locks Garrett up for a shot, but can't quite get the double. Justin forces the next challenge against Atomic. Off the ceiling, Turbo's first to it, and NRG going to have to look for a new path as Mist takes the ball.
Yeah, it's just poor play there from Squishy in midfield, just basically turning that ball over. And a great pass from Atomic to Mist, and Mist goes far post with a shot to tie it up.
Atomic, again, in these attacking corners, just always finds a way to shell that ball out to his teammate. That time it was over to Mist. You keep the defender guessing about when that pass is going to come. Is he going to pass it closer towards the box? No. Easy dump pass to Mist, and Envy tie it up. Atomic, right off the kickoff again. That touch won't really be forthcoming for Envy.
I'm just going to continue to hit that drum that this is all Atomic. And yeah, I realize he's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, but his decision-making is so crucial right now for Envy. He's putting him up. He's tying the game up. It's just beautiful to see, and Justin baits out the entire defense, but can't sneak it in the far post, and Garrett G gets a filthy dunk, but good save there from the defense.
Oh, and Garrett, another bump in front, starting to get more chippy when he comes across the goal line. He sets up Squishy for a shot. Garrett on the rebound, runs into Atomic, but Envy are still pushed in front of their own box. A whiff by Turbo will just allow Atomic to come in and get the clear for Envy. Forcing Garrett off, or forcing Squishy off the ball. NRG get the ball back.
And I like that challenge there from Turbo, just jumping in front of Justin, taking away a few of those opportunities. Then a good dunk there from Mist to send it back towards midfield. And NRG starting to get a little comfortable here in Envy's half, as Justin going to launch this up towards the ceiling, get the second touch, trying to dunk Mist, but a great read by Mist in the book by Garrett. Can't go in the back of the net. And that's one thing, when you're playing any of these teams from North America, you just have to keep your head on a swivel because someone is rotating through that back end looking for a bump or a demo.
And they might want to swing their camera once more because Turbo's in the air in front, but the backboard is clean for Justin. Got by Mist as well. Now Atomic left alone to deal with Garrett, but he's flipped it right over him. No problem. Mist found a pass to Atomic. The dump to Turbo, blocked by Squishy. Mist collects that mid boost and turns tail to run. Atomic grabbed the ball in midfield and might set Envy up for another push. Mist challenge isn't really a good one for Turbo, but he got one back from Squishy anyway, and now it's just a lot of bumps off the midfield line, maybe a bump on the goal line for both teams, Subi. They don't feel like they have the hole to work with. Justin waits for that ball to come down, but Turbo puts it over him. Both teams looking for the game-leading goal.
Oh, Turbo was looking for that little redirect there. He's narrowly missing his hood, and I think Envy's finding success here because they're constantly making NRG second-guess themselves on defense. Like, hey, is this a shot coming out? Is he looking for a pass? And they're not showing their hand until the very last second, which is forcing NRG to stay down on the ground, and it's opening up and creating opportunities for themselves. It's beautiful to watch right now, but right now, Envy has to focus on defense as Mist gets a great booming clear into the orange half.
Everyone low on boosts for Envy. 2 players under 25 and 1 player under 50. You've seen NRG take a lot of the boost away from Envy, and now they're just forced up onto their walls on the ground. Atomic, though, finds his way out of what was a scramble of NRG cars on offense. Turbo wins another 50, and even when it looks like NRG finally got them on the ropes, they somehow find the one challenge that gets them out on the play. They gotta stop it one more time. Justin, full thread through Turbo. Squishy can't find his way in. NRG, do they have another one? No, nothing left in the chamber.
It's open.
Turbo throws it to Mist at the end of the game, and Envy has stolen the lead from NRG.
NRG thought they had this game in the bag, pushed all the way forward, and all it took was a long clear downfield, open net. See you later. This kickoff, so crucial, Jorby.
And they keep it in the air. That's the only way. They got to kick it up. Atomic did so, but nobody from Envy can receive. And Turbo, well, that one might not do it. Actually, he gets an incredible dunk. Can he chase the ball down? Squishy kills it. And that will do it. I don't know why Turbo wanted to play that one so hard, but just making sure that ball would stay on the ground, and Squishy couldn't do anything about it. So Envy take game 2, Subi, and woo, that looked, they were pressed several times, and even in low boost situations, they were still able to win those tough challenges where NRG were starting to create man advantages.
I'm just in disbelief right now that Team Envy scored with basically 0 seconds on the clock there. And NRG just got so confident. I don't understand why they did that with a tie game. I mean, great offensive output here in game number 2, but at the end of the day, the passing plays from Team Envy were the big difference makers.
I mean, they probably felt a little frustrated. They had an outpouring of offense earlier on. They put on, what, 9? I think it was 9 shots on net. So the offense was there, but then at the end, when you felt like you would finally beat him in the boost game, you finally beat him on a couple of challenges. Okay, now we can really actually push forward. Let's get a couple chips. Let's try to find a demo. But one thing went wrong here. Another thing went wrong there. And the ball sails into the back of your net, Stubby. So game 3, something's got to change up for NRG, but this is close. And it's going to be that kind of fight the rest of the way through this match.
I think it's time for Justin to take over. He's got to have that mindset here of, if we're going to be successful, I need to 1v3 the defense right now. I need to do whatever it takes for my team to win this game. Just take the leash off of him. If he calls you off the ball, let him call you off and just see if he can will NRG to victory.
And this isn't exactly, out of form for NRG, as weird as it is to say. They tend to do this during best-of-7 matches, where a couple of matches, they're not winning all their 50s. They try to stretch the field a little too often if they get frustrated with their offense, but then they always turn it right back.
Right.
They always figure it out, at least midway through the match. So maybe the time is now. The time has to be now. Down 2 games.
I would love to see NRG not give their opponents a handicap like they're playing golf, and it starts right now as Squishy keeps the pressure on and puts a nice hard shot into that upper 90.
Turbo, I mean, it's just not the touch you want if you're Turbo. I think he was maybe expecting a challenge to come quicker. By the time I switched over to his cam, he was already flying into the goal line, but nobody was there for NRG, and so Turbo trying to keep that ball out of the net. Tough assignment there, but Garrett can't quite beat Mist to the ball. It's a good start for NRG, Subi. Envy have kind of had their number in the first 2 games, so to start with a lead at least gives you a little bit of confidence outside of the first minute. NRG on their own half.
You're at least changing the script a little bit. At least you scored first here in game number 3. Now you just kind of have to keep the Wolves at bay, and it's a hard ask as Atomic goes up, Mist goes down, and the shot goes in for Team Envy.
This is perfect from Envy. First, Atomic. Everybody waiting. Squishy going down because Justin committed on the play, but he's already beat. And Mist, as he approaches, he sees both NRG cars. Both are shaded to his right, and he's got all the length in the world to go left. It's the easiest shot in the world for Mist. All the work was from Atomic again.
Oh.
But there's Mist, that time from Turbo. Hey, feed the machine, and he'll deliver.
My goodness, this pass from Turbo is absolute filth. You do not expect it as a defender. It goes right over your head, and that's going to be the easiest one of the day for Mist. And right now, the name of the game for NRG has to be Let's Stop Mist, because out of 8 goals, he has 7 of them.
But like for the challenge, like Turbo's pass, like Squishy, his path, he went wide, like Turbo was going to play it to the corner, but he definitely had an angle where Squishy could have straight up challenged Turbo in that play. But instead tried to go for the catch away from him to steal that ball away, maybe create a quick transition. Either way, that corner, I felt like it could have been better handled by Squishy. And Envy have this lead now as Squishy able to shake the ball out once, and Mist gets the catch in midfield.
Squishy taking off the field there as Spawn's backside allows Garrett to push forward. And Turbo's going to push this back into his own half. Great back pass there, but good challenge from Squishy. And that's just not going to cut it if you're NRG. Like we've been talking about, Jorby, you got to show something else. You got to keep the defense guessing, and that's a great way to do it. Keep the pressure on, keep the 50-50s up, and Garrett G doing a great job with this challenge.
Look at that scoop. Won that initial challenge, got a hard touch. He knew he had Justin on the read in front, and nobody was back for Envy. I'm not exactly sure where that broke down, but Mist was on the assignment against Garrett, and he had to be the one to buy more time for Envy. They just couldn't get it done. So Envy with Mist again, trying to get the lead back. Getting the demo on the last man could give Turbo that opportunity. He gets the double, but Garrett hops right on top of the ball for the save.
I did not think he had that angle. That was a great save by Garrett. Respecting the shot that could have come out from Turbo, and that indeed did come out as Atomic and Mist combined powers to pinch that ball into the orange half. And as we get into the second half here, Jorby, I'm really curious to see if Envy tries to slow things down or if they're going to try and speed things up and play to the, the strength of NRG, which is that speed. But right now, Envy's doing a much better job at it.
Oh, but look how aggressive Justin's playing. He doesn't want to slow down. It will get up there and challenge the ball several times speedy out of midfield. And
I don't know if Justin knows how to play anything other than fast.
Well, he slows down as soon as he touches the ball. It's like as soon as he gets the first touch on the wheel, he's like, yeah, now I can do everything I want to do, but I got to get to the ball first. And the boost button held down until he gets there. But his approach is so consistent in that sense, but he's being pushed against the backboard here. And got the save right down in front of him. Turbo shuffled Justin off the ball, but it didn't really mean much. NRG still got the clear out. Envy. Gonna sit back on this next play as Justin takes to the sky. Goes off the ceiling, swings back in, but nobody from NRG could be there. All the work that Justin had to buy time. And if buying time is all he needed to do, well, then great job, Justin. Here comes Squishy on the push. Something under miss. Squishy can't do it. The rebound. Justin or Garrett. I think they got tied up for a moment about who was going to go for that ball. And Garrett pushed it out to the side. Still, they're pushing Envy in front. Oh, miss beat Squishy to the ball. And Garrett will kick it back. Envy, you saw all of them taking an advanced position there. They got to be careful because Justin's threading the needle here.
Yeah, but that looked exactly like the end of game number 2 there, where NRG was starting to cheat forward. And if Envy got that touch, that was going in the back of the net. And a whiff there is going to turn it over, and Mist is up. He's looking for a flip reset, and Justin there at the last second to keep this ball game all tied up.
He just let it drop. He's like, watch, this one's going to go in. I'm not going to do anything. Just let's go of the controller. I thought he had him beat on it. He's going to take it again. Slips around one, but Justin is there in the net to boom it downfield. NRG need a goal. They need something. Otherwise, this may be too far a climb for them to get out of. Overtime, they need this golden goal.
Yeah, we all know how rare a reverse sweep in a game 7 is. I don't even know the last time one is.
It doesn't happen.
It just doesn't. Yeah, you don't want to put yourself in that situation. This game 3 is so important for both of these teams. NRG needs this win if they want to keep themselves in this series, and Envy want the win badly to try and put NRG to bed, as a little miscommunication is going to lead to a turnover, but Turbo puts the shot on target, but no follow-up there for Team Envy.
NRG are very happy there was no quick follow-up to Turbo's touch there. They were caught dead in the rotation on that push on the rebound. Justin, his last few touches haven't been, perfect touches. Oh no, Justin can't make a perfect touch every time, but
that's dangerous.
No way. Is that in? It's off the post, but Mist got the rebound. Can they make the save? Yes. And Squishy's the only guy who can follow it up. He keeps it close. Fine time for NRG to get set on the rotation. Oh, there have been a few close calls for NRG. Closer than they would like. Turbo gets a demo on the back end, but Squishy will keep NRG's half clean, or at least get time for the respawn to come through. Turbo, the clear route denied by Justin, who got the catch, but Turbo's all over him on the play. Not going to give him any sort of space to work with. Pass in front of Justin again, and Mist picks up the save. Turbo got no boost. He has to sit here in the corner and try to beat Garrett to the ball, but Garrett gets in front of him. Atomic has to force Justin up to the air. Squishy was initially second man on the play. Justin again, slowing it down with the massive 50 that Atomic sends up to the sky. And no one from NRG can follow that ball. So it's a perfect touch for Atomic to give Envy just a little bit of breath. But here come NRG again, Subi.
That was a great read by Atomic, going up towards that point of contact to get that challenge in midair. As great catch on that back wall from Squishy. And right now, NRG looking very strong, but it's looking like they're very susceptible to those long clears over their head again that could end the game in an instant.
Got to be careful on each push. Somebody has to be on that assignment, covering that last option that Envy could pick, that could send NRG a match point. Mist flutters it up the Turbo, and it's blocked again. Justin, a huge save, but Atomic gets back in front of it. Squishy, can he keep the push going? He can barely hang on to the ball. And Mist throws another one up to Garrett G, but this is Envy's possession right now. Justin, last man to handle the ball on the backboard, and Atomic, the ball slips through him. Mist finding Turbo, and Envy get the ball back again, Subi. Turbo hopping over Garrett, under Squishy. Mist got the shot, and diving for it is Squishy on the save. Still it continues, and Turbo bought time for Envy to go get boost, Subi, so it doesn't matter.
NRG withstand that storm coming out from Envy, and it all started with that incredible save from Justin coming out of the top of the net. That was insane, but they're still not out of the woods just yet as Envy just continues to lay the pressure on Thick, and Justin narrowly avoids the bump coming from Turbo Pulsa. And here, Justin has pressure and numbers, but a smart demo there from Mist.
Turbo's feeling it right now. He's gotten a lot of dangerous touches in front. He's even getting bumps now on the back line, clearing the path for Mist to push forward into the box. Can't quite get the bump or touch against Squishy, but still, here comes Turbo, and it gets to the net! Turbo puts NRG on match point!
And where did all this boost come from? He follows this up, and he doesn't even feather it. He just holds it down, goes straight towards that ball, and game, set, match. Team Envy putting NRG on match point.
Well, Envy, I think you've made quite a statement to all of Twitch chat out there. The votes going in NRG's favor. Apparently, the votes must be inversely proportional to NRG's power as a team. The more Twitch chat votes for NRG, the worse it gets for them, Subi. Apparently, because it's 3-0 Envy. I mean, I honestly, for me, again, it was Turbo Pulsa. Yes, Atomic had some great carries from his own half. He even had a nice pass to Mist earlier in the game. But Turbo is the most annoying player on the pitch right now when it comes to carrying the ball, winning 50s, and chipping that second or third man in midfield on the goal line. Is like, oh, you think you're going for the ball? No. Get out. Get out of the play. This is my pitch.
I mean, I honestly don't think there's a better player in the league than Turbo at spacing. Like, he just knows where to be, when to be there, and how to take opportunities away from his opponents. Like, he realizes, oh, if I don't give this guy space, Justin, if you don't give him any space, he can't do much with this ball. So I'm just going to go and challenge him. And it's showing right now. They are just suffocating NRG, and it looks like NRG can't get any offense unless they catch Envy out of net.
Envy, one more game to go to get the clean sweep into the grand final. Then the only way NRG can get revenge is if they go on a lower bracket short tear and meet Envy for the salty run back. NRG would rather be in the grand final now. So the journey of the reverse sweep starts right now, but Justin can't quite pick Mist off the defense. Garrett wraps back around. Mist, well, the save off the ceiling will be good for Atomic, but this is going to be a push for NRG. Can they collect on this? They have not been able to capitalize at all. In fact, they've had they have no room to work with. Overall, this is the most space they've gotten. How many rebounds have they gotten clean off the backboard, Subi?
NRG needs to pull out their drivers. Every single one of these balls they've hit with a pitching wedge, just going really high, really slow, just lofting it up. And I mean, tons of shots in net, or on net rather, in the first minute of gameplay. And they can't break through that really stingy Envy defense.
Mist in front midfield again. I mean, they're all over midfield, not just Mist or Atomic. Mist. You can always count on him to place the ball in the exact spot that he needs to for the goal.
It was a team bump. Boop. Sorry, Garrett.
No.
No. Yep. You know that he's saying my bad, but that
no,
one.
Squishy said, hey, Garrett, you want to see what it feels like to be on a pogo stick? Just like, here you go. Boop.
Oh, my. NRG. I mean, this does not look like the same NRG that we have seen the past 3 days.
But this is Envy. This is the same Envy.
True.
That plays against NRG almost every time. And throughout this whole stretch of all the matches these teams have played against each other, you know, NRG have done the same thing to Envy, where it's always really close, but NRG seem to always pick up the last goal because their defense seems impenetrable. That time, if NRG have to stretch the pitch like that and they have to shoot from that angle on their last shot every time, how frustrated do you think they are every time they get to the blue half and they have to make saves like that? An excellent job on the save from Garrett, but they still can't get a touch past the midfield line, and Atomic just throws it back to Turbo.
Yeah, NRG just cannot figure out the rotations right now from Team Envy. It just seems like, okay, we've got space, and that's when NRG hits it long when they should hold it close to their chest, and then when there's instant pressure, that's when NRG's trying to slow it down, and great challenge from Turbo, essentially pulling out two defenders there. As Garrett forced to go back, long pass downfield to Squishy, double tap not there, and Turbo gonna push it back. But again, NRG battering the crossbar, and again going too high.
What is this? No! No. Absolutely not. Hang on a second. What happens? Justin, well, he didn't hit it. Garrett got it. Atomic still flying in the air for some reason. See a Turbo. I wanted to hit that ball into Squishy real quick for an NRG goal to let them tie it up. Because we can't sweep them that easily out of the tournament. That's how that went down.
And just think, I was just about to compliment Envy's backboard defense.
And it turns into a fiesta, Scooby.
And again, Squishy going up towards that backboard. And maybe they've found an exploit. They've realized, hey, they are a little vulnerable up there. But NRG still look like they have issues. All three bunched up on that side wall there. Thankfully, 50-50 didn't go astray as Justin gonna come up and gonna rotate out and leave this ball. But hey, good idea there as Squishy was waiting for this challenge.
Can't quite shake it off Mist. Force that ball off Garrett, and Envy get another long clear out. NRG forced back to their own half to progress forward. But Envy also sitting back, and they'll wait for Justin. Turbo, well, just a little touch, barely counts. Atomic making this one awkward for Turbo. Not the best positioning for Mist, but Atomic bails him out of that play so they can spread out a little bit. That was looking pretty shaky for Envy on defense. Justin's got no more boost left, and now it's left to Garrett in front. But this is not working for NRG. There's no passes. All right, we're going to launch the ball down the field or carry it. Oh, we got no boost. We got to leave. Oh, I misread how that ball was going to hit. Now we got to do it from our own half again. But there's no creativity here from NRG.
I mean, they just keep going towards left and right corners, up off the backboard, and that's a poor clear from Mist, and that's what we need to see more of. Infield pass. Yes, it was read very well by Turbo Pulsa, but eventually you're going to be pulling defenders out. They're going to have to respect the fact that you're looking for passes, taking them down a man on defense, and it's just going to create more and more opportunities. And final minute here in game number 4, Jorby. NRG has to play picture-perfect Rocket League if they want to keep themselves alive in this series.
And the guy you talked about at the very beginning of this match, Subi, Atomic, he's always been the guy I pointed at being, he's the reason Envy win games, and he's also the reason they lose them. And here's Mist on the catch. Atomic has played solid, but Mist always delivers a quality performance. He sits at the top of the scoreboard for his team. The Turbo and Mist, though, or Turbo and Atomic, slotting in very nicely. And they may push NRG to the very edge here. Turbo winning 150 for Envy, but the rest of them going to sit back. You don't want to overcommit here at the final stretch in regulation. Justin gets a touch out downfield, but nobody from NRG can follow it, and it comes here all down to a Squishy catch. Off the ceiling, Squishy. There's no one there. What are you going to do with it? Garrett didn't feel confident in the pass, didn't have anything going for him. Overtime, Subi.
The tension is palpable right now, Jorby. Everything on the line for NRG. They do not want to have to try and make another lower bracket run, at this matchup. And you better believe if they're going to want to do it, they're going to have to go through Team Envy, because whoever wins this matchup is going into the grand finals, and it's a long road for NRG.
Envy, make the most of their positioning, even if it isn't optimal. Be able to hit it down close side when you're tight in your own corner to be able to get a hard clear out. Now NRG are forced the whole way back to retreat. They have to recover awkward balls like this across the backboard. And Garrett has to fight Turbo in his own half just for a chance to touch the ball. Mist gets slightly bumped on the play here. Garrett has to hop up and down. And now the demo actually smokes Squishy off the ball. Justin able to squeak out, but Envy still have it beyond the midfield line.
Yeah, that demo actually favored Envy there because it's sending the player all the way back to their own defense. Both members, that's a dangerous one as Justin cheated up and was leaving Squishy all alone on that back line. Thankfully, wins that 50-50, and a great read from Atomic there. Snuffing out that play, he could sense it coming from a mile away.
Oh, not the best initial touch from Turbo, but a good follow-up to neutralize the bad effect. Atomic makes another save. Atomic gets another touch against Garrett and kept the ball close to him. That's probably the best thing that could have happened to him on the play. And the challenge in front of Mist is down to Turbo. Mist takes that ball on his fall back to the corner. Now Turbo again, the shot stretches Justin on the play, flips it off the crossbar. Turbo can't find it. Atomic can't either. Squishy has the next save. NRG on their last life, on the last possible goal that they could score, otherwise being swept to the lower bracket. Here's Mist for the next push around the corner. Mist slowing it down and flips it right over Justin. Turbo already downfield, puts a shot up off the post, and here's the rebound. Here comes Atomic, kicked up way too high. Mist collects some boost and gets the heck out of the orange half.
NRG need to get at least one shot on net here to really relieve this pressure because they are not out of the woods just yet. It's a dirty challenge there from Turbo, sends that ball to the right half of NRG's side, and a great demo from Atomic, going to give a lot of time and space to Mist as he's got Turbo waiting downfield. The shot's on target. Oh, Atomic can't follow it up, and Atomic does, sweeping NRG and propelling Team Envy to the grand finals.
Chance 1, chance 2, chance 3. Ding, 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 ding. Atomic confirms the sweep on NRG through the upper bracket. They will be waiting in the wings of the grand finals.
Holy smokes, how many opportunities are you gonna give them? Eventually, one has to fall, and it all landed on the shoulders of the guy I brought up in game 1, Jorby. Atomic sends them back to the grand finals for the second time in a row.
I mean, dude, I'm sorry, they crushed them. Like, I know NRG had a couple of really nice chances, but yeah, they had tons of shots. 11 shots on net? I don't remember any of them.
I don't either.
The only goal NRG actually scored, Suvi, was the weird one where Atomic felt like he just had a 200 boost and was like, I'm just going to float in the middle of a box and then bump my teammate out of the way for Squishy to score. That was it.
Well, all of their shots were those nice chips going up way too high off the backboard, and yeah, you pull out a defender, but when the rotations are that good from Team Envy, they're always going to have someone sitting on the goal line ready for another shot. They're just ready to go on defense.
I do not feel like Envy sweat at all in that match. They sweep, they move on, they sit pretty, and get to watch Rogue versus Space Station coming up next. Who survives to go play NRG in the lower final? Find out after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. We are on day number 4. Today we crown a champion, but not quite yet with a few matches to go through. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, and Subi is joining us back on the desk here to talk about how our day has gone so far. Subi, it's looking like, is your bracket almost perfect?
Other than NRG just losing, yeah.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, not even close now. It's thrown into the garbage can, but that's all right. I'll take that because seeing Team Envy absolutely dominate and manhandle NRG like that, I'll take that any day of the week and be wrong.
Watch every ball when it's in the air, and Envy players will always go to it first. They beat them with speed so easily, and there are times when that'll be a cop-out, right? We say speed wins games. It was literally every time Energy wanted to pop that ball up to start an aerial dribble, one of the players from Team Envy was there every single time. They dominated across the field on those challenges from anywhere on the field. A 4-0, that's a big statement. No one expected a 4-0, and I think even Mist didn't expect that either.
I haven't heard speed wins games in a while, but we have been watching European Rocket League. But we're watching North America right now, and Mist is on the line to join us, talk about that victory there. Mist, thanks for joining us. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Now I want to talk specifically about just like comms and stuff, because like obviously for you, that from the outside and on paper this looked like an easy win. When we get Turbo on here, he's like, yeah, easy day at the office. When we ask you before we go live here, you're just like, oh yeah, no, it's no problem. Are you guys this chill during the game as well?
I don't know about chill, but the comms, like we try to keep them calm, but you know, like we try to keep a fast pace, so sometimes we get clogged, but we try our best to just keep the information flowing. I think we did a pretty good job of that.
Clearly.
So my question is, Twitch chat had 83% for NRG. Does that bother you when pretty much all of Twitch chat does not think that you guys can take down this team?
I mean, not really. I mean, I expect that out of Twitch chat, to be honest, but it is what it is.
I mean, it wouldn't bother me either if I'm putting guaranteed 20,000 in my team's pocket. Like, oh, say I'm wrong. But I got to say, I'm sorry for continually betting against you. This is the second time in a row that I picked NRG over you. And I got to ask, is this a fluke, or do you guys truly have NRG's like play style down to a T?
Nah, I think we're definitely better than them when we play them. I think we download them really well, and we know what to do in certain situations. So I think we're good.
Well, I want to ask about that then, because you sound confident, and this might already answer my question. I mean, last time you guys in the winners finals had another 4-0. That time it was against Rogue, though. NRG faced off against you guys in the grand finals last time, and it was an intense series. It was one of the greatest series we've ever seen. Went the distance. They didn't get the bracket reset, though. You guys got them in Game 7. Do you think they might come close to getting the bracket reset now that you've seen what they can do today? You've already 4-0'd them.
I don't think we'll allow it, to be honest. I think we're a pretty good team. I think we know what to do. So I don't think they'll get a bracket reset, but I think it'll be more competitive if they make it that far.
TLDR, when I'm getting this conversation, is Envy thinks Envy is good. Envy is good, and Envy should win this one. And you guys are showing us that confidence in action. So congrats on the win, and good luck in the grand finals, Mist.
Thank you.
That's really what it is, Gibbs.
See, this is why you can't believe pro player picks, because, you know, we have Space Station on. They think they're the best in the world. Then we got Mist on. Thinks Team Envy's best in the world. One of them has to be wrong, right? And right now, it definitely looks like Space Station's wrong, because Team Envy looks amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting if they can get there. But let's take a look at the bracket just so you can see where Space Station lays right now. They lay a couple matches away from that series. They have to go through Rogue, then they have to go through NRG, then they could face Envy. So Subi, that would be quite the long journey, but we can't stop looking at Rogue here too, who wasn't a top 3 spot last time.
No, exactly. They look very strong today as well, but I just think SSG is on fire today, and they had a harder matchup. They played G2, and if you want to compare them, they both went 4-2. And when you compare opponents, G2 versus the Peeps, I think G2 is leaps and bounds better than the Peeps. And SSG is just looking so good. And I know NRG got beat 4-0 right now, but I think SSG is going to move forward, and I think that NRG is going to have a tough time with SSG today.
Well, we're going to find out when that match happens. Right now, we have to get through Rogue versus Space Station Gaming. Rogue looking for another top 3 finish. Space Station looking to bring a little bit of glory back to their name, Gibbs, as they used to be for sure the best in North America, maybe even the world, but these missteps have caused questions to that stature.
Yeah, Space Station, though, they're looking good that they take down a very good G2 team, while Rogue, when they beat the Peeps, they did beat them pretty well. The one problem was AJ was playing so well that the Peeps got 2 wins off them when they really shouldn't have, I think. And I think that is where Rogue has to clean this up on the defensive side, because now it's going to be more than just AJ. It's going to be Arsenal. It's going to be Reynolds. It's going to be Sypical. All 3 of them will do things that AJ did to them last series. So it's really going to come down to that defensive Rogue throughout the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But now
my voice cracked there a little bit. I didn't want to continue.
Honestly, it was much more manly than I was expecting. But let's get that Verizon fan vote going now, as you guys can get involved in the chat with the hashtag SSG or RGE for Rogue or SSG, and vote on which team you think is going to make it into that top 3 position and who will be dropped out here in that 4th place position. Rogue versus Space Station Gaming. Let's discuss this, guys, and also predict who we got going through here in case your bracket is wrong, or at this point you've wanted to change your mind based off what you've seen. Gibbs, I don't think you had G2 going through, didn't you?
Just rub it in, all right?
I had
G2 taking down Rogue, okay? But I'm going to stick with Space Station taking down Rogue here then instead, because the last 5 times they've played, Space Station has won all 5 of those series. And my one concern with Space Station when they played G2 was, would they wake up in time?
Yeah.
And they absolutely did. And Arsenal looks amazing today. I think he will carry them through for this victory.
All right, Subi, I can't remember who you had, though. Didn't you have Rogue doing pretty well?
I did. I had them getting to this point at least, and then I had them going up against Space Station. So yes, my bracket down there is still looking pretty good. And I had SSG taking down Rogue 4-2 because I'm a huge history buff. And when you look back at the history between these teams, you have to look very, very far into the past to see the last time Rogue took SSG down.
And just to confirm, that is you picking SSG still. You're not changing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
I will also have to side with Space Station, which is not good because I'm pretty sure last time we picked on a top team, all 3 of us, it didn't go well for that top team. But I will have to say Space Station Gibbs is absolutely right. They're looking great. Yeah. Rogue, too, is also looking good, but I just don't know if it's pieced enough together, as Reynolds said, before. He says that team's still got a little bit more to work on. Even Rogue themselves talked about working Toroko into that mix. It's going well, but maybe they just need a little bit more time in the oven to cook through. And chat is thinking the same thing, Gibbs.
When we talk about the best teams in North America, Space Station, they are part of that conversation. They're a little bit behind right now, Team Envy and Energy, because of some bad losses early on. But Space Station, they're in that conversation. Rogue is not there yet, but if they get these big wins, soon they'll be part of that conversation.
Well, we all picked SSG. You all picked SSG. And I'm pretty sure SSG, based off what we heard, is picking SSG. We'll see if that comes to fruition in our next match. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for another elimination match. It's Rogue versus Space Station Gaming.
Rogue have been on a tear throughout this regional, but it all may come to a screeching halt as a resurgent Space Station tries to take them down. And Corelli, certainly not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, and I thought the desk would give a lot more credit to Rogue. It's been a lot of talk about Space Station. Maybe that's because they picked Space Station, but I think that Rogue do have 2 key players performing. First Killer and Toroko, especially with the pickup. You're having your new player perform well, and this is a big deal for Rogue. I mean, this is like the desk saying, this is where you break in, and you have to beat teams like Space Station. They were oh so close against Envy, and they took down the Peeps just before this. But this is the time for Rogue to prove us. Is this roster for real? Taking down Space Station would certainly say so.
You heard Reynolds in his post-game interview today as First Killer punches the first one in. But Reynolds feels like Toroko isn't quite up to RLCS speed yet. But Rogue get the first goal.
Well, I can tell you a player who is, and it's certainly First Killer. As nobody from Space Station could play up to speed of that touch, and it's a tough one to read for a defense either way, but a great start here for Rogue, and again, you want First Killer on the ball, and he certainly does well in the first touch.
For sure, he's one of those impact players that way. Turo playing the loss there with First Killer will pick up the save, but You know, Taroko has had some standout moments, and while Reynolds might not feel like he's quite RLCS speed ready just yet, well, I mean, Rogue, you don't get this far without your third contributing heavily to your performance. And, you know, while we talk about how the match with NRG and G2 was on the mainstream yesterday, something that didn't get mentioned a lot was Rogue's match against Envy, where it went the full distance.
Yeah.
And Rogue got within a goal of taking that match away from Envy. And we just saw how Envy took NRG. So I'm with you, Corelli. I think Rogue deserve a little bit more credit than the desk has been given them.
There was 5 out of the 7 games were 1-goal games against Envy, who just absolutely crushed NRG. So, of course, that was yesterday. It's a new day. But still, it does speak to what Rogue can do against arguably the best team in North America right now, as it's looking to be Envy.
I don't know. If you're taking Envy to 7, Taroko is definitely RLCS game speed ready. That's just the way he's looked so far has been pretty solid. But when he gets put in those extended pressure situations on defense, how does he handle those situations? This is a roster overall that loves to play fast and aggressive. And if you get them on defense for more than a couple of chances, that's where you might see the Rogue defense start to crumble a little bit. But that's the really hard part with Rogue, is keeping them on the blue half.
And, you know, right now you're seeing both teams kind of trading blows. It was Space Station with some control in the Rogue half. Now Rogue has had 2 quick opportunities. 5 shots for Rogue, 4 for Space Station. Here comes First Killer, and that's a great block by Sypical. When you got someone like First Killer barreling down inside your box, it's tough to read where he's going to go. And a great save by Sypical.
Oh, and Turantaro forcing Sypical to go high, and didn't get probably the most accurate touch he wanted down to Arsenal. And Turantaro picks up the ball again. He's got nothing left. Try to force that challenge pass out, bouncing right over his teammate. And Space Station collect a pair of demos for a Sypical air dribble towards the net, which Taroko will grab back out to the corner. But he's low on boost. Turantaro having to throw the ball out. So while Rogue had been setting the pace of the game for the first 2.5 minutes, Space Station have turned things around, and here comes the shot right in Rogue's face. Arsenal picks it up.
You thought maybe First Killer could get back to it, but, you know, I think Space Station certainly fighting fire with fire right now. They are looking to be the faster team on offense, and you can see First Killer having to fight off some defenders to even get back to that ball. But, you know, both these teams are playing so quick, and it really will be who finds the gaps, who can spread out the defense far enough to let that speed come through and fight the opposition.
Turo feathers the boost to get the pass out to First Killer, and Arsenal will grab that off the rebound, and it will be a quick transition goal for Space Station. As good as it looked for Rogue in the first half, it only took 40 seconds for Space Station to take the lead.
And both teams have had transitional plays that have led to very dangerous opportunities. This one clearly is a wide open goal for Space Station Gaming, but for Rogue as well, they have had some quick transitions that have led to Space Station requiring goal line saves, and I think that might be the theme for this game. When we talk about the speed, that transition is really the only time you can catch out a team like Space Station or Rogue.
Rogue not biting too quickly on these midfield challenges either, recognizing when Space Station, they might have a beat on that initial touch, but they're always able to readjust where they're sitting in midfield and at least get themselves a good chance at the challenge if the initial look wasn't that good. But Space Station,
here it comes.
They get caught out, and now Arsenal gets the demo onto First Killer, saving the goal.
Oh, and he flipped just to get enough speed to get the demo on First Killer. Now here he comes again. Taroko's going to put it away. Space Station had 2 players to defend it, and Rogue break through.
Yeah, it goes through 2 defenders. First, Reynolds, who thought First Killer was going to keep pushing it forward, and Arsenal, who had no boost, who had a pretty good idea about where that ball was going to enter, but he just had too much lateral momentum. The ball got behind him, and Taroko gave it a little bit more juice for the goal.
That's a well-earned goal from Rogue, because they've had a couple that have gone on the goal line, and it's taken some great saves from Space Station. And so for Rogue, they can be happy that offense finally breaking through, because it has been strong from them. I think even though Space Station have had more of the pressure on the Rogue side, Rogue has definitely dealt some damage, dealt some hurt to Space Station on their defensive side.
Well, I do feel like that's a little bit of recency bias coming in with the Space Station pressure, because Rogue do have 10 shots on net, and they were dominating in the very first half of the game, and they're in position to take the lead back. So while I do agree that, you know, Space Station have certainly put out a lot of offensive pressure in the back half of this game, Rogue are not without their opportunities in their own pressure situations. Turntoro, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's been a fight for the midfield, too, as well. Here in the final 15, Rogue might have some opportunity for transition here. Reynolds, that's not the best touch. It's going to come out. Arsenal there to clean it up. And the final 10 were on the Rogue half.
That's all Arsenal could do was pitch it downfield. First killer going for a tough read there. Toroko killing the ball. Space Station.
Might have it.
Double.
You might have it.
Oh, Space Station. A flashbang opportunity. And they flash Rogue out of game 1.
And you know what the key is to this play? It's Arsenal going for the bump on Turinturo. Even though Turinturo goes back towards net with the bump, it throws them off to not get the read. Beautiful finish by Space Station Gaming. And, you know, Arsenal was talking about it in their series earlier. He put up, I think it was 78 points in the final game against G2. But he had 5 demos in that final game. And there, in that particular moment here at the end of this game, he gets a big bump that opens up the space for the double tap.
Again, this is where I look at those Rogue chances and say, could they have done more? But then you remember the Arsenal demo from earlier that prevented the goal, like you were saying, but then also a couple of opportunities that were just great defense by Space Station. Like there were some tough shots for Space Station to withstand, and Rogue weren't without their own physical game on the orange box or in the orange box. Space Station killed them twice on 2 massive transitions, and that ended up being the difference.
And I think for Rogue, obviously I think you're upset because you lost game 1. It was a very close game. You had opportunity to win, but I think the offense was quite good from Rogue. Seriously, I think that they had great opportunities. I think it took some, you know, phenomenal saves from Space Station Gaming to keep them in the game. I think both sides had that, but it does feel like for Space Station that they felt some more dangerous chances, especially on the transition from Rogue. Rogue were very quick to transition on things and felt like Space Station at times couldn't keep up and were forced onto their goal line.
And so we're just in a quick pause here for game number 2. Space Station, if you guys are just tuning in, just took first game 3-2 in over or at 0 seconds. Felt like it was going to go to overtime. But yes, and Reddles, I just, want to give a quick shout to what's going on in in-game chat. Reddles says, Turin, thank you for saying we're the best. You're great. Appreciate that, Turo. So a lot of friendship on the field. And I'm not sure many fans out there think Reynolds likes to create friendships when he's on the pitch, but every now and then he's got something nice to say about himself.
Yeah, when people compliment him, that's when he'll
right.
He'll be happy.
Thanks for saying I'm great. I really like that.
Yeah, I think we all like that.
Well, now for Rogue, the pieces are there, Corelli, to take on Space Station.
Yeah.
But can they continue to convert their chances, and can they keep Space Station pressed and stop them on the transition?
I think that's the biggest thing for Rogue. They had a lot of chances last game. Certainly enough to put away Space Station. Here comes Turinturo. He does get a second touch. It's just about converting those chances. See if they can do it here in game 2.
Reynolds will have all day to think about where to go. And he'll go right back above the ball into the corner. That's always the difficult thing when you're sitting on the back wall, the ball's floating towards you. Where do I go when all 3 Rogue players have every option covered beyond midfield? As Toroko pitches the next one downfield. Rogue, pretty neutral right now in the first minute. Both teams vying for some consistent touches. Nice little move from first killer, but those types of touches, that's what starts the battle of attrition. Then these midfield passes start opening up. Arsenal pick up one save. The first killer slow getting back to the box, so the demo Space Station end up neutralizing the value. And Toroko, another ball out to midfield, but things pretty quiet for the moment.
Yeah, Rogue had some space to work with that demo initially, but the ball never came out to a Rogue player. Space Station doing a good job of slowing the game down when they need to keep possession, and that one's actually going to get by Turinturo. Arsenal is going to find the opening goal for Space Station Gaming.
So this one squeezed in between 2 Rogue defenders, and it was Turo who ended up own goaling it, I believe. It looked like First Killer had the save. He had that angle covered. Maybe he would have got dunked on the play. Hard to say, though. Turo tried to fish that ball out to the opposite corner, and worst possible event imaginable happened.
Arsenal getting that last man demolition once again. Space Station couldn't make anything of it, but it's just so scary. He even had no boost on it, just was flipping into players to take them out of the game for just that split second. Here comes Rogue. First killer shot's too high. Everyone's committed for Rogue. Arsenal's down the field. No boost. Can he put it away?
Oh, he got
it's going to go off the corner and in. And a 2-goal lead for Space Station.
I thought Arsenal missed this ball. And that initial pass wasn't bad from Turo, but it definitely was a little hard in high. First killer had to wrap hard around that ball to try to get the tight angle to put the ball in. So it was just a little too powerful for him to handle. But where was third man on that play? Someone from Rogue has to cover the committed last option, and he was just a little too far up from midfield. Turo was.
What's funny about that play, too, is it was a 3v2. It was 3 Rogue players and 2 Space Station players. Arsenal went to the other side of the field to get a Rogue boost that wasn't even there, and then turns around, comes back towards midfield, and sees the ball come and says, oh, okay, thank you very much. I'll just tap this in. I'm already here.
Oh, well, Reynolds is very thankful that Turo couldn't turn that ball in. His miss off the crossbar ends up turning into a nothing burger. Yet here in front, Turo trying to find the clear. Despite how fast Rogue looked in game 1, Corelli, they get picked out on a mistake from being too far forward, and Space Station forced an own goal in the last opportunity. So, I mean, the ball's in Rogue's court, but even that shot easily handled by Space Station.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Now Space Station able to transition. Very scary. Arsenal's going to put it across. Typical backed off. I think Reynolds was too far up for him to go. You're up by 2 goals. Definitely don't want to force anything. You have 1 to give. And here they come once again. Arsenal with a big bomb. The shots off the post from Typical. Arsenal still trying to fight for it. And he will put it away in the chaos. Space Station Gaming deliver.
Now Arsenal creating value on the bump. He even slips up right there. And Taroko said, here, we'll put you on the ground. But not for too long. And the rest of Rogue had no time to get back anyway. So Space Station really building off of the game 1 performance where you score at the very end of the game.
I think what's interesting now for Rogue especially is if they drop these 2 games, it'll be one of those things where you look back and you say, man, this team had so many chances, so much opportunity that they couldn't put away. That one's going to be off the post, and unfortunately couldn't find the target. Coming up now on a minute left, and another shot on the goal line. Reynolds has to turn away. Here comes First Killer off the ceiling. Has a bit of boost to work with. Still 18, and does get his foot back and messes up both Arsenal and Turo. It's Taroko. Tries to play it out. Good challenge by First Killer. Can he get it back around to it? No boost. Cuts it across and saved away by Reynolds. 45 seconds left, and Rogue, looking the most threatening they had all game, can't find the back of the net, can't break through Space Station Gaming. And you have to give credit to the Space Station side. They've done a great job of slowing down Rogue. Even in the face of chaos, even in the face of uncertainty on the offense, when you have a player like First Killer behind the ball. Space Station Gaming have done a great job on defense. They have 6 total saves here.
Oh. It's really just a Space Station dominant performance. It's what you expect from them. When you talk about the Space Station Gaming, the one that no one in North America could beat for so long, this is part of what made them so good. A crushing defeat in Game 2, handed to Rogue, who couldn't get anything going. Corelli, past the first 3 minutes of Game 1, Rogue's offense has been non-existent.
Well, I don't know about that.
They haven't scored. They haven't scored.
Sure, yes, absolutely. They certainly haven't scored. But, I mean, if you look at the last, I don't know, even minute and a half of that game, it felt like Rogue really had Space Station backing up. It was, going back to the point I was making, you really do have to give a lot of credit to the Space Station defense right now. They're playing phenomenal defense. It's something they did well yesterday against G2. And it feels like for Rogue, when you have all the chances that they've had, when they have the offense, when they have the pressure, when they have the opportunity, and they still can't put it away, it's a very frustrating experience for any team. And it's not, I really truly still don't think Rogue are playing a bad game here. They have great pressure. They have great chances. It's really just Space Station playing great defense at the moment.
And Space Station are so good where a lot of teams aren't, and that's defense under pressure. Even when the rotation's tight, you rarely see them double commit, you rarely see them out of position or go for boost when, they take themselves out of the play and then they have to play catch up with the ball. They're very good about where they should be on the pitch, and when they do have that second of breathing room to pick up some pads or pick up a 100 boost canister. But it's so difficult to crack through them when you're not able to consistently bump them off the line. They always seem to have the beat on the flow of the game, and that was what resulted in the Game 2 victory, or at least part of it. Like you said, Corelli, great Space Station defense, and it kicks with an Arsenal shot! The ball's made of lead, and Space Station take the lead!
And that's the thing about Space Station. Such great defense, but so lethal on offense here. Perfectly placed by Arsenal. Defense was not expecting a shot from him. And even though you feel all that pressure in the last game, you put away the first goal in this game, and it's just off to the races for Space Station once again.
Where do you go if you're Rogue right now? If you can get a goal here, as Turo really tried to sneak that ball in, then maybe you can start to feel the confidence. But even there, you catch 2 Space Station players in net, a double to boot, but it was a high bounce to the corner, and you can't win a single 50 to keep pressure, and it just floats into the net, and Reynolds is laughing the whole way to the bank.
What can you say about this one? It's a challenge from Taroko into Reynolds, and Reynolds takes the challenge on the left side, so it pinches off the wall and back towards the Rogue net. What can you say if you're on Rogue? And for Space Station, once again, maybe even a third here. Shot from Reynolds. In it goes. 3 goals up for Space Station.
This is a disastrous kickoff. First for Turo, it just perfect from Typical, forces the ball forward, and that bounce was perfect for Reynolds. Put the ball into the net again. Space Station. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unanswered goals, Corelli. It has been 7 goals since Rogue has scored. And Space Station are smothering them.
Rogue at that kickoff sitting at a total of the team, 66 points. They have certainly not made any contact on the ball to make anything meaningful come from it. And Space Station right now rolling. First killer doesn't do well in the touch, and Reynolds gets the demo. Still Space Station threatening a dangerous ball here for Reynolds if he can get over it. And Taroko there to clear it away for Rogue.
Maybe this is where you start to feel that pinch, where that's the first touch that's assigned to real points for Taroko for a clear. He was sitting on 6 points for the first minute, 20 seconds. They only made 3 touches that were just challenges in front in Turo. Able to send that ball forward. But here's a chance for Rogue. First killer just pitches it forward. Reynolds has a tough assignment on the ball, but Typical's helping him out. Just whipping around is Taroko, and it's grabbed again, but Turo was waiting for that shot. And no good for Rogue, but it continues for first killer. Can Rogue continue to mount the pressure?
It's just looking very similar. Even from the end of the last game, you're seeing Rogue dribble, cut, maneuver inside the Space Station side, and yet, they're going to go off of Reynolds. That is how you can get your first goal, I suppose. You put it off of Reynolds, who's been a scoring machine, and he'll put it on his own net.
Yeah, in the words of anybody, we take those. Kicks right off of Reynolds, and, that's the bit of fortune you like to see shine down on you when nothing is going your way. And maybe it is enough for Rogue on this next kickoff. This is a good challenge in front, but how do they progress forward? Turo can't quite get the catch that he wants. It ends up going right back into Reynolds. Reynolds slips right through everybody, and it's in the net anyway. I don't think he got the final touch, but that rolled off the post and in.
He never misses. Everything goes his way, and everything's right at net. Remember, this is the same guy who got the goal off the challenge from Taroko that bounces and pinches to the wall and into the net. He even scores on his own net.
Oh, man. And some players out there are just, especially fans, that don't like Reynolds when he runs his mouth. They're definitely upset about those opportunities. And just the fact that you're like, man, Corelli, I hate that you're right. Yeah, Reynolds even scores well on his own net. Ridiculous. Truly is, though. I mean, you talk about the dip that Space Station had, and they were losing games to teams that we really don't expect them to lose to, making uncharacteristic mistakes. And with how Space Station were talking, we were in the middle of a move, things weren't feeling that good, we're not able to practice while all these other teams are able to. And a lot of times people aren't very receptive to that sort of feedback. However, the onus is on Space Station after you're done moving and you're done with all the real life stuff you got going on to perform when you no longer have that excuse to rely on. And that's exactly what's happening here. This is the result that people expect a space station with practice, whatever they deem as enough practice is, to perform as.
Well, you want some practice, Jorby. How about making the longest possible lower bracket run you could do? And Space Station are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is their 6th series in the lower bracket. And Rogue do get the second goal, cuts the lead in half. An opportunity, a chance for Rogue to get back into this. Still the Space Station Gaming team and defense clamping down on that play. Rogue do squeak it by. And while the offense, has definitely now, I think, simmered for Rogue, it's been very tough for them to find the chances that they were finding earlier. How do they present more? How do they beat this Space Station defense? And how do you keep up with the scoring machine that is Reddles?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a challenge as favorable as Turinturo did for that goal for first killer. Reddles gets bumped off the play here. I think for me to have confidence in Rogue's ability in Game 3, they're going to need a goal very quickly here. Well, they're going to need a lot more than that now. Arsenal, I don't know how he sneaks another one in like this.
Some of these goals, Jorby, I'm telling you.
What is that?
I'm sorry.
No disrespect at all. That's just goofy.
It's just the way that Space Station have scored their goals in this game. Now, granted, there have been some great plays, but some of these chances are just out of this world ridiculous. And Space Station have scored, I think, all of them. If the opportunity arises to score a goofy goal like that, it goes in for them.
Oh, man. Well, Rogue might be looking forward to Game 4 at this point. With a 3-goal lead in hand for Space Station, they're looking like they might pull an envy here shortly as Rogue are almost forced to match point, and they have a lot to figure out here. Only 2 goals to show for another outpour, or actually no, it's not another outpouring of offense. Only 5 shots on net in this game.
Yep. Yeah, that's the biggest difference maker here, I think, Jorby, for Rogue. This is the first game now that they've really settled down, not finding that offensive pressure that they did before. And that's really where it starts to get scary, because Space Station putting away 5 goals is, very tough to compete with when you can't even put away, in some of these games, 1. And they're able to put away 2 here, but it's really all for naught with the amount that Space Station put away. And now you have to reverse sweep a hot Space Station Gaming.
Well, for what it's worth to Turinturo, that was a sick back wave dash to go get that corner boost at the very end. I like that. Cool mechanics, man. But they're going to need a little bit more than that. 3-0 for Space Station. And like you had said, and like we were joking about a little bit earlier, when Reddles is getting every single goal off of whatever kind of challenges or touches, is it going to work out for Rogue here, Corelli? There have only been 10 reverse sweeps in competitive Rocket League history at the best of 7 level. I mention it every single time that we get to a point like this because A, that's a ridiculous stat, and B, Rogue are screwed.
The data doesn't support a high likelihood of coming back from a reverse sweep or having to reverse sweep a Space Station squad here. Very unlikely for Rogue. However, if the way they do it and the path to that victory, the path to that reverse sweep is, number 1, finding that pressure that they did in basically all the games up until the last one, because they had great pressure. I've said it a bazillion times. They certainly have. And it's really about converting. I mean, when you have those opportunities, you have to convert something. And that was the biggest difference maker in the games they lost early on. I think the last one got away from them. Now it's back to form for Rogue, and possibly as First Killer puts away the first one for Rogue.
Now Reddles again, he just can't give Rogue a clean goal, man. First Killer, it's a great carry here. He gets over-typical with that last little touch, and Reddles says, here you go, man, that was nice. We'll put that one in. A great start for Rogue, 13 seconds in.
Yeah, and this is what they need, converting on the chances. Even in a chance like that, which technically was out and put away by Reddles, it's still opportunity and pressure on the Space Station side. Now you have to keep converting and keep this pressure on.
The thing for Rogue, though, you can't rely on a First Killer solo air dribble down the middle of the field every time to collect goals. They haven't been successful on that. That was the first time that they were successful with that, Corelli, in like 3 games.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced they're going to get any more of those, but who knows? Rocket League's a crazy game. Turinturo won't have any lead on the backboard. As much as Rogue tried to test it repeatedly, Space Station a pass with flying colors. Man. Arsenal, well, he's the ace.
Oh, just the smallest little touch from Arsenal. Throws off the last man, just over First Killer. He knew he was beat trying to backflip. And what a phenomenal touch. And that ball was uncontested for so long. You know a player like Arsenal is going to jump up after it and get that little flick on. Does well. And now the kickoff straight to Reynolds pays off as First Killer does get up to slow down the transition.
Played up and away. Taroko actually got that ball by Typical. Now for Rogue. How do you position here as Space Station gets set from their own half? Taroko gets the first win on the 50. Arsenal takes out the second man, but Turinturo covers the gap quickly. He picks up the next demo. Little bit of space for Taroko. Saved his flip for the last possible second, and it's flipped away by Reddles again. What a touch in front, but Arsenal gets around the ball before First Killer can bump him off the play. Still, Rogue can progress here from the corner. Taroko gets another cheeky touch out, and Typical able to save the next one. Rebound, and here come the high passes. The high-flying game Rogue love to play in the attacking third, but Space Station have their number in the sky, Corelli. They get another clear.
And when you have such mechanical monsters like Space Station Gaming do, it's so tough to beat them through the air like that because you know they're going to have a player on the back wall. You know that they're going to have a challenge to disrupt the passing, and they take care of business quickly on the Rogue half to take the lead.
Yeah, Arsenal flips around Turinturo, and then Taroko tried to make up for it, but by the time Arsenal beats Turo to the ball, Taroko hasn't already gone, and it's too late. Arsenal already has you beat. A nice flick over him to open up the space to get the goal for Typical.
And you're seeing the difference in the offense right now, the efficiency of Space Station, quickly moving downfield, quickly putting one away. It's snappy, it's quick. And when you look at Rogue, they have all this great pressure, but they can't convert, they can't break through. And the Space Station defense have just shut them down.
They're just
on
missing
every single
that
try.
Yeah, they're missing that final piece where you really feel like that you're squelching Space Station as a team. But instead, it's you have two players that force the ball forward so aggressively, and then by the time third man wants to get involved, they're either low on boost because they've just been shading left and right, making sure that they're in the right spot for it, and they're forced in situations like this where Taroko has to flip the ball out across his net with 2 boost, and then try to get a follow-up touch that's actually dangerous for Rogue on a transition. And this ball just keeps kicking out away from Rogue. They're having trouble just hanging on to the ball no matter what side of the pitch that they're on, as First Killer tries to roll this out again for Rogue.
First Killer does well to beat the first man. Turinturo gets it by as Typical slows things down. Now very dangerous. It's just Taroko back, and Space Station want to go on the transition. It does come off the wall clean, and no one there from the Space Station side to contest. Now in the midfield.
Even there, Turo, you have Taroko. Is there a better play than just popping it up high in midfield and forcing a 50 out of Space Station? You had Taroko ready on a breakout play. Why can't you play that out to the side for a quick pass? Why can't you shade Space Station to the left or try to pull their first man into an unfavorable position so you have a pass downfield? But no, they constantly want to play this high ball in the air. Space Station just constantly got that figured out. It takes whiffs. It takes Typical missing the ball for Rogue to actually push forward, and even when that goes right, still Reynolds gets in the way.
Great strike from Turinturo. You know how lethal these shots can be from Rogue. And Space Station, great job on defense once again. The good news for Rogue is this game stayed close. Space Station hasn't broken it open like they had in the previous games, and now it really is up to Rogue. What can they dish out in the final minute?
Another high ball down against the corner for Turo. But Taroko's covering the wide left side while First Killer went into full retreat. Nobody confident on the approach here for Rogue. They're going to try again from midfield. Taroko testing the backboard, but it's taken away again by Typical. Rogue have to find a new way to create some space, whether it's through brute force or through some creativity. First Killer can't quite put it in. Taroko's follow-up is denied by Arsenal, flying out of the net. And Space Station maintain the lead for now, but it's picking up right again. Oh no, Reynolds, he got the bump to prevent the challenge on the backside. Taroko, damage control's not good enough, and Space Station get out, Corelli.
Oh my goodness, we need an instant replay on Arsenal's save there. He came through so quickly to make that save, and it might just win him the series here. The final chance for Rogue is that shot never came through, and Arsenal beats Taroko. 4 seconds left. He's going for the bump on first. And now into 0-second time, Rogue are out of time and out of the tournament.
Space Station sweep their way to the lower final, and I would definitely be on high alert if I am NRG. Space Station are in peak, well, I'll say a step below out of peak form. There was a couple of whiffs that made it look a little scary at times, but Arsenal just continues to deliver solid performance after solid performance, Corelli. We talk about Reddles and his impact on the field, but Arsenal in all 4 of these games was the answer to any question that Rogue threw at them.
Oh, absolutely. He's that gel from offense or from defense to offense and offense to defense. And that's what holds the team together. That's what he does on this team. And you have players like Reddles, especially in this series, performing the way he did. Space Station looked like a very scary team. Very interested to see how they do against this energy squad.
And talking about Arsenal and Reddles, and you know when we don't even mention Sypical, Space Station might have this crazy lower bracket run on lock. Speaking of the lower bracket run, coming up next, we got a juicy one. NRG take on Space Station Gaming for the privilege of taking Team Envy on in the grand finals. Who gets back up there? Find out after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. We are on day number 4. That's right. That's Championship Sunday of the second North American Regional of the Winter Split. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs. And Corelli is now joining us to talk this last, I guess, smacking, we could call it. SSG, Corelli, was looking good.
They were looking good,
They
and even in the fact that they had to play a lot of defense too. I mean, Rogue, they definitely made SSG earn this series rather, because one misstep by the Space Station defense and Rogue were right there to jump all over them. That's how rock solid Space Station was on the defensive side.
And it's just so unfortunate, too, because we go to game 3, I think it was, with all the 50-50s just randomly going into the net. Space Station had a little bit of luck. That game 1 as well. It was just one touch away from that 0-second goal not happening. So there was a few chances for Rogue. Space Station definitely looked like the better team throughout.
Yeah.
And now we get the last 3 teams, the best teams in North America, are about to battle it out.
Gibbs calling 50-50s are a talent, Gib. and Space Station, they had them. So yeah,
they absolutely did.
Let's take a look at the bracket now and take a look at those top 3 teams Gibbs just mentioned. Team Envy, NRG,
oh baby,
Space Station Gaming. 3 of your top 4 of North America sitting here in these top 3.
We began this weekend on the pre-show saying who is the best in North America, and there was only 3 viable answers: Team Envy, then Energy, and Space Station Gaming as well. But Space Station was that one tailing off, and then they tailed off again on day 1. But they're here now. They're making the NRG lower bracket run, and the last team to stop that is NRG. It's going to be a battle.
Yeah, this is, I guess, expected, but also unexpected, Corelli. I mean, you look at SSG drop it down. You think along the way one of these teams is going to take them out.
That's kind of the funny thing is this was not easy. We ended up at the sum of what we thought we were going to get, but the way that these teams got here was not easy. I mean, you can go back NRG against Jamal Jabari 3-2. You go back Alpine, of course, beating Space Station. G2 having to have a 5-game series against version 1, dropping games to Alpine. I mean, this was not easy for a lot of the top teams. I mean, the team that probably took care of business the most was Envy, and even then they struggled with Rogue going to 7 games.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this next match then as we get into our lower bracket final. NRG versus Space Station Gaming. NRG just coming off of a 4-0 loss from Envy into the lower bracket. Space Station Gaming coming off a 4-0 win against Rogue. So both these teams now are fighting for the privilege to play against Team Envy in that grand finals, Gibbs.
This truly feels like, does momentum matter in Rocket League? We're going to find out in this series, because I think Space Station and Energy, 2 teams that are very close to one another. Space Station, they used to have that edge in the head-to-head. Then Energy, the last 2 times they played, they won. So I think it's very close between the 2 teams. But obviously, we know what's happened today so far. Energy, they got swept. Space Station, they won 4-2 and then a 4-0. So will this momentum carry them through? This game 1, I think, is going to be huge.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote, guys. Get your votes in chat. You know what to do. We've been doing it for multiple regionals. If you don't by now, I'll say it one more time. Get those hashtags with SSG or NRG in chat to vote for the team you think is going to win this one. And while you guys do that, we're going to discuss, talk, maybe try to sway you guys one way or another about NRG Space Station and our predictions. I'm going to start off with Corelli on this one. NRG Space Station, tell me who you think it's going to be and why.
First of all, I think it's going to be 7 games. I think it's going to go the distance, just
all
off
right,
the
good.
bat. Get that out of the way. Second of all, I think NRG are going to edge out Space Station here. And the reason why is that, even in that last game, that's a 4-0 over Rogue. If they have that same exact play style, which is great offense, they were able to take care of business. But the amount of defense that they had to play, I think NRG are going to be a bit more lethal when it comes to putting the ball away. And I think Rogue struggled with that against Space Station. Now, credit to Space Station, great defense. But I think NRG are going to be a tad bit more lethal to find the back of the net, and I just don't think you cut it by playing that much defense.
NRG for Corelli, Gibbs. Space Station, I think I remember what your build-up bracket was, but based off what we've seen, I'm just very curious now if you're kind of changing your mind at all.
I feel like I fall into this trap every single time where we're just looking at the performance on the day, and then we choose that, and then it goes horribly wrong. So for that reason, I'm going to go NRG. They haven't looked good yet. I don't know why I'm picking them. I honestly don't, because I'm not sure. Like, Squishy has not looked that good today, and I'm worried about that. But if he can pick up his game, I think they can win the series. It should be incredibly close, though.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be in agreement here that Space Station Gaming NRG is going to go the distance. It's so hard. I'm with you, Gibbs, on this one. Why I am on the fence. I am on the edge with this one.
It was so close. I was going back.
I can't just make it all the same thing, or I'm going to jinx NRG. So I'm going to pick Space Station Gaming. NRG, honestly, you're right. You come off a loss right now. You know, I expect NRG to really pull it back. I mean, like, we know that those boys can shake their heads, give themselves a slap on the face, and get back into the game. But SSG, you talked about it too, that momentum. Is that a thing? Who knows? You know, we're going to find out here. But chat, on the fence, hard on this one, you know, as we are too. Either way, it's going to be good. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. Only one of these teams can go to the grand finals. Who is it going to be, NRG or Space Station Gaming? We'll find out right now in the Verizon Skybox.
NRG going up against Space Station, and Space Station doing exactly what NRG had to do last regional. And Turtle, this one is going to be an exciting match. SSG, we just saw them destroy Rogue.
Oh my!
And you got to wonder if NRG has what it takes.
Well, and it's the opposite for NRG. They just got absolutely destroyed by Envy. Granted, it was close game. Same with Rogue, but a completely different storyline so far for both teams going into this matchup. We always debate who's better, SSG, NRG. They're tied head-to-head at 3 wins each. We'll see who's going to take it. And like we talked about on the desk, momentum, a huge factor coming in here, James.
Like you said, Turtle, 2 different stories.
Yeah.
NRG, they were having a great tournament up until that Envy series, losing a few intense overtime games as well that contributed to that sweep that they had to experience at the hands of Envy. Space Station, on the other hand, a Rogue squad with a lot of hype. Oh, and that one somehow stays out. Justin not only got the save, that one bouncing off the post and going out. But Space Station, they had no problem with Rogue whatsoever.
Oh, absolutely. And I think for Space Station, they absolutely surprised me and proved me wrong 100%, because I came into this regional questioning them and about how much they can clutch up in those situations where they really need to. And recently, it's almost like every single series we get out of SSG, besides the one against Rogue, they get some buzzer beater goal that takes the win away. We saw one with Reddles with 3 seconds left. Sipical had gotten a buzzer beater double tap today. And then the day before that was also Arsenal popping off with a double tap in overtime to win it. So SSG, you can't count them out at any given second.
Even the series that they lost to Alpine to get down here, they had those last second chances.
Yeah, they don't stop.
SSG finds ways to break down the defense of the team that they're playing, and they do so in an incredibly frustrating way. And right now, we've gone this first minute and a half, been back and forth. NRG poking and prodding, Space Station holding up to it, looking for a gap. Now Squishy will clear it long. Arsenal got the demo on Garrett. Arsenal has been physical today. Well, Justin didn't get that touch he was looking for, but the ball's still in Space Station's corner. Garrett going up for the 50, but beat to the ball. Squishy there. Going for the second touch. It's the block.
Oh, we got the classic dribbles, though, from SSG. We can see starting out, we got Arsenal taking it slow from the corner of his own end, carrying it out, and now bumps so much physicality that you just mentioned, James. And the interesting thing is, NRG in that series that we just saw against Envy, the player who got demoed the most was Justin. Ooh. And that's why you want to take him out, because he's going to be in the midfield, hitting bangers left and right. That one off the crossbar, but give him a couple more chances and he's going to nail it.
Typical going around the ball. Justin getting the challenge on that one. There was a good setup from NRG. We saw the demo come out that opened up space for the passing play. The pass looked perfect, and the shot from Justin was hard. Yeah. It just was not accurate enough. So NRG gonna wish that they would have hit that one. Very good opportunity to go ahead, and now Justin has another one. The flick, light shot rather. Sipical easily blocked that, but NRG maintaining most of the possession.
Yeah, and this is how it went against Envy. They had a lot of control and some offensive pressure, but couldn't break the barrier that was the Envy defense. It seems like it's the same here versus SSG. Arsenal, the slow play again. I love to see it. He's just taking his time, James, and slowly carries this ball out.
And so was Squishy. Squishy was watching Arsenal, and I think that's how you got to play Arsenal, is when he starts slowing down. Don't bite too early. That's how he really makes you pay for it, is when you take a swing and he ducks right by you. Reynolds misses the ball. Garrett will have this in the corner. Justin waiting in support, but Sipical was able to beat out Garrett quite nicely. And now Arsenal going for a hard hit. And Justin pops that straight up and will be able to get to it again. Well defended by Justin. Oh, and this is a nice play by Squishy. A huge bang. Justin was upfield, and he had just gotten the bump on the third player back. He knew that there was a small window there, but too difficult to execute.
Oh, the demo. Arsenal again, and another bump on Justin, and the crossbar down. I thought for a second Sipical had missed his chance, but Arsenal is so frustrated to deal with. Takes out two of the players. Demo's one.
Yeah, and he, the demo on the first one, and then Justin getting bumped, had to jump for that shot. And Sipical, he shot that so high. I don't know how he managed to put that crossbar down from right there.
He had the most open net, but decided to hit it so powerful just to add a little insult to injury. But it works out. Yeah, exactly. We still got 37 seconds left. Not too much time, but for NRG, there have been chances.
They sure have. But time's running out for them to do anything. Space Station picking up where they left off against Rogue. Will bounce off the backboard. Garrett downfield. Sipical with the stop down to the corner. Will race to it. Squishy puts it right out to the middle. Reynolds was there. Just an awkward ball. Does tap it. The time is wasting away. Final moments. Squishy low boost. Will get the pass out to Justin. But Sipical jumps in the way, shuts down the play, and he'll get a 0-second goal for the road.
Yeah, and this is just painful. 0 seconds. You could have let this one drop easily, but instead, you can hit that angle, slot it in, make it 2-0. Game one going for SSG. What a performance coming out the gates. And you can tell this is a team that is on fire, making that lower bracket run. We've seen it time and time again throughout history of Rocket League, that when you have a team that drops down early in the lower bracket, they get a couple of wins, it just starts snowballing into this indestructible team that nobody seems to take down.
Yeah, it's like catching fire, and that's exactly what Space Station has done. In this game, we saw possession for NRG early on. We saw them getting a few good looks. There was the look to Justin early on in the game, and you thought that was going to be the first goal, but no, NRG didn't manage to score. Space Station's defense overall was rock solid, which it has been all tournament long. But really, a big moment was that demo and that bump by Arsenal. You've got to watch out for that. He was going for that since kickoff. He was going for those bumps.
And it was on Justin, who was the last back, who I found Justin actually to be one of the more passive players so far for NRG this entire tournament. He's been sitting in the backfield a little bit more, on defense at least, and he's been getting some saves, a lot of good recovery saves against every single team. And fortunately enough, if you get a demo on that, man, you're going to have a much easier time shooting at the net. Arsenal's done just that, and he's going to have to continue it. Let's see how NRG can respond to that physicality.
And, I can't even recall the last time I saw NRG lose 5 straight games.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way it could be 6 unless Space Station truly has taken off. Arsenal popping over to the corner. More possession for NRG. Justin, you see Reynolds goes out to get the demo on Squishy, and sometimes that's the best way to relieve that pressure is jump out, get that demo, break up the rotation, take that numbers advantage, and see what you can work with.
Yeah, and I feel for Squishy in that situation. I was actually on his perspective. He's just chilling in midfield waiting to get a touch for the response from Justin, and Arsenal taking out Squishy again. Instead of Justin getting demoed the most last time, it's going to be Squishy who's taken the beating so far versus SSG.
Back pass. That was nice from Justin. The backboard bounce broken up. 50. Arsenal will get some help from Sipical. Launched it over to Reynolds, who tipped it up. Now at the midfield, Arsenal wins it out. Backboard bounce to Reynolds. The shot saved. Justin jumping in front of Squishy to make sure that stayed out.
Yeah, and he did make some contact, too, with Reynolds, who was on the backboard, who might have been able to get a bump. At this point, you can't underestimate any of SSG's ability to find a bump. So taking him out off the backboard. Now, Garrett G, the solo play. Oh my goodness. He saw Arsenal's dribbling and decided to take a few notes himself to improve it.
And you also have to give Squishy credit.
my
Reynolds was going for the dribble, and he was trying to fake it around Squishy. And Squishy was not falling for it, stayed grounded, and ended up winning that 50 to even get it out to Garrett in the first place. But that was a nice play from Garrett. Controlling that ball, taking the space, and getting the goal.
So that kind of proposes a question now. Is that the answer for NRG in this game? Responding to the dribbling from SSG, taking their offensive approach a bit slower, realizing that Arsenal, even Reddles in that situation, want to dribble it, bring this ball down. If NRG can realize that and not overextend too much like they did against Envy, it could be the opposite way. But now Reddles is, of course, finding the mark yet again.
And what placement this was.
Oh my goodness.
Across net low, a hard bounce shot, 75 miles an hour. I don't know how Reynolds got that much behind it.
The previous series for SSG, I think a lot of people had questions. You know, SSG was getting very unique and different goals that nobody expected. Reynolds getting a few 50s that just pinched into the net, but still proving himself with mechanics and shooting like that.
That was a bang. Now this pinch will send it deep to NRG's corner. Garrett by one. And gets challenged. Ball bounces out to Squishy. Now back to Sipical. Sipical will lob it high. Justin airborne. Arsenal first to it. Backboard bounce. Garrett didn't make the read, and Sipical will make him pay.
Massive, massive shout out to Arsenal and this speed to get over the defender in the midfield. That was the easiest way to set up Sipical. Had a nice backboard read. For Garrett G, you're freaking out. That ball over your head. You have no chance of getting a read on it. SSG, it is suffocating right now for NRG.
Tough position for Garrett to be in. See Garrett now being threatened to get bumped. Did get a bump on Reddles on his way out, however. Reddles recovering nicely. Going for the flick pass to Arsenal. Hit backwards. Arsenal gets the demo on Garrett. Sipical shot saved from Squishy. SSG has been ruthless on the demos. Arsenal out for blood.
Even right now, we just bumped Garrett G, trying to rotate back on his half. Arsenal got a bump to delay his rotation getting back, and that's what's giving Sipical this space now. A setup for Reddles, a dribble in. Of course he gets the 50. Reddles again, popping off SSG. It's a 3-1 lead.
And he just pierces through the goal line with this. Two defenders, and Reddles leads with his shoulder. Oh, man, there was no stopping him there.
There's well for Reddles. He catches that ball, sees two defenders. You know, a normal player would just say, I'm going to take this to the wall, be a little bit more safe. Reddles doesn't care. He's going to go head first into two players, get the challenge, and still find a way to get a goal.
Brute forcing that goal. Fair dribble play. Squishy trying to kick something or get something kick-started for NRG. It has not been working. A bump comes out. Airborne. Justin challenged by Reddles. Squishy had to take off early. Now
what's he got?
Going for the 50. That one in danger of bouncing in, but Space Station's defense continues to hold strong.
I don't know if it's NRG going for too many solo plays or if it's the lack of boost. I'm going to try and pay attention to that a little bit more here as we continue throughout the series, because it seems as though they don't want to go for many infield passings off the backboard, just like SSG do here. And every single play so far has been really solid connections and having that vision on the field, James, to know where your teammates are.
And Arsenal, he'll do this all the time, and you see him do it. He's coming in for a play, and he doesn't jump into that ball. He doesn't jump into the pass. He just drives into it so that he can stay grounded and go for the follow-up bump. Garrett had to jump, and now Garrett looking for one. He gets one back. NRG are not out of it just yet.
Well, if you keep throwing a couple of solo plays your way, if you've got Garrett G, Squishy, and Justin on your team, you're going to find one. Garrett G fakes them out and then takes the 50 approach, just like Reddles previously, and makes it work. 2 goals to get back into this game and tie it up. 41 seconds. It's possible. They need a good kickoff.
It's possible, but with how aggressive Arsenal and Space Station have been and the inability for NRG to dodge that aggression, you got to wonder, can NRG find something, especially with only 30 seconds remaining? Squishy in reverse. Ended up just passing that to Typical. However, Justin was ready for it. Squishy, 50'd by Arsenal. NRG stuck in their own half. Space Station not letting off the gas. Squishy got to score with some time left, and that will not be enough. Even if NRG get one here, Space Station still proved that the better team in game 2.
I can't believe this so far. I mean, NRG, sometimes they'll have a rough start, but this has been very lacking with creativity. We saw some great attempts from Gary G, and this is by no means to discredit NRG. They're playing well. They have solid defense, a couple of good looks, but in comparison, it's almost like every time SSG get to the offensive side, they have a plan that they want to go for. They know exactly what the next step is. Meanwhile, NRG, they don't really have that figured out. They'll push up a bit, and then it's kind of like, where do we go from here? Maybe we'll throw a solo play and hope it works. That's about all we're seeing from them. SSG, though, they pulled out every strategy in the handbook.
You know, Space Station, they're very good at playing close to one another. You see it all the time where you've got Reddles or Sipical closely following up. Most of the time, it's Arsenal and Reddles who are ready to play right next to each other upfield. And it's working, especially that play where you saw Arsenal go for the hit, stayed on the ground, tapped the ball off the backboard, threatened the bump, made Garrett jump, and that left the net wide open. Space Station, they are playing tight-knit rotations, keeping the pressure on NRG, the aggression. NRG's forced to keep wide rotations. They don't always have a ton of boost, and they're not finding each other on these plays. It has been tough for NRG to get anything going.
Yeah, for me, it's the polish that we see from this style of SSG. Small little things, like previously, whenever we had Arsenal actually getting a couple of touches and also bumps in his own end to waste some time, doing such a great job. Now we've got some shots coming in for everyone on SSG, left and right. NRG have got to deal with way too much.
Yeah, this is too much for NRG, Turtle. Reddles again with a banger, 74 miles an hour. Talk about a consistent fastball. He's launching these.
He's hitting every shot we've seen today. Absolutely out of this world is Reddles and the way he's performing, but it's also his teammates. It's not one player on Space Station. It's all three of them coming together and finding a way to beat this NRG roster.
Reddles feeds this over to Sipical, and look at the placement. Another 70-mile-an-hour shot.
This is
check what are these bumpers made of? What are these?
I don't know.
Their car, check them for illicit composite materials or something. I don't know how they're smacking it this hard consistently. In the
remember this too. The typical open net shot that he had, he still hammered it in. I don't think they have a break button bound at this point. They just keep going forward and hitting it with brute force. And I had been very critical of SSG the first few days and their shooting accuracy, because even a couple of series, I believe 2 days ago, I was concerned. I didn't think they looked that great with their shooting, but everything else was on point. They picked that up completely. Now there are no holes in the defense or even on the offensive side that NRG can exploit.
NRG, they look down right now, and they're close to being out. This is a must-win game. Garrett heading straight for net, and he saw, Justin was there in the middle. The Enfield pass didn't come out.
Wow.
And NRG, this is where they're truly going to be tested. Series isn't over yet. We've seen them come back from situations like this before, but Space Station has been playing truly inspired Rocket League.
I mean, the question is, it's the same thing. How are NRG going to try to break down this defense? They try to go for a slower play and bring it down like this from Squishy. He gets over one, but Typical, of course, ready and prepared to find another clear. Outpaces Gary G, and by himself, he's put a shot on net, forcing the defense to waste boost. This is how clean and effective the rotations are out of Space Station. The only thing I can think of so far for NRG, they've got to get more physical themselves, because so far the mechanics aren't going to beat SSG.
And then you see Arsenal faking the shot, forcing Justin to hit it out to him. And that allowed Arsenal to go get the boost steal, keep this pressure on. NRG running on fumes. Typical going for the demo. Turns goes for the backboard pass. Reynolds gets denied. Demo on the goal line. It was a trade, so there was no numbers advantage. Now NRG taking a shot. And SSG defended Turtle. That was intense.
I would love to see the communication and what we're hearing, or what we could hear, excuse me, out of Space Station, because to go for a demo, which was typical, turn around and know he could turn on the ball and stay in rotation, that's usually a situation that breaks down a team, is that slight turn from typical on offense. But everybody from SSG was prepared for it. It seemed like that's what they were planning on doing. So it's organization at its finest right now, James.
In Space Station, it has been an organized beating. NRG taking punch after punch after punch, and you can see they're looking a bit wobbly.
I mean, we are on the brink of having match point for SSG against NRG, who NRG previously just got swept by Team Envy. They would be 0 for 8 if that happens. Crazy.
The fight's not over yet, though. But we'll have to see some kind of combination come out from NRG. Down by 2, and they'll find them, or otherwise, you know, if they don't come back this game, they're going to find themselves in the exact same situation they found themselves last series.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to turn it around against Envy. And mentally, that has to be taxing.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had long days so far, but not the longest, because it was a sweep previously in that best of 7. That could actually be an advantage for NRG. Something's got to pick it up, get that mental game going. But typical, what are you going to do? He's going for a flip reset with the pass in the midfield. Doesn't get it squishy. Maybe something here by himself with the air dribble. A good 50 could change things, but it doesn't drop down, and Garrett's forced to go up high.
And I like that up high play from Garrett. He knows Space Station's going to be low on boost or forced to stay on the ground, considering what Squishy had just done. Took out multiple defenders. But NRG have to get one here. This could be the chance. Garrett doesn't hit it. Reynolds got up high and denied that. And now a huge jump from Justin.
That's it. It's got to be it. That's it.
That bump was savage.
Those are the little details on the rotation coming out from Space Station Gaming that have gotten them this far in the series without taking a loss against NRG. Little demos, little plays from Arsenal moving up. We've seen it for Reddles and Typical as well. Finding ways to be effective when they're not near the ball. Absolutely brilliant from Space Station. This is going to be match point for them.
Space Station systematically dismantling NRG. Garrett going for the double. There's one back. But with 1 second off on the clock, an impossible 2-goal lead for NRG to battle back from.
And a little bit disrespectful as well, because Arsenal's just chilling on the boost. He's just waiting. He's going to let him hit that double tap. He says, I'm gonna give you some confidence, see if maybe this will help you guys out, because I think he wants a closer series. Man, and NRG, there's so many fans around the world. There's so many people who know what they're capable of. So by any means, this is not over whatsoever, but we need to see a good start from NRG in the next game, James.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over, but it looks to be about as over as it can be. Yeah. Space Station clapping NRG. You know, this is so one-sided. I've not seen NRG take this much of a beating.
Yeah.
But in a long time. You know, they're 7 games in a row that they've lost, and Space Station is driving all over them.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is you look at results of both of these teams recently overall, and you would give NRG the favor, obviously, and in the way that performed in the previous regional, they have to, have the advantage coming in here against Space Station Gaming. But that is not the case. Of course, SSG, they figured it out. We didn't know what the issue was previously. There were a couple of issues with the striking. Sometimes they didn't look all on the same page, some double commits, but I don't think we've seen rarely a few double commits this whole series. They get the saves, Arsenal's finding the dribbles, and also those bumps, James. I would be so tilted if I'm NRG.
Yeah, they're not finding a way around them. These bumps have been devastating.
Yeah.
And also the shooting. We've seen so many hard shots, 70+ miles an hour, in a spot in the net where NRG has no hope of getting to. So NRG, this is it for them. Tournament life on the line. Space Station has taken 3 straight and made it look easy. Can they make it 4 and move on to the grand finals?
They're going to need the goal line saves with how fast SSG have been hitting these balls and striking at the net. NRG have got to hold on with that last defender. Whoever's third man back, you've got to find a save somehow, some way. Get in front of it, find the prediction. It's a very tall task. but it's definitely possible, and NRG can start this reverse sweep in a best of 7.
Justin going for the bump on Arsenal, didn't hit it. Garrett back up to Justin. Justin going for the backboard, but Reddles ready and waiting. And now a demo from Arsenal at the midfield.
Yep.
Space Station has been doing that multiple times. A situation where they sense pressure might be coming, so what do? Immediately find a player who's not paying attention.
Right.
And almost a goal for Garrett.
And the double demo, 2 now, 2 players taken out. That's how fast they can recover. This one in the midfield, the pass connection to Justin, but it's sneaked out from Arsenal, finding that interception. Lovely play, and they hold on.
Garrett having to go into reverse, trying to stay on top of that play. And RG hurting on boost. Garrett only 23 in net, picking up small pads, going for the challenge. Won't have much to follow up that 50. Squishy will pinch it out. Arsenal tapping it back up. Justin got the mid boost, is dunked. Hard bounce off the corner. Arsenal will let it bounce. And now Justin.
Here we go.
Centers. Garrett had to stay back. Typical was going to be closest to that one.
Oh,
now
what a pass to Justin. Oh. It's a little bit too hard. We had that pass across from Justin, trying to find an angle, but too much power put on it. I think NRG, they have such good ideas. It's a bit linear, though, going to hit this ball too far forward and giving away that possession. I definitely recommend something that's not going right to the back of the net right there from Squishy. He's kind of just handing over the pressure instead of hitting it back to your teammates. Try to control the pace a little bit more. NRG, a bit desperate to get a goal.
Typical. Small pass to himself. Now Reddles going for the play. Justin will pop it up. Arsenal going for the touch to slow it down. And then the fake. Typical out to the sidewall now. Will stay on it and boom it downfield. Half the game has gone. NRG still looking to score. Space Station keeping it scoreless as well.
And with how much of a momentum-based series we've had from SSG and a day from them overall in the lower bracket, 1 goal could start everything. Is this the one, James, for NRG?
It might be. Arsenal, you saw him try to bump Justin out of the way. Justin slowing it down, letting Arsenal drive by. And NRG cling to life.
1 step at a time. Still plenty of time for Space Station. Definitely don't want to get too down on themselves. They're in match point. The nerves are all on the side of NRG, but that's a good pass out to Typical from Reddles, who's also going for bumps. We haven't seen as many demos. Maybe NRG have recovered from that, figured out how to deal with the pressure they're seeing and be more cautious of Arsenal when he's running around the field looking for demos.
But they have been getting caught at the midfield. A few demos coming out there in favor of Space Station. NRG passing their way out. This one will come all the way back to Garrett. He'll have the corner boost. Arsenal shuts it down immediately, but Justin will be there to blast it back up to Garrett. However, Reddles not letting that play come to fruition. Typical pinches that ball out. Squishy will send it right down Main Street. Garrett.
Flip reset.
Holding our breath to see what Garrett could do with that. Turns out, Space Station had it under control.
And they're still trying to go into these corners and force something awkward out of NRG, not wanting to overextend too much. Reddle's still lurking, for the demos and trying to figure out how to put NRG back in that uncomfortable defensive situation. This could do with the pinch from the side, but it's saved from Justin. Those are the touches we need from that man himself, the third man back. Getting that save, denying Space Station from slamming another one in and keeping them alive.
Garrett going for a musty off the wall. NRG make the defensive stop. Under a minute left to play. Looking to get their first win in quite some time. Arsenal dribbling it all through the corner.
Way.
Bouncing in front of net. Reddles will put it off the backboard, and Squishy will be able to get the clear.
That control from Arsenal. You see him on the air dribble, keeping it close. Almost got a pinch out. And could have Doomsy dished it in from the sidewall, but instead, this one gonna drop down. Reddles, the power shot. Doesn't work this time, but we've still got more coming from SSG.
Reddles didn't read that one. Typical going for the play himself. Justin attempting the clear. Garrett will tip it downfield. Reddles has a bit of
one
time.
Last chance. It's still up.
Pop for Sypical. Sypical going for the backboard. Garrett's waiting. The pitch sends it straight down, and NRG get one back.
Oh my goodness. If that 50 had gone any other way besides towards the floor, maybe off the ceiling, maybe we saw another buzzer beater from SSG, but this is NRG trying to figure out how they can move up through this series. They're going to have to take it one game at a time. It's going to be a long one for them, but this is the first start, James. This is the first step.
This is the first step, and we saw Justin get the only goal of the game, dodged the bump attempt from Arsenal, and that was the only play. So NRG, they found ways to at least cope with the destruction that Space Station was bringing. Space Station still connecting on quite a few bumps and demos, but a few times we saw them actually be trades where Squishy might just be playing right into the demo attempt from Arsenal, and that was the play that we saw last.
Yeah.
So maybe NRG is starting to figure things out, but we'll find out for sure in this game. Again, match point for Space Station. One more win, and they're moving on to the grand finals.
I think they're plenty more aware of how SSG are trying to go for demos. It's not a typical rotation maybe we'd see from Rizzo from G2 where you put a shot on net and then you keep going to their corner and try and get a demo. Instead, it's Arsenal actually in his own defensive side. He pushes up to take the midfield boost and gets a demo rotating back on defense. NRG didn't expect that at first. Now they've learned how to handle it a bit more. Still going to be something that you have to worry about, and that could at any time destroy your defense, but just being aware of it is the first step. And now a bump from Arsenal. As much as you see him coming, sometimes there's not much you can do about it.
Yep, he takes off ball cam, locks on, finds his target. Unfortunately for Squishy, the target was him, and paved the way for Sypical to get that first goal.
And the great thing is Sypical had seen the demo coming out. Again, the communication from Space Station on point. Sypical knows to go for the 50 and take the safest route towards the net to secure that goal.
And you saw how wide he made his car on that 50 as well. Even though Arsenal got that bump, that was not an easy play for Sypical to make work. Justin, hard cut, around 2. Reddle's last back. And Arsenal will be able to pick up that. Now, Justin staying in the play. NRG trying to keep this ball up in the half, but Space Station has been rock solid on defense. Justin, low boost. That's all he could do, and now he's going to have to get back. Squishy off to the side. Reddles with the cut. It bounces out to Sypical. A demo. This will be a backboard bounce. Sypical reads it wonderfully, and Space Station add to their lead.
And yet again, it's another demo play from Reddles, taking him out in the corner. Justin didn't have too much time to rotate back in net because he thought his teammate was going to get a challenge. He gets taken out. Not much you can do about it. And Space Station combines speed and physicality to get their second goal.
Game 4.
Oh my goodness, NRG are mad. All the demos coming out from NRG. I feel like that was just pent up energy that they have been waiting to get out.
It seems like it. Game 4, NRG, it was such a close game. They still got demoed a few times, but clung to life. Game 5 turning out to be a different story. Space Station connecting on their aggressive plays. NRG gonna have to do something quick, otherwise. And that could be it. Squishy, the finesse to get this around the defense. Impressive.
Oh my goodness, maybe the first time we've seen Space Station Gaming a bit disorientated. All 3 defensive players stuck in the same corner. They tried to get out and rotate to the back of the net. Squishy had realized it and found that tight angle. What a shot.
There was no way Reddles thought that was going to be on target, and immediately after kickoff, Reddles will get one back for Space Station.
This is so demoralizing, too, because you've got Reddles out flicking and out 1v1ing Squishy, who just got the first goal for NRG in this game. He takes the L in midfield, then the flick from Reddles.
And what's so impressive about that play, Turtle, was Reddles had to flick that so that he would be in position to take a shot with 0 boost.
Right.
And he was perfectly set up.
They don't stop dribbling, James. They go for the control when they need to, and then they realize exactly who's going to go for a demo and know when to speed it up. It's a pace that's not the same rate all game long. They switch it up throughout the whole series.
You don't know what to expect from Space Station. They can play a million miles an hour, or they'll slow it down and then sock you in the face and take your lunch money. Arsenal tipping it up. Maybe a chance for NRG here. Garrett looking for Justin. This one's off the ceiling and down. Reynolds, he's been on the backboard quite a bit. When he's been the one to be in those positions to make the saves, Reynolds doing a good job of it.
Yeah, but I've been stuck on his perspective as well, watching how he's moving. He didn't have any boost on that backboard hit, and Justin from the midfield. I remember the first game. This could have been the difference maker had Justin found the accuracy. And, you know, better late than never that he finds it right here to get them only one goal away.
A gorgeous shot, 78 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And Garrett flinging that over to him. And it, like you said, Turtle, better late than never. And Garrett almost found the net. That one was going far post, ended up being wide. NRG not going down without a fight. Typical. The 50.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how Space Station does it over and over again, but they are the kings of the 50s.
Well, and what do you know what they're going to do? How do you try to predict this? You just had Reynolds previously go for a dribble. He flicked it in. Typical takes this one and decides to go for the fake. Constantly
just slow down.
Yeah.
He slows down, lets Garrett hit it into him.
That's amazing.
How much gas does NRG have left in the tank? Space Station looking to add another one. Infield pass attempt, shut down by Squishy. Arsenal and Typical were way back, waiting for that clear.
Yeah, and you've just got to waste time at this point if you're SSG. Don't let up with the pressure. Keep throwing NRG off with wacky decisions. Really, this is just left and right. SSG making different choices on how they want to move the ball. You've got Typical now. He doesn't want to go for a fake or a dribble. He's going to take it himself in the air. That's the difference for Space Station and how they're switching it up. Continue to press forward and test this NRG defense with bumps. And Reynolds with the pass out to Typical.
This double tap, what? Took him by surprise. It was a pinch as well. It pinches off the quarter, and Reynolds is saying, oh, sure, I'll just keep going for it.
He was ready for it. That's the crazy part.
You got to be paying attention. You got to have that focus. And Reynolds taking advantage of that bounce in its entirety. That was impossible for Justin to read.
We had seen similar plays from him, Reynolds only, in the matchup against Rogue, where he had gotten an awkward pinch, still found ways to make use of it. So adaptive is Reynolds. Now with 3 goals ahead, NRG, they need something. Right now, right here, they've got to make a difference on the field. Otherwise, they're going home.
Another pinch sends it all the way back to NRG's corner. Pass was a bit weak. Seen NRG come back from 3 goals in 21 seconds, and we're getting about to that point. One more goal here. Typical sets it up for Arsenal, and Arsenal puts it away. Space Station are in prime position to head to the finals.
Oh, they're ready. They are fired up, ready to go. Team Envy waiting in the grand finals. And we already know that's going to be one of the best series that we can possibly even imagine at this point. This has been an absolutely perfect gameplay from Space Station Gaming. They have mastered almost all aspects of the game. Dribbling, the fakes, the 50s, adapting to awkward pinches, and still coming out on top.
And the shooting. Hard strikes with precision. Space Station dominate NRG, and they're heading on to the grand finals.
NRG had 2 shots this winter split to take down the unbeatable Team Envy. But it's time that they step aside and let SSG take a crack at them, because this is their best shot so far at taking down Envy. This grand finals, couldn't have imagined it any other way. We've got SSG doing the same thing NRG did before, making that lower bracket death run, James.
Yeah, this Space Station team, they are on fire. And if there is a team that can take 2 series in a row off Envy, it is Space Station with how they're playing right now. It is so much to deal with. You saw it. The demos NRG knew they were coming. They were expecting the demos and expecting the bumps, and there was still nothing that they could do.
Yeah.
It's just the way Space Station plays. They force you into those positions, and then they punish you for your positioning, whether they decide to take the space and go for the slow dribble, or they go for the backboard plays to get the ball out to Sipical in the middle, who just won't shoot, or, maybe they'll just go for a solo play. We've seen all of them have that ability.
And that's the great thing, previously maybe it would have been only Sipical who could hit those crazy shots, find those angles. Now we've got all three of them fired up, ready to go, like I said before, up against Team Envy. They're going to utilize all of those tactics, but is it enough to break down that Envy defense?
Well, we will find out after the break. Coming up, we've got the grand finals, Envy versus Space Station. Stay with us.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. We are on day number 4. That's right, Championship Sunday of the North American Regional number 2 for the winter split. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, and James Pott has now joined us on the desk to talk about this last one. I know you're a big fan of NRG, James. How sad are you here? SSG just looked too strong.
Yes, Space Station was ruthless. NRG didn't have a response to the aggressive plays. Space Station was hitting their shots. It was a brutal series to watch. Space Station, they're on fire right now.
Space Station looks so good. 2.5 more demos per game, every 50 going their way. And that was with Arsenal not doing a lot outside of the demo plays because he's been carrying them through this lower bracket a lot of these rounds. He didn't have to do a lot. It was all Reynolds and all Typical. With the 50s and the passing plays coming out, Space Station looks so deadly, but NRG lost 7 games in a row. That's never happened to NRG in the history of NRG. Thanks to our boy Stacks on Twitter. He was helping us out with that. 7 games in a row. The worst was ever 5 games in a row. So NRG, they lost 2 matches in a row as well. That's the first time since Grid Week 1 and Week 2. This doesn't happen to NRG, but the reason why it did is because Team Envy and Space Station Gaming both look out of this world right now.
Let's see where they are in the bracket. Oh, look at that. It's the grand finals. We started with 6 teams today. 6 teams, and we ended up down to our final 2, James Spot. It's been quite the journey for a couple of these teams. Look at the 4 O's on the day 2. It's something you don't really expect in a Championship Sunday day.
It's shaping up to be a battle of the Titans. This wasn't really a situation where you think, man, that team really looked dismal. It's a situation where you're like, man, these guys are playing lights out Rocket League. And if they keep playing the way that, we've seen them play, this finals is going to be insane.
Yeah, no, it's been a long journey for them, and we're almost near our grand finals. And just on that topic, I want to mention back to the European regional number 2 that happened recently. There was a grand finals there too. Hey, surprise. And your winners there were the Blokes. Well, surprise, they are actually doing an AMA on December 15th on the official Rocket League Discord, discord.gg/Rocket League. You do not want to miss this. Get your questions in there. Again, get on the official Discord December 15th. Gibbs, do you have any questions for the Blokes?
So their favorite top hat, because I need some choices to go along with my suits, and I assume top Blokes, they got it on point.
Well, James, those look like bowlers, are they? Is it
a bowler hat? I think it might be. I think you're right. I'm not 100% sure.
We need this is the one time we need a Chiefs here.
Bowler hat, monocle, and a mustache.
Yeah. So again, December 15th on the official Discord, discord.gg/Rocket League. Go ask your questions. But we have to talk about this grand finals because it's about to happen. Team Envy versus Space Station Gaming. Both these teams fought through 24 other teams to get themselves to this point.
Man, Atomic and Mist, the playmaking ability from those 2 players, top 5 in assists per game so far throughout this entire winter split. And Turbo Pulsa, we don't talk about him a ton on this team. We always call him the GOAT, but Atomic and Mist do a lot of that heavy lifting. But Turbo, top 5 in goals per game. He closes it out. He knows how to shoot in the perfect spot every single time. Team Envy, they look great earlier on when they played NRG, but then Space Station, I felt like one-upped them versus NRG. Sure, it was 4-1, but the way Space Station absolutely dominated NRG, Team Envy's got to watch out.
Yeah, I feel, though, that it's just for looking at those percentages, though, it just shows how dominant Space Station was before that. They're still at a 68%, having dropped down to lower brackets here, and Envy's still trying to battle the way up with a 64, being in the upper bracket side, which means it's been wins the whole way through. So it's incredible just how well they are, but Space Station has to prove it again. And I want to see who you guys think is going to win this one. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get those hashtags in chat one last time for this regional, guys. SSG or Envy. Who do you have, chat? We always want to hear from you. And while you do that, we have to make those decisions too. Do we think Space Station is back where they were before to get themselves that high win rate? Or is Envy the hot thing right now? I'm going to start with you, James. Envy or Space Station Gaming?
If there is a team that can bracket reset Envy, I think it's Space Station, but I just think this is too big of a mountain to climb. Envy have looked so good, and now they've got an extra life to deal with. I'm going to go with Envy here. I think Turbo Pulsa, they call him the GOAT for a reason. He finds ways to win. His game sense is off the charts. And with the way that Mist and Atomic have been playing, I think they're the favorites heading into this.
I'm going to have to agree with you, James. Atomic, the playmaking ability from him, and whenever that ball's in the air, we know Atomic and Mist will get there first. Space Station won all the battles versus NRG. That's not going to be the case when they play Team Envy. I think Team Envy narrowly will edge them out. I don't even think it's going to be a bracket reset anymore. I think Team Envy, they'll take it in the first series.
Yeah, this is so tough because like the bracket resets. Space Station has to win 2 best-of-7s here to take down Team Envy. Gibbs has been talking about how good Space Station is looking through this lower bracket, and I think, you know, if it was just a 1 best-of-7, the plausibility is a little more there. You don't have to look at such a long road. But Envy, they won the last one. They came in here against NRG, crushing them. I think Envy has this as well. I'm putting it across the board. Team Envy for the desk here. Space Station Gaming has a big battle ahead of them, but chat will be on the side of Space Station. They've got the extreme recency bias because we just watched them play and they look good, so they think they're going to take this one against Team Envy. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, one last time to shout out at us and let us know how excited you are for this regional number 2 grand finals. But without further ado, it's time to head to the Verizon Skybox for Team Envy versus Space Station Gaming. Here's your grand finals.
Oh boy, get up, get loud. It's game day. We've got Space Station taking on Envy right now, and Space Station has won 11 of their last 12 games. I put my channel points against Envy or against Space Station twice, and they made me pay for it both times. Achieves. They're going to be trying to bracket reset Envy here.
Yeah, I did the same thing, but I think James makes a great point. Envy's looked killer, and while Space Station's been on a killer run in the lower bracket, 8 games is a lot to ask, especially against a team as good as Envy. And perhaps early on in this series, Space Station may have to go through a little bit of an adjustment period because they brought up a good point. You know, that speed from Atomic and Mist in the midfield is going to be on a different scale than NRG.
Envy pushing on to offense now. Best of 7. Reminder, first to 4 wins this series. If it's Space Station, we go to a second best of 7. Arsenal stalling on the wall, picks up the ball over the top of Atomic, actually goes neutral in the midfield, and Turbo now to try and give it to Atomic in the cherry pick. So Atomic reaches for it, pushes it high, Mist tries to adjust, Atomic gets the ball to him, and it's a little bit over his hood, so it'll go in front of the box, back to the other side. Space Station not having to do too much to defend right now.
Not having to do too much, but at the same time, Envy not making it easy for them to clear it. Mist in the 1-on-2 manages to cut that play out. Beautiful bit of defense from Mist. And that is definitely a quality play you need when Space Station catches you on transition like that.
Mist bumping one off the ball. Turbo will take over in his corner. Arsenal now to try and push the ball further onto offense. Atomic through 1, now onto the back wall. No, taken out in front of the box. Reynolds with a clear to midfield. Turbo counters at Arsenal. Airborne looking for a block here. He'll get it off to the side. Space Station. A good job keeping this one away from their goal. They've had 1 good scoring opportunity so far. Now looking to make it 2. The pass back to Typical. Out to Reynolds into the goal. Just wide of the post. Turbo to turn on this one and take it back on the transition. Counterattack. Turbo versus Typical. Challenge goes to the side.
And gotta say, love the passing from Space Station. Saw a lot of that passing around the goal in their NRG series and looking to not break anything away from how they were performing there because they looked great. There's a demo on the back line. Goodbye, Turbo. That's a runaway freebie for Reynolds.
They caught him here. Reynolds gets it through 1 defender, a demolition on the other, and Mist over here on the side wall. I'd have to go back and watch the replay to understand why he was there, but leaves the back completely open. That's Space Station striking first.
Yeah, Mist is rotating out because, I mean, Turbo is the one coming forward to go and take that challenge, so Mist is just on the way back, but you know, you hit the right guy in the right situation, and suddenly nobody's in position.
Atomic in his own corner, getting pressured by Arsenal, puts it in the box, and Turbo will clear it to midfield. Now up to Mist. Atomic going to try and stretch for this, but has to quickly turn. Doesn't have enough boost, and the ball is highly outpacing him there. He wasn't going to catch it. Before Space Station got a foot onto it. Now Arsenal through the air to the goal. Atomic's got it off to the edge, and Mist will look for the transition. Can he find Turbo? Loses control of the ball. Arsenal destroyed in midfield, but Turbo is there. Everyone else at Space Station trapped in their goal. Turbo ties the game.
This one kind of came out of nowhere. A nice little air dribble from Mist, and look at him get out in front, and ooh, some payback. Reynolds the one to score earlier. This time, he is taken off the play and leaves Turbo with a tiny gap on that left side.
Just slammed him to the ground. And Envy come right back.
And you know,
There's
if you really
Atomic.
think about it, it's actually quite fortunate there that Reddles didn't get demoed, because if he had, who knows if Turbo would have been able to strike that ball cleanly with the smoke cloud right in
Smoke
front of
screen.
him.
That was one of the. There are moments where bumps are better than demos. Unique example of it there. A small pass outward to Reynolds. Turbo gets the block twice in a row. Recovers from what could have been a catastrophic touch. Now Envy's triple stacked on the far wall. Turbo pulls up. He's got Mist behind him as Reynolds clears it. Mist will adjust. Going up against Arsenal. Arsenal already there. Closer to the ball. We'll get it for free. Mist backs off and takes it into corner. Now back to midfield. Typical up for it. Turbo over the top of him and Dak down on the Mist's hood. It'll go to the corner with Atomic in the midfield waiting for the bounce. Turbo up. Drop it in. Here's Mist with Atomic trying to give the small pass to him, but no one's going to be there for a shot, even if this did come off the backboard, fortunately. Now Atomic to Turbo. Blocked by Arsenal.
And Space Station finding tons of ways to exert presence on the field. It's not necessarily always coming in the form of the bump, but, you know, they're getting aggressive, driving towards a challenge, or at least a player that's off the ball and making them think about if they're about to get demoed. And it's when Space Station is really exerting that field control in that manner that they get a lot of space to work with, and they're doing a great job in this game one.
Turbo in the final minute, tied up at 1 apiece. Looking to extend on the success they had in the first regional of the winter split. Made the upper bracket run there as well. They're 4 away from being back-to-back champs. We had a prediction segment during the grand final. Oh, and Atomic slips it through on the bounce. I didn't think that was going to go in, and they've got the lead.
I mean, either this one really just came out of nowhere. I mean, Reddles is sitting here parked on the goal line, and surprise, surprise, that ball just popped right through his teammate. Couldn't react in time. Unfortunate.
Not even technically really a shot on that play, just a challenge that takes the extremely fortunate bounce.
Yeah.
Space Station now having to play from behind with 30 seconds left. The 1-goal lead, fragile thing. We'll see how they do. Arsenal out to Reddles. Atomic dumps it in the midfield. Turbo's there. Shot upper 90. Both players block. Can they get the security goal? Atomic onto the upper 90. Oh my goodness. Typical finds a clear, and Reddles will move it down the field. Space Station, 12 seconds left. Turbo on the wall. Soft touch. Final 10, Atomic keeps it glued to the ceiling. Wonderful transition play, but look at the clear off the backboard. Turbo to try and get it past Reynolds. He's got it on the ground. Missed to stall it, keep it there, and Envy will take game number 1.
Oh, Envy, that was a wonderful bit of time management there at the end of that game. Turbo actually double committed on a ball, but he was able to make the adjustment, find the nice strong clear out of the midfield, and then everyone making some nice challenges once that ball found its way back on the ground for Space Station. And man, that one really could have went either way. You know, this showcases that I think both teams really were playing to what they like doing. You know, like I was saying, Space Station playing very physical. Team Envy solid in the midfield with the challenges, trying to capitalize off of some opportunities that they would get, opening the door for each other. But it all just comes down to, does this particular instance go the way it needs to for one team to win? And Envy is the one that came out in front for game 1.
Yeah, the challenge game, the 1v1 when we're both one player on one side of the ball, the other player on the other side of the ball. How does that go? That was, I think, the thing that defined game number 1, especially on the go-ahead goal. The challenge, fortunately pinching out from Atomic and bouncing into the upper 90 of Space Station, gives them the go-ahead goal, and it's enough to secure that win. We'll watch Space Station now playing a game down. Such a hot streak they have had in the lower bracket, dropping round 1, I believe. And then making the full run. Here comes Space Station, though, on offense. Looking for the bump on Turbo. Atomic will move in, cover the gap. Typical upfield immediately catches that. Dribbles one player, loses it on the wall. Turbo and Mist get this one downfield together, lose control again. Atomic manages to get a neutral challenge out of that and keep the ball in the orange. Now Arsenal and Reynolds, oh my goodness, confused as Turbo pulls the crowds the box. Mist will try to put pressure on, keeping the ball trapped in that back third. He'll get it through one player, and now up against Arsenal on the back wall. Gets a flip reset. Doesn't have to use it, though. Turbo pulls it to cover it up, and Typical gets a save. Now Atomic in to try and keep the pressure going, but Space Station doing so much work, keeping it out of their box. Despite how close this has looked, there's really not been a meaningful shot yet.
Yeah, and they got a little fortunate there too, is a little floater towards the top of the net denied by Arsenal, because for a while Space Station was playing on pretty low boost. I think Envy ran into each other just a little bit in the midfield and kind of squandered a chance to really put the pressure on them, but sometimes that happens, and Space Station finally able to work themselves at least into some neutral ground here, with Arsenal finding a bomb of a pitch clear up towards Reynolds, but Typical ultimately down with it.
Onto the backboard, here comes Reynolds. He actually gets the shot. Oh, and the block on miss. Is there anyone? No, Typical's too far back. The play was creative, but well defended, and they keep their net clean. Only one shot, though, from Space Station on that drive achieves. Envy put up 5 shots in the first minute. That's how much control they had at the beginning of this game, but here comes shot number 2 is good, and the only one that's been good in the game.
Oh, there it is, of course. Who else but Reynolds just gets into a fight coming out of the corner, and that is something you see, or at least I see a lot of Galaxy Racer doing over in Europe. You know, they get that ball jammed in the corner, it just kicks out a little bit, and that buys that extra time for Reynolds to go right out into the middle, and instantly back off the kickoff. Missed. Able to catch Reynolds off, grab him boost after he tried to follow that play up.
2-1 challenges, and missed. Oh, I think missed. I'm guessing Mist started moving up the field as fast as possible after the win on kickoff. He trusted Turbo to win that. He gets that shot for free and ties the game. Clean kickoff play. You can be as creative as you want, but kickoff goals are worth the same as double flip resets.
It's true.
Fundamentals, strong from Envy. Ooh. Demolition from Atomic, open up some space, 2v1. Can he find Turbo in the midfield? Challenges are good from Space Station. They'll keep it out. Now Reynolds, somehow gets back behind this ball. Turbo takes it off his hood. Onto the wall, Typical backs off. He's got Atomic here. They win the challenge against Arsenal. Could Atomic take it up against Typical? Loses control on the wall, and then pitches it out to Mist, who wins the dunk in front of the net. Oh my goodness, Envy's on top.
And this doesn't look like much of a goal, but look at Mist. He actually hit the reverse as he was stuck on the wall because he wasn't sure if he was going to need space or not. And him doing that actually allows him to see that Typical really not in a good spot, and he can't find a good touch, and Atomic able to just put that ball on a dime for Mist.
I didn't quite see if the last defender actually got his bumper onto it at all, but it looked like at first glance. We talked about the challenge game in game number 1. That was 2 challenges within half a second of each other, both won so cleanly by Envy that it turns into a goal. I mean, you want to talk about winning the 1v1 department. Here they go, looking for goal number 3. The bounce, Atomic's already up for it. Mist is going to be right behind him. Arsenal takes it out of the goal, and Reynolds will pick it up. Mist actually pretty far back. And then they get down to 2. Can he get it over Typical? No, Typical all by himself gets the stop. Envy will be forward to the 3rd goal.
Love the aggression from Typical, but they can't stop that one. All of the demos finally coming to roost. They get a little tied up there in the corner. Arsenal doesn't have a good angle. Reynolds is driving circles on the backboard thinking, where do I need to go? But by then it's too late, gets pinched around, and of course, who else but Mist? He's right there for it.
What a pass. What a play. Envy now up by 2, game number 2. Best of 7 still, so longer road than the best of 5s we play through most of these brackets, but all these teams going to be warmed up on the best of 7 path, and a rule number 1 in front of the Envy goal. Turbo actually breaks it, and we'll get the stops. Hold on to this lead. Rule number 1 in a grand finals, of course. Why not? Now a double demolition onto Envy. Can Typical make this happen while they're respawning? Gets it over the top of Turbo and gets it off the crossbar, but could not smush it underneath. And they will not get that goal. Here's another opportunity. Well placed. Atomic's got the save. Envy holds on so well on their back third. Typical tries to reach for another one, but he knows he's already beat by Turbo. Backs off it. Space Station's got to go back to the drawing board.
Oh man, and that was a razor thin error, margin of error for Envy on defense. They did not have a lot of space to work with each other, definitely panicking and diving, but able to work the ball into a safe spot. And you can't really fault Typical for not being able to squeeze that one under the bar. That's a tough shot in any situation. But unfortunately, in this particular game, would have meant a lot.
Atomic pass 1, missed up for it, and no defender was able to meet it. He does not miss. He's been fantastic this game.
I mean, that's 2 shots now. I mean, there's not a lot of room to work with here. Reynolds has the top left corner covered. Arsenal is rotating in to take away a lot of the bottom of the net. And Mist, that's 2s that he's just put on a rope straight through a couple of defenders in this game.
47 seconds left. Space Station absolutely suffocated on defense. Constantly having to make multiple stops.
Shot.
And they have to leave someone in net. The shooting has been too strong from Envy. Miss looking for a pass. He's got lots of options. Doesn't quite get his bumper onto the ball. It'll go off to the corner, but Atomic's there. Now back into the midfield. Turbo's lurking for it. Going to be moving up. Pops it above 2. Arsenal's going to be the only player who could possibly play this, but Mist understands he's not going to get there before Arsenal plays it off the backboard, so he adjusts and just keeps the pressure on. Atomic now up against Typical. Through 1. 2 players bite. Reddle's going to be out of position, but Arsenal, the clear of a lifetime, will push it down the field. 4 seconds left, down by 3. Envy will be taking game number 2. The question now, Space Station, they had quite the win streak before this. Now, no momentum in this series, Chiefs.
Whole new type of ball game, and this one, I mean, it doesn't even necessarily feel like anything went perfectly for Envy. Nothing really went horribly wrong for SSG. It was just a couple of really well executed passing plays from Envy in some tight positions against defenders, and they nailed it.
Yeah, man,
look at this from Atomic. Like, everyone's here. They're all there, and they still nail that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the positioning from these teams is so good. I mean, this is the thing we've always complimented Turbo on. People always have the theories. Is Turbo washed? He's at the bottom of the scoreboard. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard in this game. But the thing that makes Turbo so excellent is where he always is and the challenges he's able to win just to give his team more and more opportunities. And when all 3 players are doing that, you've got yourself a world champion. Envy looks so strong right now.
Yeah, you got a lot of problems to solve here in game 2. Really, you're looking for a lot more ball control out of Space Station Gaming because the challenges, while they're not going, completely skewed in Team Envy's favor, you just haven't had a lot of success. And so more time with the ball, you get Arsenal into some air dribbles, hopefully. Sipkle and Reddles obviously capable of both of those too, but in general, finding ways to keep the ball a lot closer, I think, is going to favor Space Station instead of just getting into the race to the ball fights.
Arsenal wins a challenge, and Typical still has to make the goal line save as he read the ceiling bounce. Turbo now going to lose control in the corner, but Atomic's right there on top of him. Gets the pass across, Miss goes for it, drops it back into the box. Turbo's going to be back getting boost, so there won't be that follow-up shot, but here he comes careening up the midfield. Blocks 2 challenges, buys Atomic time, and look, Space Station can't buy a challenge win right now. Turbo Pulsa going to get popped by Arsenal, but blocks it off to the corner. Envy still looking strong.
A couple of great challenges from both teams there. Arsenal is going to buy a lot of time on the defensive side for Space Station here. And now they seem to at least be equalizing a little, not quite in time to catch Envy on transition.
Yeah, maybe. I think Typical was Arsenal, there you go. Finally, the challenge for the win. They'll get on the board first.
Where the heck does this one even come from? I mean, Envy's like, okay, Arsenal's up the wall somewhere. Nope. Comes out of the sky, gets a little cheeky ground pinch straight into the net. That one literally out of nowhere if you're on Envy.
I'm like, well, okay, cool. You fell on it. Good job, bro. And honestly, though, similar to Atomic's goal in game number 1 that won them the series, it really has been a series about the 1v1 challenges. And Arsenal having to create new ones just to get a goal. But Space Station going to play from ahead now and looking to extend the lead. Arsenal's Typical. In the backfield, Typical picks it up first. Arsenal be following along at a distance now in the midfield.
Love it.
He stalls out play, but oh no. Turbo looking for Mist. Reddles gets the interception. It's up to Atomic on the backboard. Doesn't get much of a foot onto it. Turbo has to cover it on the retreat. Gets it through. And now Mist to Atomic. Arsenal with the interception again. Space Station picking up the passing lanes right now and keeping the ball in the blue. A demolition might help keep them there.
Yeah, big miss, though, from Reddles. Is now they got to work their way back into the blue half. I mean, they have possession, kind of, but now it's not necessarily sure if they're going to be able to set something up. Reddles missing that ball in that Envy corner really created a lot of problems as everyone on Envy jumping for that one at the midfield.
Yeah, and Turbo's able to buy time there. Pop the ball back to midfield, and Typical has to adjust twice here. We can assume Envy will be stacked on boost.
Love it, though. That Space Station approach. I mean, they're trying to keep that ball a lot closer, and you can see Sipkle up to the ceiling to himself, drop down for Reddles. He wants to be able to challenge. It's working a lot better. Space Station spending an extended time here on this Envy side.
Yeah, they have moved the ball away from... It's not been these 1v1 challenges. As it's off the corner, Turbo clears it again. 2:13 approaching halftime. Envy yet to get on the board, the longest we've seen them go without scoring in this series. Turbo to chase this down, finally into a challenge again, but Reynolds wins it this time. Missed right there on the counter. Turbo behind 2, keeping it in the corner. Envy starting to get the ball back to the 1v1 man-to-man coverage style that they have excelled at in this series. But there's Arsenal attacking quickly. He's going to beat 2 players, and now attacking Turbo in goal. Turbo takes it off of his hood. Reynolds will demolish Turbo. Give the ball back to Sipical. Outfield pass. Sipical going to get blocked at the point of contact. Missed as a savior medal in game number 3.
Space Station Gaming going for some highlight redirects. If one of those goes in, you can clip that one for sure. But right now you can see Envy trying to do the same thing from Space Station. Keep that ball tight. They need to earn possession back.
Reynolds in particular has been winning his challenges. The thing we've been criticizing him for, and Arsenal gets it. What? Oh! Okay, it goes in. Reynolds will slam it home. I could not believe he saved it the first time.
Oh, and he pulled it out the second time, too. He's playing ping pong with himself around the inside of the net, but thankfully Reynolds has had enough. He will deliver a strike, and 2-0 down, Envy. Game 3 not going quite their way.
No, the Space Station coming back to life. Way we saw them play the last few series, they're starting to pull out here in the grand finals, and a rare miss in goal, the thing that opened up the gates for that go-ahead. And now up by 2, things looking much more in their favor. But a minute left of play, only up by 2. I'm not counting out Envy anytime soon. So they take a shot.
Yeah, we've seen this come back many times from Envy.
No, we saw last grand finals twice. Down by 3, Envy came back. It was wild. Now here's Mist through the sky. End of the corner, 39 seconds. And yes, but Space Station, complete adjustment here in game 3. Not challenging the ball at the point of contact, but looking to intercept it in the passing lanes. Worked out so well. They gained instantly control of the midfield. Now Mist gonna try and get a pass to Turbo. Excellent pace. What a soft touch from Turbo to get him on the board.
Missed the command here on this dribble. There's a lot to weave through here, and that quick recovery as he lands from that flip and just instantly dishing that out to the middle for Turbo. Hit him with the changeup. That's a great way to work it back, but not a lot of time.
19 seconds. Sort of a half-fake kickoff. Atomic's going to go for this, but Arsenal takes it off of his hood. Turbo's not in position, and Mist gets beat. 12 seconds left, up by 1. Space Station looking stalled, but they give the ball back to Turbo. That challenge looks good. Now Turbo onto the backboard. Arsenal's got it clear. Mist is there, and Atomic's adjusting along with him. Going to try and keep it high. Where is Turbo, and how much boost does he have? The question on everybody's mind, he's not going to matter at all. There's the clear from the sky. Space Station bounce back in game 3 to get on the board.
Well done, Space Station. You make the adjustment. You force Envy to challenge for the ball over and over after you're already in position for it. You force them to come to you. Executed it brilliantly. Tied up Envy in a couple of knots. To be fair, Envy held it very well on defense. It was just not enough time in the day, so to speak, to get back into it after things started to equalize later on. So good job, Space Station. You're right back in it.
Yeah, I like the style we've been seeing from Envy. So many of their goals have just come from just taking challenges, just taking any challenge they can make. They're just assuming we'll win the 1v1s, and they're doing that in the enemy's back third. It's turning into goals. Space Station says, hey, let's catch the ball before it gets into our back third. Let's take the ball to them. Don't give them those opportunities. And all of a sudden, we see Atomic's offense, or Envy's offense, grind to a halt here. So how does Envy adjust now that Space Station has found a strategy that's working in the midfield? And how do they start taking that ball back? That'll be the question for game 4.
Indeed, indeed. And players to watch. I really do think Atomic is kind of the catalyst for Envy in a lot of those regards. Mist and Turbo obviously are phenomenal put-away players, as Atomic is too, but Atomic is just such a can opener who wields such powerful presence on the field. Whenever he's got the ball, everyone kind of goes, okay, what's about to happen?
Oh, Turbo looking for a double tap off the side. Doesn't find anything. Reynolds take control off his backboard. And challenged by Turbo again. Turbo taking long-range challenges right now. This ball bounces in front of the net. Arsenal takes the shot just wide. And Atomic and Mist take their time, picking up control in the order of rotation. Mist will pinch it off to the side. Arsenal will have this ball first. Can Atomic find the block? Nothing's there. Now Arsenal back down in front. Off the wall. Front for Turbo. Typical puts the pressure on, but it bounces high. Atomic clears to the side. Arsenal challenges, and it bounces to the ceiling once more. First minute going to come and go quietly here. Reynolds, quick turn in net, wins a challenge there. I have to say, as we were talking about Envy winning the challenges so much, Reynolds in particular has really stepped up in the 1v1 department in the last 5-6 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, been a great showing overall, I think, from everyone in Space Station Gaming whenever they get that ball just out in front. It's beating that first man that allows them so much opportunity, as Reynolds is going to be put squarely back on defense by Mist. But you're absolutely right. They have definitely leveled up the just make the first guy miss. Atomic, that's a big save. And Turbo right on the second shot. Man, that's a crazy save.
Well done. And all that's starting from a monster clear from Arsenal from the top of his corner. He was the only player back. One touch nullified the 3v1 he was about to be in. And then we see scary offensive looks from Space Station. Arsenal turns on this one, passes, but Reynolds had fallen back. No shot for Space Station on that drive. They'll regroup. So Arsenal through one. And now against Turbo, pinches onto the wall. Mist going to try and challenge Reciprocal from behind, but Atomic now punts into the midfield, takes to the sky behind it, dribbles it towards the goal. Arsenal off the backboard. Turbo Pulse is still grounded. Going to challenge Typical late. He'll be out of the play for a while. Missed off the back out of his goal. We'll get it back to midfield, and Turbo, quick transition, no boost, puts it on to the SSG backboard, and Atomic will look to pass to the midfield. Doesn't find much of it. Now Mist a little bit free with the ball. No, Arsenal will cover it back up. Approaching halftime, neither team on the board in game 4.
Yeah, big change of pace there for a moment. It seemed like both teams content to just try and smash it up the field as hard as they could, and Atomic running a little interference might get this ball a little closer.
Turbo Pulsa. Yeah, what a touch from Atomic. He and Reynolds both demo each other, momentary 2v2. Reynolds spawns into the awkward corner, but Typical handles it all just fine. Now Mist moving up. Turbo Pulsa to Mist. Back into the midfield. Now Turbo to the outside. Wins another challenge. Mist to try and follow this one. He's got Arsenal right behind him, though, and he still wins the challenge against Reynolds in the corner. Arsenal moves in to take control, but spends tons of boost just stalling the ball in the air. Atomic small pass to Turbo, and it gets pumped up by an SSG touch. Goes over Turbo's head. 1:30 on the clock. We got Envy looking for match point and a win with this game.
I believe overtime at this point. I think both teams are kind of having to reset themselves a little bit here.
Yeah.
The ball is just going so fast and staying so high. That one's dumped in front for Mist, and Arsenal says goodbye, but not without a little nod to his teammates with a save.
Envy getting fancy in the passing game here. Gotta be careful not to five-head yourself into a loss. Atomic. With this guy with Mist directly in tow. Challenge bounces between all the defenders onto the backboard. Mist out to Turbo. He backs off, has no boost to chase, so Mist and Atomic move in. Atomic looking for a shot, gets blocked at the point of contact, gets double flip reset to keep the ball high, but no one else can be able to do anything with it. Reynolds just clears all the way to the far side. Final 30 seconds of game 4.
That's exactly what, Zipical.
Oh, he shows you how to do a flip reset there. Space Station will take the lead. Beautiful, beautiful play. The ability to catch it. 30 seconds left, and they've got the lead. Now, can they hold on to it? The kickoff should reset things, though, a bit. Here comes Turbo. On the ground, flicks with one, the Dominus to put it over the top of Sipical. Mist now, over the top of Arsenal. Reynolds to try and come in on the side. Turbo wins the challenge. This is dangerous. Mist has no boost to challenge, though, and Arsenal grounded on the wall. We'll get it out to Sipical. 2 touches, 10 seconds left. Down the field, Turbo to the edge. So many saves from Envy in this game, but no goals. And Atomic now to try and put the pressure on, and cleared by Sipical over the top. Mist will have to catch this full court carry. He's not going to have anything there, and Atomic can't read the Space Station defense. Space Station take 2. We got a ball game, Achieves.
That one got a little dicey there at the end, but Sipical, vindicated. One for 7. Talk about turning in the best one of the game right there. That was actually a phenomenal flip reset to close things out. That whole game, after the initial, I don't know, minute or so, it was really just that ball staying so high in the air, and that prevented people from being able to approach the ball cleanly because they're not able to take the ball up the wall to themselves. They're having to go at it full speed just to make sure that they try and hold on to possession, and that led to a lot of stalemates because both teams are looking so solid defensively and not a lot of demos coming through that people couldn't handle. But then it happens one time, Sipical able to catch it clean with not a lot of resistance, and he turned it into a beautiful shot.
Yeah, when you have a game that is as even as that, oftentimes I feel like the answer to kind of disrupt the cycle of play is demolitions, but we saw plenty of demolitions in that game. It's not like, I think it was key to like there was no demolitions that the other team didn't adjust for properly. We saw both teams trying it and it just not working. Ultimately, flip reset is what it took to score on Envy. And now they'll get to reset. And we're resetting our series to some degree at this point. 2 games apiece. Guaranteed game 6. We'll see how things go.
Big one here. Envy would love to win this one and feel real good going into game 6. Because like James said, you know, if there's any team that can do it, he believes it might be Space Station. And there is credence in that. I've kind of been doubting him all this weekend, but today they've looked killer.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question, you know, we've said this multiple times. Space Station, they have literally every tool they need. Strong passing plays, strong physical game, strong solo plays, amazing defensive rotations. They everything you possibly want a team to have. Space Station's got it. It's just, can they put it all together at the same time on the pitch? And when they do, they're the best team in America, maybe the best team in the world. But there's been 2 regionals in a row where they've faltered at one point or another. Today has not been that day, though. And now challenging the best in North America. Missed. We'll try to connect with Atomic, intercepted by Arsenal. Atomic's touch is still neutral at best. Missed through 1. Sipical out, Atomic, what a read, so fast. He's gonna run on the boost before he's able to cancel his downward velocity. Turbo's challenge is gonna go underneath the defender, but goes off to the post. Now Atomic creating so much chaos, missed onto the backboard. Both defenders missed. Turbo comes in and Sipical covers it up on the rotation in. 3:24 on the clock, still scoreless.
And that's a great save from Sipical. Really thought Turbo had that one locked down for free. He definitely went for the right shot, the bouncer, because he knows the defense is just going to be driving across the net there. But Sipical able to see it coming, get out in front early, keep it locked at 0, and try as the GOAT might. Denied one more time. Another great save. Turbo's been everywhere this game. He's got 102 score. It doesn't seem like much heading into the halfway point, but that guy has been making key touch after key touch in this one. A lot of great stops from the midfield to stop Space Station from getting more than they would like.
Missed over the top and towards the goal. Clear to the corner. Atomic demolished. Turbo Pulsa covers it up. You wouldn't even know Atomic was gone. Now missed airborne. To the goal. Is anybody going to be home in time? Arsenal tries and gets dunked by Mist. What a read!
The recovery from Mist. I mean, that's just Reynolds trying to keep it close, but Mist sees where it's headed so fast on the recovery and is able to have the perfect timing to just jam Arsenal straight back into his own net.
I want to know if he turned off ball cam for that. The idea of the ball falling from the sky at that angle, to have an understanding of where Arsenal is and where the ball's going to come after he clears it. It doesn't matter, though. Arsenal scoring on the other side immediately equalizes.
Stole away that corner boost as well as Sipical. I mean, just trying to jam it through, and Arsenal just realizing that, you know, we might as well try and put some pressure on Envy here because he just picked up 100 boosts, so he's going to try and buy time for Reddles or Sipical to rotate out. Someone come forward. Either way, ends up getting the perfect block.
Oh, Turbo. He had all of the ball. Just didn't quite put it on target. Now missed opportunity. Put it onto the backboard. Got one challenge. Can't tuck it around the post, though. Here's Sipical. Out to the edge. Nobody directly challenging him. Turbo wanted to move in, but ball gets played to the midfield. Mist will be there out of goal. And it'll be Atomic next on the rotation. Mist actually able to cover up 2, now 3 touches from Space Station, but still Arsenal gets it through. And now Atomic out to the edge. Countered by Mist. Turbo's up for it, looking for the lead again. Got a flip reset, couldn't use it. Arsenal puts it to the side. Atomic now getting challenged by Arsenal. 1v1, dribbles him, and Atomic comes from behind. Turbo makes another save. I can't believe it. He bought Turbo just enough time to get in and push it away.
Oh, and the pinch. Goodbye, Space Station offense. Gonna have to reset yourselves with that one.
We're not retreating, just reloading. Back to Reddles. Turbo Excellent clear. Atomic's going to chase this one down. Loses it to Typical, though. He played it out to the edge, and now trying to challenge. Missed. What a pre-flip. Puts it into the sky. Atomic on the rotation back. Tries to do what he can, but the pressure stays on. Mist picks up his corner boost. Takes to the sky. He's got Atomic on the far side. He's going to the goal, though. Blocks it with Typical. Atomic gonna not be able to make a contact, and Reddles winning 2 challenges in a row. Back into the corner. Slows us down. Picks up the boost. And now Arsenal shoots for the far post. Missed with the clear. 1 minute remaining. Winner of this game's on match point.
And there's 2 big demos. Turbo, not a lot of boost here to work with. Needs this touch. Forces Typical off the wall. And Arsenal's just a tad late. Reddles just playing time management there in the midfield. Knows his teammates need a moment or two. And almost turn it in when they get back around.
Atomic. Oh, he doesn't make contact. Turbo was ready for the pass. And trying to make the quick transition. 30 seconds left. A goal right now, as good as winning the game. Over the top is Typical. Demolition on his Typical. This actually strengthens SSG's positioning as Arsenal tries to put the pressure on. Here's Atomic. Soft touch under Reddles, but there's Typical after the demolition all the way back. And now Reddles looking to bump him out of goal. Mist gets airborne quickly. Another savior medal for Mist here in game number 5.
Oh, Envy actually might be able to sneak through here. Typical needs to hang on to this ball, and that's a great bit of car control to sneak it by. But Turbo will find the clear. Does overtime happen?
Overtime glistens on the horizon. The ball's falling down. Looks like, oh no, Reddles does not play for overtime. He always tries to win it in regulation. Typical and Arsenal not going to be enough to push it through. Overtime in game 5. Next goal takes match point. Is 1 game away from being North American regional champs.
And what happens here? Turbo's been having a phenomenal game here. A lot of great touches. And will again find another clear way, but Typical quick to cut that down. Atomic, you need to make something happen. Sets up Turbo's gonna need help from Mist. He's too far back, doesn't feel like it.
Overtime positioning. Rotations always become wider right at the beginning. Turbo puts it into the corner. Missed out. Turbo will look for this. Pass into the midfield, and Atomic's not there. Again, very far back, passive play. Low on booster. Scared of the long range. Demolition in goal. Mist and Atomic get on top of each other, but quick thinking from Mist. Just stays grounded, waits for Atomic to get out of the way, and clears it out to midfield. Now Turbo on the challenge. Reddles winning more. Here's Mist. Can he find Atomic? He just takes the shot himself. It bounces off the post and out. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Atomic supporting this there just in case he got challenged. That one takes a road pinch away from him. Atomic able to recover just in time. And Mist just going to go straight up Main Street there and force Space Station to react.
Mist. Over 1. Reddles to this far side. Now Atomic. Into the midfield. Here's Arsenal. Chasing it down. He's got Reddles. Reddles calls him off. Makes one player miss. Flicks another. Turbo demolishes all up to Atomic. So Reddles takes it to the corner. Prioritizing the boost. Trying to starve him out. Playing the long game. But here's Turbo. Onto the backboard. Atomic's not going to have enough boost to reach this, and Typical's there. Now Arsenal following this out. Reddles in the midfield. Mist lofts it. 140 into overtime.
And you know, it's feeling like Envy are more concerned with making sure the ball doesn't get past the midfield line than being in position to really catch that ball into the middle if it gets there. I think they're... well, Atomic just self-passes it and ripped it top left. Great save, but Envy may have to be willing to take on a little bit more risk to be able to jump on a ball that gets centered a little faster if they want to take down Space Station here in this OT.
I agree. Typical and company have had so many more opportunities to win this game in overtime, just strictly because they're willing to go for it. I think Envy banking on the fact that eventually they'll be out of position and they can just get the long ranger, but a double commit on top of the goal is open. And Atomic's got the clear. Nobody was home in front of the net to get it. The finish off could have been the end of the game. Rolls now to the edge. Missed. Wins a pinch. Typical. Sends it long, and that was about the most aggressive we've seen Envy positioned all overtime. So they are halfway into another game of Rocket League.
Reddles at a bounce.
Typical and Arsenal. Arsenal gets his front bumper onto it, and they needed that touch. A demolition on a Typical, though. 2 players in the back. Reddles on the backboard's going to try and get this one. Slows down the pace of the ball.
Good
so
move.
his team can control it, but it does mean the ball spends more time in his half, and Envy's just going to look to counter it. Arsenal, what a win. Turbo, excellent touch behind him. Breaking up the double pass, and Typical demolished. We'll reset.
Huge demo there from Atomic. And Reddles is going to be out of the play for a little bit here. If they can get a big clear from Atomic, may be in good shape, but driving down instead of straight up the field. Plenty of time to recover here for both teams.
In general, the challenge game we talked about at the beginning of this series is all but just been completely equalized. Both teams doing a good job in the 1v1s. Turbo up to play to his corner. Typical's there, looks for a read, but Atomic gets it away from him. Now Turbo and Atomic. Half a tank of boost for Turbo. Not gonna have enough to immediately fly, but could possibly pick up an infield pass. Atomic can't connect. Now Typical up, winning a challenge. Mist has to fall back. Turbo adjusts from the midfield to Atomic, who tries to give it back to Turbo, but Arsenal already there. Now towards the goal, flip, reset, and cleared by Mist. Typical now looking for it. He'll have this one for free. Onto the backboard. Reynolds is up above Turbo, and it's above the goal. Follow from Arsenal, blocked by Atomic. We keep going. 4 minutes into overtime. A bump on the one's not going to be enough. Turbo's got the ball, and he's flying down the field.
Can feel like that one was it, but now it's Atomic's turn. Fakes out the defense, trying to squeeze it in. Arsenal, presence of mind, does not panic. Lets it go right over his shoulders, and Space Station Gaming get out unscathed.
Missed from his goal. Takes it a long way. Turbo wins another challenge. That was 2 players he just beat. Missed in a 1v1. The pass to Atomic. Puts it high. Is Turbo there to finish it off? It's too far back. Typical on the rotation back. I think picked up some boost and was able to cover it up. Now Turbo will play it towards the corner. And onto the backboard in front of the box. Typical's there. Beats Mist. And now Atomic, last man standing. Critical challenge win and gets a second one. Missed a turnaround on it. Trying to take the shot. Bounces in the midfield. Reynolds to the backboard and Turbo pulses there. Intense overtime, both teams with moments of glory.
This is terrifying. Envy feel like they're one bad touch or one missed challenge from just being left in shambles here. They're making some great plays, but it's a razor-thin margin.
We've now played a whole extra game of overtime. Mist will turn on this. Can they finish it off? Reynolds slow plays it. Atomic wins the challenge. Turbo sends it towards the goal, and what a save. Typical to get it away. Reynolds to try, missed through, and Arsenal's there. Perfect defensive rotations from Space Station. Master classes.
Oh, that's a miss. That's not good. Oh, that's also a miss. Okay.
Miss. Whiffs, baguette whiffs. They compliment them on the defense, and then everybody just goes, I don't know how to deal with compliments. I'm sorry. Just making me nervous. Here comes Atomic. Typical's touch, soft. Missed, though. He'll be all the way back, and Reynolds just booms the ball a little bit. Clear by Mist. Here's Atomic. Turbo's going to fall back. 2 players on the side wall. Space Station could take advantage of the tight positioning, but they've spaced back out. These teams are just so even right now.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago, this one was back and forth, parry thrust, and now it's just, okay, everyone take a deep breath here. Get ready until someone makes one bad touch.
There's Typical to the sky. Turbo and Atomic off the backboard. Pass in the midfield. Arsenal's there, but Mist will be there first. And the second touch from Arsenal, not good enough. Atomic slow play to hold on to the ball. Gets it back into the midfield. No one's going to be aggressive enough to challenge that, though. Reynolds going to try now at Turbo. Puts it back onto Arsenal's hood. And yeah, I agree with you. There was a moment where it felt like we were starting to fall apart. Somebody was going to score. And now both teams so evened out. We could go for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd believe it at this point. It's gotta manage the boost very carefully. That's a great setup for Turbo, but I don't know if Atomic has the time to really get there and square it up. Now it's transition for Space Station.
Typical with a miss. Reynolds had beaten Turbo cleanly. The pass wasn't there. Now Arsenal, soft pass into the midfield. Both his teammates gonna be back getting boost.
2v3.
Turbo and Mist, they had interesting positioning. They kind of waste it and give the ball back to Space Station. Now Mist versus Reynolds. Here's an opportunity. Mist, no boost. He's going to have to flip reset if he wants to get creative. Reynolds got the clear, and we'll see Arsenal take over control in the corner, but Turbo wins the challenge. Now back across the field. Mist versus Reynolds again. Challenge goes neutral once more, and now Typical looking for Reynolds, intercepted by Turbo. 7 minutes, 30 seconds of overtime. And man, how things have changed over the years. Beating the Grand Finals record from Season 2 of 7-17, which stood for many, many seasons. Now a 7-minute overtime, one of many.
Oh, Atomic, what do you got here? Oh, we just missed the flip, I think. Came out a little too hard, had to chase it down.
There's Reynolds over the top of one. Here's Atomic out to Mist. Doesn't find it. Atomic's there. Maybe the fake. Back in the midfield. Turbo pulls it. All 3 players from Envy starting to commit. Mist turning around in the midfield, but only half rotating. They want to end this game now as 8 minutes of overtime have passed. Continuing to count up the clock. They flick for the corner, and it gets saved. It's like it's nothing.
Ooh, that's a great boomer up the field. But Turbo, he gives his life to slow Arsenal down. That means Mist gets the clear. Such a great game management player. Turbo can end this right here. Back post. Reynolds can't stop it. It's going to be 8:29. Time of death. Space Station got to go all the way to 7 if they want to reset.
Man, Turbo Pulsa finally puts it away in the longest overtime of this. I don't want to say of this bracket. I remember seeing something on Twitter about something going to like 10 minutes or something. It was crazy. There's a it's nuts how long these players can go when you don't have the kickoffs constantly resetting things here. Surprisingly here at Chiefs. This tells you how defensive and how strong the game was in the midfield. No player breaking 1,000 score.
Yeah, exactly. It really was kind of just that battle of attrition. Are you in position? Yes, I am. Clears back into your corner. Okay, back into the midfield. Oh, we got a transition. Okay, now it's in your corner and it's back in the midfield. Everyone really was playing the game to the best of their abilities in the most clean way possible. A couple of great shots to open it up, but I really do think Turbo Pulsa 742, such a game management type of player. If you were to try and describe how Turbo looks, he is literally the guy that just makes sure nothing goes horrifyingly terribly wrong for his team.
We saw so few moments of all three players of Envy committing. They were so safe that entire overtime. And while it's maybe quote unquote boring, it works. Envy here now on match point, 1 win away from being regional champs. I do want to amend the statement. You alluded to it earlier. I said that they were Space Station would be 1 game away from being regional champs. They won that one. Mist drops it. Reynolds gets the save, and Atomic to put it back in the box. Arsenal will clear it away. But yes, as you pointed out, Space Station have to reset the bracket. So a win in game 7 for them, a win here in 6 and 7 means that they do this again against Envy. So they are up. One interesting note, many of the people at home could possibly miss. You don't get to sit on the screen as long as we do. All the players usually ready up immediately after a game. Following that 8-minute overtime, 2 players from Envy both sat there and just waited the entire 60 seconds. They needed the breather. Both teams going to be sweating, have their hearts pounding after that game.
You got to take some time, you know. It's exhausting to play locked in. Perfect Rocket League, and Atomic lets one get away from him. Oh, just doesn't quite land clean. He has to go all the way back here and just misses the wave dash, does a little wobble on the goal line, and does not come up clean with that touch and gives one away.
Additionally, Turbo Pulsa double committing with him a bit on the first challenge and then not turning around to help him. I don't think the turnaround would have mattered because Atomic would have been causing traffic. But the rare positional mistake gives Space Station a lead. Can they hold on to it? We've seen Envy neutralize these leads plenty of times, but Envy neutralize leads rather. Space Station though, gonna be looking to hold on. We're 1.5 minutes into game 6.
Oh man, Atomic's diving and everything. He's just like, give me the boost, I'm going.
So we see Sepico in the corner. It's got Reynolds right on top of him here, but they beat 1 player. Now up to Mist in the back. 1 challenge. Atomic to follow it. Flicks over Arsenal and gets the goal. What a play to equalize things here in game 6.
Wow, just rotates out of the midfield as Mist wins the challenge. And, you know, he missed the wave dash earlier for a clean catch on the ball. Here he doesn't even have to. It's just land nice and soft and then instantly pop right back up. And he put some power on that one.
3:18. Envy equalize. Looking for the lead and for the win in game 6 to end the tournament. Sipic into the midfield. Both of his teammates aggressively positioned. A miss from Mist could open up things. Ooh. A bump from onto Turbo even, but Arsenal completely missed the ball. Now Reynolds just sitting in front of Atomic. Both Sipic and Reynolds committing. Aggressive play. Space Station want this so badly right now. They're committing more players than needed. Here's Atomic into the corner. Chasing down Arsenal. Arsenal through 1. There's a touch from Sipical to put it all the way into the corner. And Atomic, what a read. All the way back down. Reddle's going to try and get this one underneath, and he does. Now with Turbo in front of him, Turbo just becomes a wall. Gets one block, follow-up, throws two goalies out. Arsenal just takes the shot, and Atomic covers it back up on the retreat back in, and now a 1v1 Turbo versus Typical looking for the bump cell. It was Reynolds gets the save, and now Atomic another opportunity, punts it towards the goal. Typical falling off the backboard, makes the stop, continuing to have strong defense, but they gotta find a goal.
Turbo's execution so close to delivering a lead, but right now Envy needing to find a way to get a strong clear with Space Station right on them.
Reynolds through two into the box. Whoops. Space Station not there. Atomic with a small pass back. Arsenal to pick it up. Typical demolishes Turbo on his way out. Out front of the box, missed. Cranks it from the midfield. Reynolds looking to stop. Gets the win on missed. It'll push it back to midfield. Back and forth right now. Neither team really finding consecutive touches.
How long do you think this overtime is going to be, Wade?
You're right. I think there's, I don't know, there's a good infield pass.
We might not need one.
Oh, well, it took Typical drop infield pass to score, and they've got the lead back.
I feel bad. I think that one might have been my fault, but Arsenal is right. That's a pass.
That was the pass, and honestly, the defensive positioning really strong. They covered up so much of the goal.
Yeah.
The only shot they got that was the shot that got taken. And honestly, it was the thing I was calling out right before that. We weren't seeing consecutive touches from a team. They weren't like weren't seeing two blue players or two orange players touch the ball in a row. Finally, two touches, all it took. Space Station back on top. 1:11 left to go. Typical coming out of the net, gets it through one and gets two now, but Turbo's there. Puts it onto the wall. Let's slow this place down. Goes for the dribble, flicks it high. Reynolds will chase this one onto the wall and beats Turbo. Now missed, not gonna be able to win. Reynolds to turn around on it. Atomic's there. And turns it. Here's Atomic to the sky, up against Typical. He's got it. 48 seconds left. Miss. Now back down towards the goal. Tolbert's crashing in on it. Puts it off the backboard. Atomic will adjust across the entire field. 40 seconds left. Envy with great positioning. Can they make use of it? Typical. Doesn't really touch the ball. Two players miss. Arsenal's got to get this one, and he does. Puts it up onto the backboard. Takes it just out of danger for a moment. 30 seconds left, and Space Station thwart a nice drive, but back to Turbo. Towards the goal. Arsenal can't touch it. Tie game.
Look at how quick Atomic cuts down the wall here. That is such a perfect touch and recovery, because he just kissed that ball with that back wheel, oriented his car perfectly to land at the right angle on the wall, and instantly popped that ball into the middle and slipped that through Space Station. That's what perfect recovery does for you.
Missed to the outside, Reynolds. Now towards the goal, 17 seconds left. Space Station had given themselves life and a chance at Game 7. 12 seconds left, and I don't know, maybe it wasn't a cast or curse achieves. The overtime lurking on the horizon. Here comes Reynolds. Two players block. I don't think Arsenal's gonna be able to turn on that one. It's gonna be up to Typical. He's got it towards the backboard. Missed back down in overtime in Game 6. Envy, one goal away from being back-to-back regional champs.
I don't know what to think at this point. 8:29 in the previous game. Envy fighting with everything, and Space Station certainly not making it easy. Couple of massive plays from everybody as Arsenal, big bump, but you can't blame Space Station for not being in the spot for that one. That one came out of nowhere.
There's Turbo. Puts all the power onto it. Arsenal midfield Reed. Gonna try and dunk, miss, gets it through onto the backboard. Reynolds is there. Typical wants to move up. You just see him itching, but he stops himself. Disciplined play at the midfield line. And now Atomic and Mist in the midfield on top of each other. This one onto the backboard. Can anyone come from retreat? Over to the far side. Turbo puts it far. And Typical shot just a little too weak onto a very exposed Envy defense. First minute, coming and going. Turbo onto the backboard.
That's just a big continuation touch from Turbo to force Space Station to hold on just a little bit, and they can't come right back at Envy. That means they'll be pretty well seated here at the midfield line. And there's Turbo, just takes a pot shot at target and sees what happens.
Missed. He's going to have to be strong here as Arsenal's bearing down on him. He got it through him. Now Turbo has to recover it up. That's through two defenders. No one's home in net. Typical's got an empty net to shoot up, but Atomic comes from the far side of the field. Flying through, does not give him a shot. Turbo and Mist down this corner. Envy on top of each other over and over again. This one bounces in front. Typical puts it high. Arsenal not airborne yet, and Atomic gets it away. Reynolds on the far side. Missed demolish, but does the damage. Atomic sends it towards the goal. Typical will pick it up in the midfield and boom it back. Back and forth. 1:40 on the clock. Reynolds to turn. Here comes the advance. Over Mist. Turbo's through the air. Reynolds had lost control. Arsenal back to the outside. Space Station doing so much work. Here comes Reynolds.
They're really trying to hound Envy into a corner somewhere, see if they can catch him starved for boost and flat-footed maybe. But missed. Finally, Space Station at the exact same time run out of boost on their own side, and they had to give a little bit of space. So chance for everybody to catch their breath for a moment, but Space Station definitely in the driver's seat in this overtime.
Typical. Looked like he got the flip reset, but got to talk too fast now. Atomic versus Reynolds for the win. And Reynolds finds the stop. Arsenal to the outside, bounces it over Mist. How does Turbo adjust? He's getting it through the entire backline defense. Atomic has to come in. The rotation in the third man
he's
keeps
up again.
Envy in it. And now he's got the clear to the far side. Arsenal has to adjust on this one, struggles to find control, but Mist just respects the corner positioning, and now he's going to try and muscle it through another. Turbo off the wall, back past a Mist, blocked by Typical. Reynolds now in front of him. And Mist pinches it to the far side. Dangerous bounce. Typical will neutralize it, send it to the sky.
Such a great catch from Typical as well, and that ball's taking a dangerous line. If you miss that one, you really might throw off your teammate's approach. As Atomic, he has been having a great overtime, especially in this game in particular. It's that speed of his in a couple of key moments has been the difference maker.
No! How? Turbo's shot bounces off the post and out. And the rest of Envy not quite there, millimeters away from winning the regional. And now a demolition onto Atomic creates a tough situation for Turbo. Typical gets demolished too. Important touches, but Reynolds will try to create it for Arsenal. He's through the air, trying to press the advantage. Reynolds, it is too wide. Reynolds just a bit inaccurate. Turbo looking for the counterplay. Typical in the backfield should be able to neutralize us. Both teams will breathe for just a second, but what a turn of events.
Space Station, now's not the time to start hitting the post again. Mist kind of drips one into the middle. What you got, Arsenal?
He puts it up. Typical's there. Atomic. He meets him at the point of contact. Reynolds versus Turbo for the win. Out to the far side. Typical sends us to Game 7. SSG's not going away.
Not to be denied. That is a fantastic catch from Reynolds. Just the poise to not just immediately try and smash that off the wall or into the top corner. Take it on the catch. You had a little bit of space, and he did the most with it that he could. Weave through one defender, cut it out to the open side. And Space Station Gaming are going to force Game 7, but my, oh my, they had to fight for that one, and you feel real bad for Atomic in that game. He was working overtime in some tough spots, but not enough here in Game 6.
Yeah, my goodness. What a day. What a series of action. I mean, the breakaway plays. And I'm not going to lie, when Reynolds missed the shot like 30 seconds ago, I thought the match was over. I thought there was just SSG was going to lose. If they were missing those shots, there was no chance they were winning that overtime, but they bring it back. The physical play helps it happen. They crowd the box. But achieves. They have activated Turbo's trap card. We are now on Champions Field. And Champions Field and Turbo go very well together. So my goodness, if they can defeat Envy in Game 7, oh man, do we have quite the bracket reset on our hands.
Yeah, here comes the 1,200 point game from Turbo, scoring 4 goals.
And is there to start things off? No, okay, Typical gets this one away. Atomic was gonna have to find a creative shot to get that through. Arsenal, one block. Turbo pops it above the goal. Mist wants to turn on this one, and Typical's there. Mist with Atomic right behind him. Turbo lurking at midfield. Tight positioning here, and that pounce should go over Turbo's head. He'll quickly adjust, keep the ball in the back third, and look at that challenge. Back down. Mist is there. Mist gonna fake him off of one. Arsenal gets a soft touch, but Atomic's there, and Envy absolutely suffocating SSG right now. The pass across, Turbo's not gonna miss. That's goal number 1 for Game 7.
Yeah, there's one. Good start. This all just comes down to Atomic just really battling back and forth in the corner to see if he comes up with a possession. One skips through, and finally Space Station, since 2 people were going pretty hard in those challenges in the corner, didn't have enough time to recover.
Space Station now trailing in Game 7. A loss here gives the tournament to Envy. A win resets the bracket, and we play a second best of 7. A war of attrition, these double elimination grand finals. It's Atomic and Turbo now in the corner. And just play aggressive. Mist getting demolished means they have a very passively set third man. And he'll just keep the ball trapped here as Mist comes in, bounces off the corner. The rest of SSG gonna maybe be a little low on boost, but the positioning from the third man of Envy was way off to the side, and a momentary pause looks like a disconnect. This explains why Turbo was in the enemy corner when it made no sense for him to be there. He wasn't playing anymore. So we will take a momentary pause while we get Turbo back in. An important game already. We have Envy, though, with the lead. Space Station is going to, I think they're going to appreciate this pause for just a moment. They just reset. How do we deal with Envy in this final game?
Yeah, and it's quite an interesting one as well, because, you know, historically, since RLCS has started, Space Station's done pretty well against Team Envy. Looks like Turbo's PC has crashed, so could be a couple minutes, but it'll be
We'll see.
Because believe it or not, we actually do want to play a 3v3 match to decide who wins. Not a big fan of the 2v3s. Had to play one of those earlier. But Space Station Gaming, you know, like I was saying, they're, I believe, since RLCS started 3-1 against Envy. They usually do pretty well, but as that season has gone on, Envy's just torn it up with really Mist developing into a fine put away guy, which is interesting because he's not even the #1 goal scorer on the team in terms of goals per game. It's Turbo at 0.93. Would you believe that?
Yeah, that's their highest right there. I mean, Turbo has kind of solidified in the legacy of Fireburner and Marky Doodah, the king of the poo goals, just finding whatever's available to him, and it works, especially when the pressure is on. One of the clutchest players in existence and the greatest of all time. I did just get a notification that Turbo Pulse is now playing Rocket League, so that's a good sign for the future of our match. We'll see if things go forward. Yeah, you would not want to play 2v3 in a situation like this. It was funny also, the players. One thing that the viewers at home don't get to witness that we as casters do is the players talking to each other in the game chat. And the players just now agreed to a truce on Twitter after this because they're too tired. I'm not going to blame them after that overtime. Yeah. Oh man, just like, can we just like, whoever wins, good job. Let's just go to bed. We'll argue tomorrow. But yeah, I think we should be getting started here in just a minute. We'll let the admins do their job. We'll see how things go. But yeah, what is Space Station's mentality coming to this? You're down by 1, 3:40 left to go. You have to win this game, and then you have to play another best of 7. I feel like it's so important to Chiefs for them not to think about the bracket reset. Just think about winning this game.
Yeah, no. Do not ever get caught looking too far forward. Yes, you know that when you're in the lower bracket, you know it's going to be a long day. So just let that be the end of it. Think, okay, it's 5 minutes. How do we beat Envy in 5 minutes? The answer right now, the last time we saw Space Station have a lot of work to do in terms of bringing possession back down, because ever since the end of game 2, maybe 3, it's really just been a lot of huge clears and really chasing the ball. And I think the big difference maker in that department has been Atomic Speed in these past couple of games. He's been able to get some big takeaways to stop Space Station from transitioning. And both teams on defense, they're looking great. They really don't let a lot of, oh gosh, what do we do? Like opportunities come at them. I mean, there's nothing uncontested off the backboard. Very few passes into the middle are not contested. And when they are, it's not a lot of space to shoot with, and the defenses are doing great, but it's just that lack of time of control of the ball for Space Station is really where they get their bread and butter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this has been quite an even match. I mean, like, what you're talking about in the midfield there, this is the challenge this game. It's genuinely being won in those moments. The moments that maybe seem the most boring in Rocket League. There's just 2 players slamming the ball and the ball going out. Like, that is what is defining this series right now, is how well do you win. So we're going to be resetting the game. 3:47 on the clock, starting at a kickoff. Luckily, a goal didn't get scored during the time between Turbo disconnecting and us becoming aware of it. So makes things easy to start off. They'll get 7 seconds back. The Space Station trailing by 1, got to score 2 on Envy on Champions Field with 3.5 left to go. Definitely possible, but a tough ask of any team. So Atomical chases one into the corner. Turbo in a demolition. Mist wins the challenge. Pushes it on. Typical right on top of his teammate Arsenal. Turbo going to send this one in the midfield. Atomic thinks about it, but falls back. Respects Reddles. And then traps it in his own corner. Stalling time.
And even with not the world's cleanest recovery, still able to beat out an oncoming attacker in the corner, and buys a little bit of time. And those few milliseconds are so valuable on defense when you need people to be in position here.
Atomic. Midfield's Typical turning on this one. Space Station is slowly getting more and more control. The bump on the goalie, and Atomic's there. Typical was alone in net. The rest of SSG, maybe wisely not wanting to crash the box at that point, but you got to take the goals when they're as close as they are. Approaching halftime. Envy still holding on to the only goal in the game, and now looking for two. Here comes Turbo to the far side. 2-0 Envy.
I would be willing to bet that the defense on the goal line for Space Station here got frozen by Atomic trying to stay with that one. They were 100% looking at him sticking right with that ball. And even with Turbo shot straight at them, it just, the follow-up came too fast after they realized that Atomic didn't get a touch. And Turbo, with a little bit of pace, gets it through.
The cheat up from Mist and the solid win on kickoff. I'm really surprised Mist didn't follow through on that and try to push the advantage, but the 2-goal lead, trying to keep it that way. I think defense is the priority. 2:17 on the clock. Here comes Reynolds off the ceiling, looking for Arsenal, puts it towards the box and cleared. Reynolds now back pass. Typical across the field and Arsenal to chase. Coming back in and puts it onto the backboard. And where is the rest of them? Reynolds shoots to the far post, and it's wide again. Follow up from Typical, blocked by Atomic. Missed with the opportunity to fly down the field. Arsenal, he's going to fly to the sky, burn all his boost, and not even make contact. Typical backdoors a goal. Triple commit out of Envy, though. Can they push this advantage? Reynolds out of the corner. Here's Arsenal to Typical, into the goal and through. That's goal number 1 for Space Station.
How in the world does Space Station stay with this so many times in a row? I mean, starting with that sequence, they completely botch an open shot on target. Then they rally. Atomic makes a nuts save at the top of the net. Envy cycles through 1 or 2 more times, making crazy clears into the corner. And Space Station still ready to go.
There was a triple commit right about 2 touches before the goal from Envy. All 3 players jumped, and I think that was the opening Space Station needed. They'll take it and look for goal number 2, just wide. Typical didn't even read it. Now Arsenal to the far corner, puts it wide. Typical to the far post, is it in? No! What is happening? Space Station can't put it between the posts.
Our Arsenal passing that ball is actually...
What? Stop! I don't understand what I'm looking at. They miss the textbook shots, and then Reynolds does this crap.
Look at him get out in front of that ball and rotate the nose down so that the next time it touches his car, it spikes. Oh, that was gorgeous.
Reynolds is a madman. And with that, he has tied the game. 1:07 on the clock. Envy had a 2-goal lead. And now they've got to score again. Atomic sets it up. Mist looking for an opportunity. He's got a lot of space. He'll just send it to the sky. Arsenal on the backboard. Takes his time picking it up. He'll get it over the top of Turbo. And Atomic. Mist going to be on the back line. And he'll clear it off to the edge. Arsenal into the corner. Now onto the backboard, getting bumps onto goalies. Opens it up for Typical, and it's in. 40 seconds left. Space Station gets physical and takes the lead.
What a turnaround for Space Station. How many of you guys in chat, down 0-2 with 1:30, totally count them out?
Absolutely. I mean,
bang,
I wasn't
bang,
totally
bang. 40
counting them out,
seconds
but
left.
like,
up by 1.
You know, oh dear.
Oh, you're kidding, no.
Oh dear,
no.
Okay, they get a little lucky. The luck goes in their favor. Mist gonna try and set this up. The defense starting to panic though. Where's Turbo? If anybody's gonna keep his head screwed on, it's him. Back around, 30 seconds left. Pass in the midfield. Mist already airborne, going up against 1. Gets it through him, down. Did it drop the drop? Arsenal clears it, but nobody's really there to help him. After the demolition, Turbo to the sky, looking for goal number 3 to equalize. 15 seconds left. Mist to it from him. He put it over over Atomic's head though. Oh my goodness, Turbo to try. 9 seconds left. Atomic back past the Mist to the goal. And the bounce.
It's gonna go
Atomic's there. No, blocked by Arsenal. 2 seconds left. They stay alive. They keep the lead. Mist has to get the full court carry. Can he do it? I'm about to blow a blood vessel.
Arsenal,
Atomic.
what does that say? They're not done?
Oh, okay. I think that one might do it. And it does.
Oh my
Space Station.
gosh.
Are you kidding me? They reset the bracket. We go for round 2.
Oh my goodness. Just that last 90 seconds is just the roller coaster of a lifetime.
Oh, you know what's so demoralizing, Achieves? They haven't won the series. They're
yeah, you got to do it again.
That was the game. That was a championship-winning game, but you came from the lower bracket. You lost 2 days ago, and now you're reaping the benefits of that. Envy gonna have to relock, reload, and go again. Space Station just beat Turbo on Champions Field.
Oh, man. Well, you did it once. Let's reset the clock here. Let's see you back on, what is it, DFH or something for game 1?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I bet both teams would like to avoid going to Champions Field a second time, so we'll see how things go. Chat, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, round 2 of the Grand Finals, Space Station trying to make the comeback of a lifetime. Stick around. You're watching the RLCS.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
boy, I asked you guys to get up and get loud, and I feel like you did. This has been one for the ages. Been a while since we had a bracket reset in a grand finals, and I'm excited to see how things go. I think the last time we had a bracket reset in a grand final match, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Achieves, was season 6 grand finals Worlds? You remember anything recent?
That sounds right, because that was the last time we had a double elim grand final, I'm pretty sure.
We've done them since, but I think that was the last one. The funny thing is, Turbo Pulsa was a part of one of the greatest teams of all time, Dignitas, which went 17-0 across 2 seasons of the RLCS, not dropping a single match from Worlds to Worlds. And he lost in that bracket reset to Torment, Squishy, and Gimmick in Cloud9 as North America took the title back. But up against a very different threat this time around. And we'll see this has become, the battle has changed. This is now a battle of endurance. Which team has it in them to keep playing the top level of Rocket League for 11 games at minimum? And honestly, let's call it 12, given the 8-minute overtime we had.
Yeah. Arsenal made a massive save at 2 or 3 seconds on the clock at the end of that last game to stop Envy from equalizing and forcing an OT.
Yeah. That was such an amazing stop. And it's this sort of stop you'd love to look back on and count as a tournament winner, but not this time. Instead, Typical is going to get the scoring started for SSG. They'll take it here at 418.
It's certainly a great start on the way back to success as Typical actually hopped over Atomic there. Still made the right shot on net to get it all the way to the back post. That's a nice bit of shooting from Typical.
They take the opening goal. How does Atomic respond? One demolition, hoping for the bump from Mist. Flicks it to the corner. But was wide on the zone from the rest of the defense. Turbo Pulsa to take his time on this ball. Gets it through one player. Arsenal off to the corner. And now takes to the sky. He's got Reddles in tow underneath him, and Atomic with a block. Will now be challenged by Reddles, and Typical. Mist will pick up control in the midfield to go for the slow play to the corner. Atomic going to try and pass to Turbo. Infield pass is so good, except the shot bounces just off the post. Beautifully set up play. No goal for Envy.
Turbo was going for absolute money placement on that one. Was trying to push that one just inside that corner. Granted, might have been necessary considering how great the coverage of the net was. As Typical tries to spike one from the backboard, but will not quite be able to do so. Just over a minute and a half gone in game 1 of the bracket reset. And Envy kind of on the back foot. You gotta wonder if maybe a little bit of the steam's been taken out of them. And they might need a moment to collect themselves.
I wouldn't blame them. This is a long series. I said they played 7 games or played 8 games in that first series. There was an overtime for 8 minutes and overtime for 3 minutes. So if we're counting overtimes as extra games, it was 9 games in the first series. It's Typical through the air to the corner. He's going to try and follow himself. He'll run on the boost before he can finish it and double tap it. Atomic will pop it over one. Reddles with a response, and he'll go up against Turbo in the corner. Now Arsenal in. Above the goal. Atomic out. Turbo Pulsa. Could not finish it. Missed airborne to the edge. And Atomic with a counter. Turbo quickly turns on this before Arsenal did. He gets the read just a bit faster. And they'll put the ball all the way into the orange in front of the box. Mist sends the shot. Reynolds has the block. Follow-up also cleared by Arsenal. And Space Station's defense stands up so strong again. Excellent shooting. Well, clean, accurate shooting from Envy there. Defended well. Clean textbook plays, but still impressive stuff from these teams.
Yeah, and the really important block in that sequence is Arsenal not getting fooled by the follow-up shot coming through from Envy after that first one is saved as well. Being able to keep awareness of where the opposition comes from means you can understand and make a much more informed decision when you go and challenge as the ball is ping-ponging around, up and above and around and out to the sides. It's very easy to get disoriented, and being able to keep your cool and understand where shots can come from is a great asset on defense. Arsenal's been doing that for the past couple of games now.
Oh, Atomic sends one, but it's slow and midfield. Reddles will get the block on the goal line. Now Typical over one. Turbo's got a counter. And then gets a demolition. Atomic in to the midfield. Missed. Looks to pass it up to Atomic. Outfield pass wide, but Turbo pulses there. Sends it into the corner. This time he doesn't miss. Tie game, game 1.
Envy fighting back here. That's a great challenge from Atomic at the wall. Typical getting bumped means he can't challenge cleanly for it. And Turbo, second chance, looking for more money placement, delivers into the bottom right-hand corner around 2 defenders. Nice piece of shooting. Envy tie it up.
And Atomic on the kickoff. Try to give it to Mist. Arsenal was there. Now, back to the planning phase. Space Station had the lead. Minute 10 left to go. Each team trying to set the pace for round 2. The win here in game number 1. Series number 1, Envy got the first 2 wins cleanly. And it looked like they were going to be off to the races for a quick and easy finish off of Space Station. And lo and behold, the astronauts come back and finish this off in 7 with a crazy defensive stand. If you're just now joining us, be sure to go back and watch that game 7. Turbo pulse out to Mist. Reynolds sends it high. Atomic just barely gets his bumper onto it. 29 seconds left. Still tie game.
Oh, man.
Turbo to the edge.
He turned into a monster. You can't get the ball through that guy now.
Oh, out to Mist, though. Oh, he just barely misses. Arsenal will try. Here's Turbo. Onto the backboard. Nobody's home for the defend the double tap, and misses there. The dual threat will work. Envy's back on top with 9 seconds left.
Now this one's a little weird. I mean, it looks like Reynolds in position, but that's okay. That explains it. He just gets punted away, and Sipical, trying to defend a couple different approaches to the ball, ends up not making any contact. So the physicality from Envy really the one that opens the door there for that easy put away with 9 seconds.
Sipical taking to the outside with 6 seconds left. They're going to look to equalize, send us to overtime. How about it? Why not? They've got the position to do it, but a clear from Mist will put it over their heads. Team Envy take game number 1. Things start off in similar results fashion to series number 1, but with a very different style of play. Significantly less aggressive, I felt like, from both sides.
Yeah, everyone, you really got to come down from the wildness that was that game 7 overtime. So here in the reset, despite it going in the same score line, 2-1 in favor of Envy, but you're right, a little bit of a step back for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, we'll see Envy here putting up 9 shots. It felt, it's possible that it's my brain feels like things were slower in that game than they actually were, just because of, man, first series. I'm still thinking about game 7 for the first series. It was a wild run. But as we go on to Forbidden Temple here for map number 2, Space Station, they've been in this position so many times at Chiefs. We'll look to see just how long these guys can run. How long is this marathon?
Well, at this point, I would totally believe we're going all 14. When it's that tight in game 1, it comes down to 9 seconds, and one good play from Envy is the difference maker. You know, the rest of the series is up in the air for me. And if Arsenal keeps being an absolute brick wall in the midfield and on the goal line, Envy's not going to get too many more golden opportunities to score without a little bit of help from someone on Space Station, either not making a touch or something. As that is just picked off. Arsenal eats that one up.
Absolute rocket. Mist tries to get this clear to the edge, and Arsenal had it read before he touched it. 123 kilometers per hour for goal number 1 of game 2.
That's pretty fast.
This is a very, very fast speed. for you Americans, that's speedy, super speedy. So we see 436 Arsenal demolition. He did get it on the bounce. Not sure how he still had supersonic, but missed now with a clear. Reynolds and Sipical on the far side. And they played up the wall. Reynolds to flip. A nice play to get past Turbo. Yeah, and then missed to try and fall on this one. Arsenal towards the goal, and Atomic gets it away. Now missed there. Oh, gets bumped, and what a clear, man. Atomic constantly, the defensive player of the series for me, at least for Envy, has been Atomic. Constantly recovering and making half rotations to make back-to-back stops.
Agreed.
Here he is up against Reynolds, wins a challenge while retreating back.
I really do think the rest of this series hinges on how well Atomic and Arsenal are able to enable their teammates to find some success with some big blocks at the midfield and on the goal line. Obviously, Turbo as well, early on in that first series, looked phenomenal in terms of just not letting anything go too haywire for Space Station. But as this series gets on and everyone understands what's happening, it's Arsenal and Atomic that have the two biggest levels of variability.
Wow. Sypical was in a 1v3. Got the first touch for free. Mist goes to zone him off the shot, and then I think it was Atomic takes his time. Shooting Sypical makes the second save. Winning 2 challenges in a 1v3 there. And now the pass to Reddles, but the ball is going to go out. Space Station not going to get a second goal. 3 minutes left to go, though. Envy yet to get on the board in game 2.
Really probably kind of should have made that one a lot scarier for Envy. Reddles really not able to square that up. Sypical trying to fix the mistake, but I think Envy gonna slowly but surely work themselves out. Big block from Mist. There it is. And can they generate a scoring chance? Oh, well, you don't really have to generate one. How about you just get a perfect angle as you recover on the corner wall?
Arsenal. That's not the pitch he was hoping for, and Mist says, thanks, appreciate it. I'll score on your net. And we got a tie game right here at halftime.
That was not easy for Mist. Came off that wall and just instantly flipped left. Slipped it right inside that goal line. That was just quick reactions.
Atomic out to the edge, Mist there. And sends it into the goal. Arsenal's got to make a stop. Atomic now to wrap it back around. Typical with a miss, but no one there from Envy to punish immediately. Mist will take the shot from the corner. This guy is so good at these tight angle shots.
Yeah, everyone from Space Station thinking, here comes the clear. Typical, what the heck? And then they just can't recover. And yeah, it's all about, does Mist get all the way around the ball? He puts it straight to the defense, but they just weren't ready yet. Because, you know, it takes a little bit of time to reset when your teammate misses what you think is a routine touch.
Envy has the lead again. A series where Envy is up by 1, and Space Station has scored first both games. So Reddles off to the corner. Here's Turbo. Reddles beats him. There's Atomic now back into the corner again. Going to take a weird bounce. Atomic tries to challenge it, keeps Sypical grounded. Mist puts it back in. This time doesn't get able to get around the post, but Turbo's there to finish it off as it bounces back in front of the box. 3-1 Envy.
Yeah, it looks to me like Sypical really focused on making sure that that ball wasn't going to get back out into the middle, and Mist, you know, he knew that he probably wasn't going to have as easy as a time of slipping that one past the goal line because there's a guy right in the shooting lane. So able to just find a little tiny gap on the wall, puts it just out of reach as it bounces mid for Turbo.
Arsenal now to the sky and bounces back down after getting bumped by Turbo. Here's Sypical. His friends were looking for bumps in net. Mist was able to dodge it and get back behind the ball and win 2 challenges now. Turbo with a clear. 1:35 on the clock, and Space Station trailing by 2. Here comes Sypical. Got a flip reset, got 2 defenders out of it, and Reddles clears it to the side. Arsenal was there to take the shot. Gotta wonder if that would have maybe been another Space Station goal had Reddles let Arsenal just blast it.
Ooh, still can. Pass across too far.
Oh, this should be a goal for Envy. And well, Arsenal got back in time, and Turbo wasn't actually in this. The cherry pick. He was upfield, but did not receive the ball. Now Atomic and Mist retreating back. Got to block Arsenal. We'll get it off to the side. Here's Mist. Gonna beat 2. And then takes the shot. Jeez. The threat. You know that there were Space Station players up for the block on that one.
It's scary.
After 2 of them, you start to anticipate it.
And when another one goes out of that corner again and doesn't even clip the wall, I mean, yeah, your mind instantly flicks to, is that in?
It's Turbo. Onto the edge, Arsenal back in the midfield for Sypical. Blocked by Atomic right in front of the goal. Mist gets bumped up as well. Here comes Reddles, putting it too high, and Turbo's got to clear away from Sypical, burning more time. 23 seconds left on the clock. And down by 2. This game all but over. A demolition there will also really help secure things as Atomic can take this to the sky and just burn time off the clock. Atomic spins it towards the goal, and you know what? Actually, we'll just really put this one in the ground. 4-1 will be the score for now. Envy will win no matter what.
Wow, he actually really managed to disguise that air dribble really well, because he went directly behind the center of the ball, and I don't think either Space Station player could actually see if he actually got that flip reset or not. So the only one on that pitch who knew that they got it was Atomic. It fooled the defense for sure.
And it was good for another Envy goal. Reddles is up. Not going to matter, though, as the ball touches back down. Envy now 2 games in a row will take it, only allowing 2 goals from Space Station, 1 in each game. So we go into game 3. This was the story of series number 1. Envy looking incredibly strong, possibly like they were on their way to another sweep on the day. And then SSG brought it back. This is the game I have my most attention on, Chiefs.
I don't know what you do here if you're Space Station, to be honest. You know, that 3-minute break really seems to have taken at least a little something out of them here. Just not quite clicking at the same level, and it really helps when Mist is putting, you know, super tight lines onto the net. And at that point, Space Station really trying to find a rhythm in the midfield that will allow them to start pushing more and more onto offense, because Mist clears, great shots. It was just a recipe for disaster in this one for Space Station.
Yeah, and I mean, when Mist starts to pull, like, here's the thing. This has been a story of accuracy, right? I mean, the actual results aren't really helping tell the story, but the problem with SSG for the last 2 regionals has been, can they actually shoot when the money's on the line? And we've seen a few shots go wide, and now we're seeing Envy in the moments when he doesn't even, it's not even super clutch moments, hitting crazy shots. If Envy's hitting shots like that and SSG isn't able to on their good opportunities, and my eyeballs are still on Reddles, is Reddles going to start tightening things up? We've seen multiple opportunities with him right in front of the net, just sending it straight to the corner. I want to see him shooting better to give SSG the fighting chance that they have so well earned at this point. To remind you, this is the second best of 7 these 2 teams have played, and they get a block out there. Turbo pulls us up for it, sends it back in, and Typical gets 2 saves back to back. What a man.
That is what everyone has come to love from Typical so long, ever since he joined the Space Station roster back when AXB was on it. Typical was the guy pulling balls out of the net in scary situations, and he almost turns in one against 3 defenders. Mist able to sneak his way through. Arsenal buys some extra chance. Reddles hit to it. Atomic flips around, gets the nose on it, and Space Station stalled out. Typical making sure to hold on to the ball.
My goodness. Envy's defense holds on. Both teams now with moments of offensive brilliance. Mist with a miss, and he'll try to send it to the corner. Atomic's there. Plays it over 2 offensive players. No, Arsenal will stop it, and Typical falls back, but Turbo, what a read. He'll get it all the way to the backboard. And now Atomic at midfield. Out to the edges. Turbo stalling time, maybe trying to look for bumps just to keep the ball in enemy territory without them controlling it. Doesn't really work as the clears found from SSG. Now back down the field. Mist pops it to the corner. Now underneath Reddles, past Arsenal, looks for bumps on Typical, doesn't find him. Turbo neutralizing more SSG contact. Son of the wall, Mist up for it. 3-1. Now Typical trying to play the slow game. The ball spending about 20, close to 30 seconds in that SSG corner. A miss from Atomic, but he will get it on the rebound. And the ball just bouncing around the edges of the field right now. Neither team really seems to have solid control here. It's more just take it away from my opponents. I don't want them to possibly score.
Yeah, don't have solid control, but at the same time, don't really feel like Space Station are playing their own corners particularly well. Floater, it's a race. Atomic wins, jams it straight back down. Turbo out to the middle, actually doesn't get it off the wall. That actually lets Space Station off the hook a little, I think.
Oh, Mist with a double tap and off the defender's bumper. You saw it a moment ago. The drive right before this, Mist from the corner gets this, or takes the shot, and so many defenders jump for it. They're trying to adjust, but how do you adjust to this?
What? So, like most players, you know, are gonna not go that extra half rotation that Mist did and hit that with the top part of their car. They're gonna try and hit it as the car is rotating because they don't want to throw off the rotation and make sure that they really hit the ball square. But if Mist, you know, shot that as you normally would, it's got too much power and it hits the bar.
This Turbo, man, it's just been wild. Mist, if Envy takes this one down, Mist will, at least for me, be the MVP of the series. And a miss from Atomic, though. Here comes Arsenal up against Mist in the backfield. Mist wins it so cleanly. Reddles now will try to pick it up. SSG players a little on top of each other, but Reddles disconnects, chases the ball. 2:18 on the clock. Atomic puts it high. Does he get another one? Fakes out Arsenal. He gets a demolition onto Reddles. Typical alone in the back. No, Reddles gets the demolition onto Atomic, excuse me. Smoke screen. Fooling even my eyes. Atomic down to the corner. Reddles and Typical both on that ball. Now Reynolds trying to pass down Turbo with the interception into the midfield. Arsenal's there, just sends it to the goal and missed. Gets in the way. Atomic now.
Spatian played offense? Ooh. It's been a while since they've played offense. I mean, they've got 4 shots, but I don't remember too many of them here in this game 3. That might be good, though. Turbo just able to dodge the demo. Arsenal headed straight for him.
And Turbo's going to be very low on boost. Mist will buy him all the time he needs. Massive clear to the corner. Tries to fake out Arsenal. Arsenal will tackle. Ball on the backboard. Typical's there. Onto Arsenal's hood. Covered up by Atomic, though. They keep it trapped in the back third. Now looking for the back pass to miss. Puts it high. And following this one, he's out of boost. Drops it into the goal. And Reynolds with the longest shot of his life. Atomic will send it away. Follow behind it. Typical's there. Now missed. Out to Atomic. This one won by Reynolds. Space Station trying to slowly eke more control in NV territory. But slowly and surely, they're trying over and over again, but the challenge is just not enough in their favor. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and then 3 steps back, and then I don't know. It's such a war of attrition in the midfield right now. As Arsenal puts on the backboard, trying. Such a grind.
It's absolutely a grind for Space Station in the challenge game. That demo might give him the space. How about 2? It's just Atomic. Atomic 3! What? Oh my goodness, and Miss saved it.
Oh, this has to be mind-numbing for a player like Reynolds. Atomic tries. Reynolds finally gets it. He's had enough. The pressure eventually collapses on him, and we tie it up.
Everyone respawns. Turbo wins a race. Atomic is just on the backboard because, I mean, he needs to be. He doesn't have a lot of boost. You got to be able to cover the top and the far side easy enough. So Atomic trying to give himself options, but what do? Picture perfect placement. Reynolds to the far post.
Hey man, if they hadn't scored on that drive, I feel like it might have broken Reynolds, but Mist is gonna do it again! Mist has had enough of this series. He wants to go to bed as a champion.
Oh, Typical. I mean, he makes a good touch, but Mist has him clean red. Gets over the top of that ball, off the ceiling and over the shoulder of the last guy. Wow.
How do you come back from this? How does Space Station rally? They have to play so clean, and they have to deal with the fact that Mist is on the other team right now. That's just, I don't know. That's a demoralizing factor that makes me think I can't win. As the clear comes up, 4 seconds left. They've got to win this challenge. They got a double commit out of Envy. Maybe get some space, but Arsenal misses in the corner, and Envy now up 3 games, and boy, does Space Station. You thought the hard part was behind them, resetting the bracket. Nah, out of the frying pan, into the fire.
That really is your first deviation from the previous series, believe it or not. We were on the exact same track, 2-1 Envy, 4-1 Envy, and then in previous game 3 it went 2-1 Space Station. Well, this one goes 2-1 Envy, and that could be a big one. That's what you said in the previous series, Wave. You said this is a big game for Space Station. They ended up coming out on top, and here, now you really get put back against the wall. Nothing left to do here. Down 3-0 in the bracket reset, and it's not looking pretty. They cannot stop Mist from just turning everyone on that defense just to smoke. They don't exist.
No. Fun fact, there has never been a 14-game series in RLCS. For Space Station to win this regional, they'll have to set that record. As Reynolds is going to try and get us there in game number 4. Quickly, 2 touches will nullify the Space Station offense. Typical gets it away. Well done as Turbo tries to put the pressure on. Here's Atomic now onto the backboard. Is missed up. He's going to go for the shot. The shooter of the series drops it in, and Turbo will finish it. What are you talking about?
Oh, Turbo, that's just great understanding. He knows Mist is going to put this maybe off the wall, maybe have a chance to dunk it, and no hesitation. Just went straight for everyone in the net. Says maybe it goes straight in, and exactly. Of course it did. It's Turbo. It goes for the dunk. Sure, we'll give it to him.
My goodness. Envy now leading in game number 4. They've got everything they need as the double tap comes in. If there's one person whose spirit I don't feel like is broken right now, it's Reynolds.
No, I agree. This guy has had so many equalizing goals in pretty solid scoring opportunities. And the only real difference has been when Space Station has needed 100% to score, Reynolds has been off the mark. But when it comes to equalizing early, that guy hasn't missed yet, I don't think.
He has done an excellent job Despite, I'm not gonna lie, part of me was like when they had that like triple, quadruple demo that didn't turn into a goal, the guys just respawned and made the saves. That was the one I was like, is Reynolds gonna be able to come back from that? That's his whole thing. I'm the physical player that just removes you from the field, and it didn't work. What am I gonna do? And then he scored the goal right after
right back
that
around and put it in.
So I think Reynolds definitely playing like someone who I mean, Reynolds, if there's ever been a player, if you've ever been to a LAN back when in the before times, Reynolds was a wonderful player to watch play. You can tell the players that he as a player wants it so badly.
Yeah, feeds off the energy. Reynolds is an exciting guy to watch in every aspect of the Rocket League ecosystem. You know, any situation you need a guy to step up, he's going to give it his 130, 150, 2,000,000%, as much as he can.
So we go to 9,000 Atomic with the demolition on the Arsenal. So we have a tie game in game 3 of a bracket reset, or game 4 rather. Envy winning the first 3 in the series. Mist wins another dunk and a save comes through from the rest of the defense, but Mist continues to be such a threat. It's only a matter of time before we start seeing double commits out of Space Station anytime Mist has the ball. Here comes Turbo, keeping the pressure on. Gives the pass to Atomic, well blocked in front. The shot from Atomic just slow enough. Sypical got it, but Mist puts the pressure back in. Arsenal's got to make the stop. Now Atomic trying to collapse on him. He wins the challenge again. The challenge game was the thing that gave Envy those first 3 games, or the first 2 games in series number 1, and they're starting to win them again.
Yeah, Atomic might be starting to try and do a little too much here, though. He just gives a little bit more space to his teammates. I think Envy would find themselves in some... Oh, you're kidding.
Oh, my goodness. Mist is having the series of his life. The mind games, the help from Atomic here to just completely get rid of him. And Mist is happy just to tuck it into the goal, just do his job like a shepherd putting his sheep to bed. He's wanting to take this series home with him.
Now that's a rough one if you're Space Station. You know, you feel like you're in position. Aha, we've got the transition. Ball comes right back and you get totally blindsided.
Typical. Around on the edge, now trailing by a 1 again. Right at halftime, Space Station. The path is very clear for them right now. It's just score the next goal. Don't worry about anything else. Reynolds to try and turn on this one. Take it into the sky. Off the wall. Ooh. Does Arsenal adjust? He does. Now puts it into the corner. Here's Sypical. With Mist bouncing it to the midfield again. Sypical will try to get the pass down to Reynolds. But Turbo is just a bit too much. Now he'll back past Arsenal.
Oh, to himself he's trying to go to. But that's Atomic right there. That guy, he will jump at anything put his way.
Turbo jumps, puts the pressure on. It almost feels like Turbo is already in time burner mode.
As he should
end this game.
That's what I said back in the first series. He's a time management guy.
He is. But it's still like strange to see a team try to burn clock with 1:50 left and only a 1-goal lead. But so many touches I'm seeing from Envy right now. It's just send the ball to the other half. Force them to go play fetch. Go get your ball again. Bring it back over here to us. We'll clear it again.
Yeah, and if it's stuck on your own side, I mean, just keep it close. Force the challenge. Chances that it goes into the net, so slim. Oh, dear.
Oh, and Turbo puts in another one. This is starting to look grim. Envy, a 2-goal lead. Only 1 minute and 11 seconds away from being back-to-back regional champs.
Wrong time. Not even necessarily for a mechanical mishap. Arsenal's right on that. The only difference is the timing just doesn't get the jump off the wall. Goes right under the ball, and that is a big one to let slip through. But this is exactly what happened in the last series, you know. A minute and a half, down 2. They brought it back.
They did. This is Space Station's time to shine. They put it high. Turbo pulses up for it. And now Sypical and Reynolds on the front line. Arsenal trailing. Send the house. 45 seconds left. You got to score 2. Sypical demolish. Arsenal's there. Puts it into the box. Reynolds got to quickly turn on it, but he's too far out. Was getting the corner boost. Now Space Station trying to dig deep. Pull out the dredges, the far reserves of energy and wit in the improviser's game. Turbo pulls it high. Reynolds on the backboard. To the outside, Atomic's there, and Envy continues to build the pressure and misses up. One more challenge. Arsenal wins it. Reynolds tries to give it back to him. Arsenal quickly turns on this one. Tries to pitch with Sypical, blocked by Atomic. Turbo over one to Atomic in the midfield. Arsenal with the block. 10 seconds left. They've got to score right now, and it's just not happening. They've burned too much time. Envy keeps it alive. Mist will put one in for the road. How about it? Poetic. The way the whole series went. Mist absolutely abusing the space station goal.
Talk about a guy that just decided to win 4 games in a row. His name is Mist. That guy could do no wrong in the bracket reset. Hand him the ball, tight angle, against defenders, with no defenders. It didn't matter. Dude was putting it in the back of the net one way or the other.
And Envy become back-to-back regional champs in the winner's split. How about it? We thought their secret weapon achieves was Turbo Pulsa. Well, I guess Turbo Pulsa isn't much of a secret weapon. Everybody knows who he is. The secret weapon is clearly Mist in a bracket reset. What in the world did we just watch?
Well, you said it. He just crushed him, you know? There was no way back for Space Station after that miss from Arsenal on the corner. It was just like, oh, now you've let in one too many, and then it was all downhill from there. And Mist, he popped off, you know? That games 1 and 2, it's like, yeah, just let me shoot this ball into this goal from right here. You know, no problem.
He was so wonderful in this match, and Turbo continues his run of domination now with Envy clicking on all cylinders. We asked at the beginning of this at the beginning of this tournament, who was the best team in North America, and it was split between NRG and Envy. At this point, you are a fool if you are saying anybody other than the boys on Envious. That was an incredible performance. Well done to them. Back-to-back champs. Let's head over to the desk to wrap up our thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's been proven right now. Envy has made a statement. We had such an incredible series right before that for the bracket reset itself. But then Envy said, it's just time, guys, to put the foot down. It's over. You know, stop. Give up, SSG.
This was absolutely insane. That first best of 7, maybe the best Rocket League we have ever seen. And honestly, I'm going to turn the table. Like, NA is better than Europe now because of that series. They look so good on both sides.
You know who's on the field? Gibbs, you're saying that? You know who's on the field?
I know, Turbo. I know, but he's NA now. That's the way it is.
Well, I was saying Reynolds. You know, he's gonna have a field day. Although there's a Twitter truce in action, maybe nothing will come out. But I'm with you, Gibbs. This was incredible, and this is following up the last regional event where Envy had an amazing series against NRG. So you just think that NRG, Envy, Space Station, they're all capable of this level of play. You know, this is truly North America at its peak. This has been such a pleasure to watch.
That Team Envy, they lose in Game 7, and you have to feel like they're just going to be out of it at this point. And Mist puts up nearly 2 goals per game in a 4-game sweep. That is what Team Envy is all about. We always say they have a high floor. They don't have to worry about a loss here or there. They come back and get a 4-0 sweep. And on top of that, like Turbo, his boost management, it was something like he was using 20% less boost than everyone on that field. The speed of those series were so incredibly fast, but Turbo was keeping up with less boost than anyone. He gives it to his teammates because Mist and Atomic, they were the 2 fastest on the field. Atomic off the walls, Mist in that last series from anywhere on the field. Team Envy was just too good.
Well, we've heard from his teammates a couple times now, but Atomic is joining us on the line to talk about that victory. Atomic, right off the bat, congratulations on a 2nd regional win.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You sound very excited to win this one out. For you, what was the series? I mean, like when it went to, you guys, the bracket reset happens. That was intense. That must have drained you guys. When it came to the 2nd round here, did you feel like it was apt to go to a Game 7 again?
I mean, we were kind of exhausted after the first series, but
yeah,
we thought we could make some changes that can give us like a faster win and clean up all our messes.
What do you do in those 5 minutes when you have that break? Because like I bet everyone does something different. Do you walk away from the computer for a second and then come back? Like what happens during that?
I went to get water. I think Turbo just like, I don't know, he just played free play or something, and then Mist also got water, I think. And then we just calmed down and talked about what we wanted to do.
All right.
You know, Atomic, this has been incredible watching you guys get to this level and now have back-to-back titles. You know, I just want to ask you, do you think that NA is in a place where you guys, this is the best region, you guys are the best team?
I think there's no question that NA is better, but BDS is really good. But the rest of the region seems kind of like slower, I feel like. but I think NA's better.
I want to back up and just ask a question because I feel weird not asking it since you mentioned it, and if you can't, no worries. But what were the changes that you guys discussed internally to make sure that this second series went extremely differently?
I feel like we all just agreed we weren't passing that much, and we thought they would like watch our mid passes a lot more, so we didn't want to go into the series passing a lot. But then we realized they weren't blocking our passes, and that's what we usually like to do. So we started passing a lot more.
Nice, small, simple change. Good observation to your opponents to make the change. Hey, that's why you guys won. That's why you guys crushed it there in the second one. But I want to say thank you for giving us a great series. I want to give you the floor real quick. You guys just won. You get to shout out to whoever you want. So floor is all yours.
Obviously, shout out to my teammates. They played super, super good. And, shout out to Hado and Zol, a couple of my friends that were rooting me on. And then shout out to my parents because they're really supportive about Rocket League.
That's awesome. Some OGs there too. And thank you so much again for giving us the time here. Go celebrate. Go enjoy the victory. You guys earned it for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Atomic now from Team Envy winning regional number 2. These guys are crushing it right now, Gibbs.
30,000 in the bank as well. 2-time regional champs, back-to-back at least. They won a regional in the fall split. First NA team to win back-to-back as well. Team Envy, they're on top.
Well, let's just take a look at their journey. We'll take a look at the bracket now to see how they got to this point. They had to crush everyone. They got that, obviously, first bye because their seed started with Down to Earth, and then it finished with Space Station Gaming. James, it was a long journey there. They had some people give them fights like Rogue, but then they put their foot down.
Yeah, Turbo, just the king of the bracket reset, I guess. Turbo, he's so clutch. He's so clutch. His game sense is so on point, but Atomic and Mist are crazy good. You watch the shots that they made, the speed, the confidence. This was an incredible showing from Team Envy. And Wavepunk said it best. If you think anyone other than Envy is the best in North America, someone's got to check what's between your ears because it seems like there's nothing if you think that anyone other than Envy's the best.
It's crazy, too, because people are like, Team Envy had an easy side of the bracket. Well, what do? They sweep Energy and they sweep Space Station, the number 2 and the number 3 team, and that's after a bracket reset. Sure, Space Station were toe-to-toe with Team Envy, but then another sweep there at the end. Team Envy looking fantastic.
Space Station, on the other hand, had to make quite the run themselves to get back to this point, so that was an impressive feat of their own. He dropped down immediately into that lower bracket gives by Alpine. They had to go the longest route possible.
They're very happy there's a holiday break where they don't have to play Rocket League for like a month and a half. It seems like, because Space Station is probably like, yeah, we're done for a little bit. We need to take a week off. Space Station, what a run they had. And same with Rogue as well, making it incredibly far once again. So big winners there on the day. But overall, we saw the top of NA, they really showed up. Like the top 8 teams really were all competing in those top 8 spots. So hats off to them.
Yeah, no, this was quite the journey for them. And again, a bunch of other stories, as you mentioned. I mean, huge shout outs to Forky's team for what they did too. Yeah. Obviously, the Knights weren't happy with that result, but they got in there and they made some work happen for sure. So, and again, I think Peeps a little bit happier probably with their performance, getting as close as they did to this finals. But that was just a stacked tournament overall, like no kidding. But at the end of the day, it's not just that money you mentioned, Gibbs, they were fighting for. It was those points as well. As we take a look at the winter split points after 2 regionals are down, Gibbs.
Oh, man, look at these points. Like, obviously, at the bottom, these teams, they basically go into every single regional just playing for that prize money. They're basically at this point. But for the winter points going in, Team Envy at the maximum, 802 right now. They are looking pretty. Energy and Rogue, Space Station, G2. The one big team I got to say is Rogue. They're making up for that fall split where they didn't look that great. Rogue getting a ton of points throughout winter.
Now that's just, of course, for the winter split. 2 regionals down. There's 1 more to go. These are all to fight for the majors. But of course, at the end of this split, those points get banked and thrown into this nice little point pile over here. And Envy is just extending that lead there as they're 200 points above that next, James.
Yeah, this is in a 2-point lead now for Space Station over NRG. But Envy, they deserve to be up there at the top. They are killing it. And then if you see the Peeps, they're tied at 1,080 points with the Kansas City Pioneers. And Alpine also in the race. So this race for top 6 is going to be incredibly tense.
Yeah, so overall, we are now partway through the entire season of the RLCS Season X. We're partway through here, the winter split. More will come later. So now that we're done, we've crowned, I was going to say 2 champions for this, but it's just been one so far. Team Envy has been crushing it and dominating leading up to this break that we're about to have here. So I want to get some final thoughts from you guys. Now that we're done, I'm going to start with you, James, and then Gibbs after.
I just got to say, Turbo Pulsa, you are a specimen. You somehow find ways to win. You do it over and over again. Nobody can deny the results. And when you talk about the greatest Rocket League player of all time, there's nobody other than Turbo Pulsa that should pop into your head.
And man, all I got to say is, we're at the end of the year, right? For the RL Esports, besides obviously BTS, but 2020, it's been a year. It's been a year for everyone. I just hope everyone could at least take a few hours out of every single week and just enjoy some entertainment, not have to worry about what's going on in the world. It's all we really hope here. And I just want to thank the casters, the productions, the players, the content creators of Rocket League. They give us entertainment to take our mind off things from here and there. So I hope everyone has a happy and safe holiday season and a happy new year. And I hope we get to see you guys in person in 2021.
Gibbs has said most of what I was going to say. So before all my pixels fade away, I'm going to say thank you guys again for watching. It's been a blast. More Rocket League action to come after the break. So again, thanks for watching. Happy holidays, and we'll see you later.
It's making me real.